Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Right. Right. Good morning, guys. And one small notice to everybody. I think some students are attending from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch. Just I'm giving this notice to you. Then this is not the right time to attend for frameworks. Those who are in the core Java at evening time, evening 6 p.m. There even I have not started hoops concepts. I have not started even hoops concepts. Before hoops only we are discussing just language fundamentals. I'm discussing there like how to write for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So it is not the right time to attend for frameworks. I think some people have registered for packages like complete Java and full stack Java. So this is not the right time for you. I will start separately. I'll start separately frameworks classes and advanced Java classes at evening time. But at present, for morning full stack Java students and some other students, we are taking these classes now. Okay. Then if any of you are coming from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch, then better not to attend for this class today onwards even, right? Today it's okay, it's a basic introduction part, then we can continue with that. But actual content is not required, then we'll plan for it separately. Okay. All right, sir. Now just give some time to me, then let me prepare some document and all. The classroom notes also we have to create. Right, sir. So let me create a separate folder for it. Now this is frameworks actually. Part of the framework here we are going to take like what there Spring 830. The location also we get specified clearly. So from now onwards, every work of our classes, I'm going to keep in like what there Spring 830. Then inside this, let me prepare a document. Right, sir. Now here I need to provide Spring 830. Right, sir. Today in the introduction part, I'm going to talk about you regarding this, what I'm planning there, then what I'm going to discuss with you, then all the things here we are going to understand effectively only one time. Then after that, we'll move forward into our introduction content. All right, sir. Okay. Then see this. Then first of all, today here I'm starting these classes with the Spring, but actually we are we are planning to start like what there Java frameworks. The total batch, no, it is like what there Java frameworks. All right, sir. In a Java frameworks, what exactly the content here we are including there? In Java frameworks, the content here what we are including there? Observe carefully. In a Java frameworks, the topics will be few topics like what there. 1 minute. The topics will be like what there. Spring, then Spring Boot. First one is like what there Spring Next one is a Springboard. Next one is a microservices. These are like what they're one set of concepts, no? Then after that, web services. Like this here we have to start. Then before that, I need to go for like what there. Like now here we need to understand. All right, sir. Now here, first of all, I need to take like what there hibernate. Then next one is like what there spring. These are overall the topic here, the topics here what we are having there. This is overall syllabus. That means content about like what there Java frameworks. Of course, you might be in complete Java package or you might be in full stack Java. Relate to Java, this set is nothing but what their frameworks part. Here we are planning there. Today Java frameworks is a batch we started. Then where we are planning to discuss about these concepts. You know already the schedule for all these concepts there. 2 slots here I'm going to take to complete these concepts. No, observe carefully. Now 7 to 8:30. 7 to 8:30. Here I'm going to utilize one slot. There, what I'm going to discuss there. Then another slot is also be existed here. What is that another slot here? Now this will be like what the today. Then now here at present here we are taking the class there 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here we are taking only one time. Let me confirm it. One time if I complete it, then I'll move on to our content here, now, right? So at present here, today here I'm planning to start like what there Spring framework here now. Spring here I'm taking now. Okay, fine. Now it's going to be started. The Spring framework is going on here like this. I'm going to take the classes continuously about the Spring framework continuously like this. It's going to be started. Then after few days of time, actually servlets and JSPs are going on at 7 to 8:30. When I complete the servlets and JSPs, there I will start like what there hibernate. There I will start what there hibernate. So hibernate still Spring is going to be happen. It's going on there. When I complete Spring at 8:30 to 10 now, here I will take like what there Spring Boot. The topic here I will start Spring Boot topic. Meanwhile, at 7 to 8:30, which topic is going to be happen there? No, hibernate is going on there. So here we are planning to complete like what there hibernate here, right, sir? Hibernate is going on. When hibernate is going on there, when hibernate is completed here, I'm going to start like what there web services. Meanwhile, here what is going on here? No, Spring Boot is going on here at 8:30 to 10. So it's going to be happen. When the Spring Boot is completed, Spring Boot may take less time only, not too much time here. Then after that, I'll start like what there microservices. So at 8:30 to 10 now, at 8:30 to 10 now, continuously we are having the topics like what there Spring Boot, microservices. But after a few days of time, I'll start hibernate at 7 to 8:30. Once hibernate is completed, there I will start what there web services. This is actual schedule what I'm going to follow. Part of the frameworks and as well as like what there, then part of the all right, the total overall content here. Now try to recognize this clearly. All right, sir. Then after that, let's come for this content here. Let's come for this Spring content here. If you have to this, in general, maybe then people are having some different opinion in outside. Even still people are coming to me, they're asking one question to me frequently, but I don't know what is the reason why they are getting this type of question, but frequently one question is coming. Sir, I selected for a company, they are given work on Spring Boot and microservices, but I don't know anything about Java. Especially at evening 6 o'clock people are asked to me now, so I don't know anything about Java. So can I learn Spring Boot directly, Spring Boot and microservices directly? Is it possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices directly? Right. Anyway, answer for this question is no, not at all. Without having knowledge on Java, how it is possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices? No. Understand it clearly. No, not possible. Leave this. Second question, another question here. What about this another question? No. Sir, I have knowledge on only core Java. Only core Java I know. Apart from that, I don't have any knowledge there. So can I learn Spring Boot? No. Again, this is a question here. No. Again, I'm telling to you, no. Not possible. See, it will be possible up to some part of the Spring Boot microservices. But once we are in some web environment, then how it is possible to understand that without having knowledge on this servlets and JSPs? No. Then before that, one more point I'm telling that to learn a Spring Boot, definitely we need Spring knowledge. Without having knowledge on Spring, it is not possible to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Understand it clearly. So without having prior knowledge on Spring framework, not possible to understand what their Spring Boot and microservices. Please recognize this clearly. So because of that reason only, I'm taking the classes like what this Spring onwards. Of course, in outside environment already observed that people are announcing a separate batch for Spring and microservices, Spring Boot and microservices. Their what trainers are also given. They are giving the information there. No need to understand the complete Spring framework. Just only basics of the Spring framework is sufficient to come for what their Spring Boot and microservices now. But again, I'm telling there, half of the knowledge only we are able to get if we follow that approach. Not complete knowledge. I'll give the clarity. Why complete knowledge we are not going to get with that only basis of Spring framework now. I'll give the reasons later on. Don't worry for it. But the point what I'm telling to you, if you know the Spring framework completely, then it is very easy to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Without having complete knowledge on Spring framework, we are able to understand a little bit only in the Spring Boot and microservices. So because of that reason, we are going to use what there, we are going to understand effectively Spring framework. After that only, I'll plan for what there, Spring Boot and microservices. Don't hurry for it. Don't try to learn immediately Spring Boot and microservices. You are not going to understand complete internals. To understand internals of the technology, definitely we should have knowledge on what there, Spring Boot, complete Spring. Simple example. Tell me, by using Spring Boot, what type of applications we are going to prepare? You want to prepare only core Java programs? Only standalone applications you want to prepare? No. The Spring Boot application is like a core Java application, but it will activate web application internally. It will start server internally, it will deploy the application to the server, and it will expose like what their web application. Understand my point? That framework is designed in that way. So because of that reason, without having knowledge on Spring, we are unable to understand Spring Boot. That's the point I'm telling you. Right? So that standard foundation is required in Spring framework also. For that purpose only, here today we are going to start what their Spring content. Again, I'm telling there, if any of you are expecting today directly Spring Boot, next to tomorrow microservice in the sense, forget about this course now, not required to attend for this course. The next complete Spring framework I have to discuss, then after that only I'll move on to what their Spring Boot and microservices. Again and again, I'm telling the same point. Now try to understand it clearly. Right, sir. Now coming to the Spring framework, what we are going to discuss actually in a Spring framework, what exactly the concepts here I'm going to discuss there. What modules here I'm going to discuss. Let us understand one time clearly. In a Spring framework, first one, introduction part, very good introduction here. We are going to see what is framework, what is the requirement to come for frameworks, why we need a Spring framework, why it is very good when compared with other frameworks. This kind of environment we are going to understand. Here in the introduction part, majorly, we are going to put much focus on what is a framework. What exactly the requirement of the frameworks? A simple question I'm asking there. To design web applications or enterprise applications, we have so many technologies. Servlets and JSPs are available. EJBC is available. Then apart from that, number of servers are available like Tomcat, WebLogic or something else. Then after that, IDs are available, Eclipse, NetBeans, maybe, and IntelliJ IDEA, so many. These many things are available to prepare and execute enterprise applications. Then still, what is the requirement to go for framework? What is the need of the framework? That solid introduction is required. That exact point we require. What is the requirement of the frameworks? That exact point is required. Then only we are able to understand the concepts now. After understanding the framework, requirement of the framework, so many frameworks are available in outside. So many frameworks are available. Then why we should go for Spring? What is the need of understanding the Spring? What are the specialties of the Spring that we have to understand? So all this roundup we are going to see inside this introduction part. Moreover, inside this introduction part, we are going to understand clearly how many versions of Spring is available, how many modules are available inside the Spring. What is the purpose of each and every module? Even that introductory content also we are going to understand inside the introduction part here. That is one point. Next one, after that, next immediately we are going to see steps to prepare Spring application. What are the basic steps? What elements we require if you want to prepare a basic Spring application? Of course, core module application only. But before going to start core module, we need to have awareness on it. How to prepare the basic Spring project. Just to display hello world and console. How we are going to prepare that? Right, sir. Third one is like what there, where I'm going to start what there, core module. Core module, Spring core module, where IOC containers topics are available. Like application context and bean factory, like different containers are available. What is the need of these containers? What is the life cycle of that containers? Then after that, what is the meaning of dependency injection? Like so many core concepts are available. Internationalization support in Spring core module. Data validation support in Spring core module. Property editors in Spring core module. Dependency injection. Answer my point here now. Like then after that, setter method dependency injection, constructor dependency injection, interfaces dependency injection. So many dependency injections that related topics are available. So many concepts are available. That core module is a heart for Spring framework. Core module is what their heart for Spring framework. Without having knowledge on core module, we are unable to understand anything in Spring framework. You know already core Java, right? In core Java, which topic is the heart in entire core Java? Object orientation. Without knowing object orientation, we can't do anything in the core Java. Once you are not having awareness on object orientation, no core Java, nothing about this Java. Similarly, in a Spring framework, the core module is available in that way. If you want to create a bean object and if you want to execute our business logic, container is required. The containers concepts will be covered inside like what their core module. If no container, no Spring framework. No container, no Spring framework. Answer my point here now. So because of that reason, core module is very important for us. Next one, after completion of this core module, we are going to start with what there Spring DAO JDBC module. DAO or JDBC, both are same here. DAO module is very small module only, but afterwards we will plan for what there JDBC module. All right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this JDBC module? Simple. For the sake of your awareness, I am talking there. Guys, can you tell me what steps we required to prepare JDBC program, normal JDBC program? What are the various steps we required to prepare normal JDBC programs? Can you tell me? First of all, load and register driver. Then what next one there? Establish connection. Then after that, after establish the connection, then what next one there? Create a statement or prepare a statement or a callable statement. Then after that, write and execute SQL queries. Then after that, what next one there? Close the resources here. Am I right or not? Right, sir. Now here, these many steps here we have to write. So this is somewhat like what there boilerplate code. In every JDBC program, the same steps we have to repeat. So we can say that what there, then boilerplate code, some duplicate code every time now. But if you use the Spring JDBC module, no need to write all these things, directly only one step. Write and execute SQL queries. Only one method where we can write that SQL query, finish. The query is going to be executed. Understand it clearly. So the JDBC module is available. Very good advantages here we are able to get. Whatever the work, whatever the concepts we are able to learn in normal JDBC, all the concepts we are going to understand in a Spring JDBC module in a very simplified manner. In very simplified manner, we are able to understand, we are able to perform all JDBC operations. What we have seen in normal JDBC, everything we are going to see inside what there, that is Spring JDBC. Support is available, but in a simplified manner. Observe carefully. Leave this one. Then after that, after completion of this, there we are going to understand like what there Spring AOP module, aspect oriented programming, aspect orientation. All right, sir. In the core Java introduction part, given the intention of this aspect orientation, like unstructured programming languages, structured programming languages, object oriented programming languages. Then after that, I have discussed about like what I discussed there, no, aspect oriented programming languages. That part I have discussed here. There I given some kind of introductory part for that. If you remember that, it's okay, fine, no problem. But no issues. That AOP, aspect oriented programming, is very much effective in the case of the Spring framework. Say for example, simple examples I'm telling to you how this AOP is going to be available, how it able to provide some services for us. No, try to understand it. Ken. Simple understanding, simple logic I'm telling to you. Try to understand it now. Say for example, I have a bank application. Listen, all of you listen carefully. A bank application. Okay. Previously, I given a check, some post-dated check or maybe pre-dated check, whatever it may be, some check I've given to some customer, some person in outside. I given my check to somebody else. Then he dropped the check into the bank. Now the bank people wants to perform some transaction over the check. Then immediately what bank people are doing for us now? I have an account. In my account, maybe some 10 lakhs rupees is available. 5 lakhs check I have given to somebody else. Now he dropped the check in the bank now. He want to take that amount. He dropped that might be check in the account in the bank now. Then the check is coming for clearance to a particular bank. Then immediately what bank people are going to do? They have to do transaction or not? Then what is the amount? 5 lakhs amount. They have to do transaction. Means that they have to debit 5 lakhs rupees from my account. They have to credit that 5 lakhs rupees to what their customer account. Got it or not? This is what the bank people have to do now. Now immediately understand this. The date of clearance for the check is what there today. The date of clearing the check is what there today, for example. Then when the check is coming today, immediately that bank people will give a notification to me. What is that notification? There no one particular check, the check number is like this, is coming for clearance. Try to maintain the proper balance in our account. In the case if balance is not available in the account, what is going to be happen? The check bounce is going to be happen or not? It's the case actually. Understand my point now? So here I have to maintain the proper balance. Immediately bank people will send a notification for us. Today a check is coming for clearance, or maybe today or tomorrow we are going to process the check. Please try to maintain the required amount in our account. Bank people are giving this notification to me, either through text message or through mail or maybe a call. Okay, I maintain the proper amount. That's okay. When they got confirmation I have the proper amount, immediately our bank people and will clear the check, will perform the required transaction. Okay, transaction is completed. When transaction is completed, then immediately what I'm able to get now? I'm able to get again a notification or not? Again, we're able to get some notification or not? Answer my point clearly. So when I got a notification, how that notification is coming there? So some amount is debited from our account because of clearing the check, and its number is like this, some check number. Some amount is debited from our account for the sake of processing this particular check. There we are getting some notification. Here overall 3 activities I'm telling there. When check is coming to the bank for clearance, no, bank people are giving intimation to me. Point number 1. Second one is what there, when I maintain the proper balance, no, actual transaction is performed. Transaction is gone, completed. Number 3, after the transaction, about the amount debiting operation, I'm getting another notification. Got it or not? So now out of these 3 things, now tell me where actual business logic is going on. Out of these 3 things, no, 3 activities, no, giving notification about the check clearance. Second one is to perform the transaction, debit some 5 lakh rupees from my account, no. Third one is like what there, giving information, giving notification about the amount debit. Out of these 3 activities, no, where actual business logic is going on. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Answer my point, guys. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Then first one and last one are what they're just giving notifications. It's not the part of business logic. Our actual business logic is what they're debiting some amount. Got it or not? Okay. But before debit amount, some activity we performed. After debit amount, some activity we performed here. I get my point or not? So to perform some activity before the business method execution, After the business method execution, we need some environment. That environment could be provided by what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming, in the form of some advices, before advice, after advice, something is available there. Around advice is available to do some activity before the business method execution, to do some other activity after the business method execution. So something is going to be utilized there. The something is provided by what there? AOP module, aspect oriented programming. This is one simple example here I'm telling to you now. Like this, so many examples are available. Say for example, in my enterprise application, some logging support I required. Logging. What is the meaning of this logging there? Of course, then I forgot to specify that point here. Along with this web services here, along with all these things, the programming I'm going to prepare like with what there? Maven. So far we are not aware about this Maven, but application development is going on completely with Maven. One or two applications without Maven I can prepare. I will show without Maven what work we have to do. And then after completion of the basic programming, then I will start Maven. Then I will discuss about Maven. Then through Maven we are going to understand the remaining part here, the remaining course here. 95 to 97% of the course is going on with Maven only. Without Maven, we are not going to prepare the applications now. This is required. Next one is like what there? Log4j. I need to prepare Log4j. For the sake of logging purpose, I'm going to discuss these two. So with these two, I'm going to prepare the applications here now as a part of the syllabus only. Right. Now let's move on to the point here. One more example here I'm telling there. My enterprise application required what there? Logging service. Logging service is required. What's the meaning of this logging service? No. What's the meaning of this logging service here? Say for example, logs generation, you might be aware about it. Or simple examples I'm telling to you. If we go for server side applications, I think might be you aware about WebLogic server. At morning 7 o'clock I shown some examples there. WebLogic server, JNDI, data source, and WebLogic server. When I start WebLogic server, when a command prompt is opened, server prompt, server console, here in the server prompt, some text data is displaying continuously. At least you might be recognized. Server state is changed to running mode, something else you are getting that messages now. What are these messages actually? All these are logs only, logs of the server. Logs of the server. Okay, even forget this one. If you go for any normal organizations, say for example, Durga Soft, best example I'm telling them. Durga Soft has some employees now. Durga Soft has some employees. What they are doing there? Maybe shifts wise, some employees are coming there. 7 to 2, one shift. 2 to 9 is another shift. For example, when an employee is coming inside the Durga Soft front office, no, then immediately, what is the first work my employees are doing there? At the entry level, there is a logbook. In that logbook, they have to enter startup time, start time. They have to give a signature. Then they have to write the time and they have to give a signature. When their shift is completed, then what they have to do? Log out to time, log in time, log out to time. Immediately they have to give some information or not. So that is what their logbook. In that logbook, logs are going to be entered. Similarly, we can apply the same thing even for servers also. When we start the server, immediately server has to provide server startup in this particular minutes of time. There is a log on the server console. When I shut down the server, immediately there is a message, no, server shut down in this particular time. Okay, I started the server. I deploy my web application there into the server. So application is deployed in this particular time. When I undeploy the application, again, we have a message. This application is undeployed in this particular time. I submitted some request to my application there. Then request is coming in this particular time from the user. When a response is generated in this particular time. So they're nothing but what they're logs. So the process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. The process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. To maintain that logs, to manage that logging, we need to go for one service. That service is nothing but what they're logging service. To inject this logging service in my enterprise application, we required some approach, especially in Spring Framework, one approach is required to inject this logging service into my application. There we have to go for like what there? Aspect orientation. Now here logging is an aspect. That aspect we are going to be injected into our enterprise application, where we are going to do with what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming. Not only that, number of services are available outside. Logging service, maybe security service, transaction service, Maybe so many services are available, middleware services, no. All these middleware services, if you want to integrate with our enterprise application, where AOP model is providing very good support for us. That's one thing here we have to understand them. Nice. Then after that, after completion of this AOP module, there we are going to understand like what there, Spring transaction module. What the next one, Spring transaction module. Observe carefully. For the sake of transactions, guys, so many things are available. First of all, we have to understand what is a transaction. After understanding the transaction, what exactly the asset properties of the transactions. Asset properties are available: atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Then we're out of all these things. The main important one is what there, atomicity. How to achieve this atomicity? How to achieve like what there? What next one? No, isolation. Some isolation levels are available. Answer my point, then after that, some attributes are available. Some attribute behaviors are available. So all these concepts we are going to be implemented in our applications, in our enterprise applications. So to provide some support for the transactions in our enterprise applications, there we have to go for like what there, Spring transactions module. That Spring transaction module is providing the complete support for what there, transactions, that we are going to understand anyway. Right, sir? Then in the transaction module, we are going to understand the content here. Then after that, after completion of these transactions, after completion of these transactions, the next one is like what I'm telling there. I'll go for like what there, Spring ORM. Spring ORM, object relational mapping. It's like what there, integration of Hibernate. Integration of what there, Hibernate. Okay, see, understand it clearly. I think some of you are not aware even that ORM. Don't worry, I'll explain clearly to you. It's somewhat related with Hibernate, but I'll give some basic content here. Try to understand it now. Listen, all of you listen carefully. To interact with the database from Java application, what technology we have to use as of now, as per your knowledge? To interact with the database from Java application, what we have to use? Come on, JDBC we have to use. Of course, the JDBC may be plain JDBC or Spring JDBC, that doesn't matter. JDBC we are going to use. Right. In the basic JDBC, in the plain JDBC, 5 to 6 steps we are using. Out of all the steps now, to perform database operations, what step we require now? Tell me. To perform database operations, what step here we have to perform? Write and execute SQL queries. Am I right or not? To write and execute SQL queries, how many methods we are using there now? Tell me. Right, sir. To write and execute SQL queries, overall, how many methods here we are using? 3 methods here we are using. Am I right or not? What are the 3 methods here we are using there? Execute query method, execute update method, and execute method. These 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Okay, good. Execute query, execute update, and execute method. 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Nice. If you take any of these methods, of course, you know, execute query method is for select SQL query. Execute update method is for what there? Non-select SQL queries. Execute method is for the sake of what there? Both the types of SQL queries. Already you are aware about it clearly. But even if we take any of the method, there we have to write SQL queries or not? Select the star from EMP1. Update SQL query. Delete SQL query. Drop SQL query. Create SQL query. Select SQL query. In all 3 methods, we have to write SQL queries or not? If you want to write SQL queries in a JDBC program, you should know, you must have knowledge on Oracle database or not? We must have knowledge on SQL or not? So that is the JDBC environment. So final point is what there? If you want to work with JDBC, you must know SQL queries. So you must have SQL knowledge. Is it possible to prepare JDBC application without having SQL knowledge? No. Basically, we have to write SQL queries or not. So you must have SQL knowledge. Got my point or not? But here my point is what there? I want to interact with the database and I want to perform all my database operations without using even a single SQL query. Without having any knowledge on single SQL query, I want to interact with my database. I want to perform the required database operations. In a JDBC, execute query method with the select SQL query. Then only we are getting the data. Result set object is coming. From the result set object, we are reading the data by using while rs.next method, by using sys.out.println of rs.get xxx methods. Got it or not? But what is the alternative I'm expecting there? Basically, myself is a Java developer, but I don't have any knowledge on SQL. I don't know anything about SQL, but still I want to perform database operations now. Then in my alternative, what I want to do there, I want to prepare a Java bean object. Java bean class, Java bean object, I'm going to prepare employee bean. I'll create employee object. Inside this employee object, I will keep data, ENO, ENAME, ECL, EADER data. Directly, I'm going to store that employee object into the database table without writing any insert SQL query. Without writing any insert SQL, just I want to use a Java method. That method is what their save method or a persist method. Just by using save or persist method, entire object I want to insert into the database table. Not required to write any SQL query, not required to write any insert SQL query. Or else already table is available. Already we have what there, one record is available. Now I want to update the data. Take again Java bean object. Insert the Java bean object, provide primary key value. Along with this primary key value, provide that data, normal data. What new data we want to update there, provide the data. Provide the data. Then simply access update method. Simple access what method? Java method, update method. Even I'm not writing any update SQL query, just Java method, update method. To that update method, pass that object. Which object there? No, respective employee object. Automatically, updations have to be performed internally. I want to get an object. I want to get a particular record. That's my requirement here. In a plain JDBC, what we have to do there? Result set RS is equal to st.execute query of select a star from EMP1, where ENO is equal to 111. Lot of instruction we have tried. But in my alternative, what I want to do there, just I want to call only get method. Get off the respective class I'm going to provide. Get off employee dot class. Automatically record will be retrieved from the database. That record data will be stored in the form of a bean object. That bean object is available to my application. I'm going to get the data from bean object. I'm not going to use any SQL query, but without using SQL queries, I'm able to get the data. I'm able to insert the data. I'm able to perform all the database operations. And finally, I'm going to work with only Java bean objects. Now, this alternative, this one is exactly possible in the case of Hibernate. In the case of what there? Hibernate, it is possible. Without knowing SQL queries, without using SQL queries, we can interact with the database, we can perform database operations. That is the main advantage with what there? Hibernate. Yes, sir, got my point or not? Now, what Spring is doing there? Spring doesn't have its own persistence mechanism, but Spring is able to provide some environment to integrate what their Hibernate applications. We can prepare Hibernate logic separately. Spring application is available. That Spring Hibernate application logic I want to integrate into my what there Spring application. For that purpose, we require some environment. That environment is provided by whom there? ORM. Spring ORM. Object Relational Mapping. This is Hibernate. Hibernate is one implementation of the ORM. For ORM, so many implementations are available. That famous one and one of the implementation is what their Hibernate. That Hibernate we are going to integrate with our Spring application. For integration purpose, we need some environment. That environment is provided by what their Spring ORM module. Of course, that ORM implementation may be Hibernate. Not only Hibernate, IBATIS may be available and OpenJPA is available and JPA is available. Any technology we can use to prepare our database related application, then integrate that application with our Spring application. For that purpose, we are having what there? Spring ORM, Object Relational Mapping. Clear to all of you what I'm telling you? So this is another topic here we are going to understand. After completion of this, another one is like what there? After the Spring ORM. Next one is like what there? Spring Web module. Spring Web module. What is this web module actually? What is the purpose of this web module? Before that, now answer for it. In outside might be we are able to prepare web applications. Am I right or not? We are able to prepare what applications? Then web applications. Now tell me, by using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? No. By using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? Now tell me. As of now, here we are having the concepts like what there? Servlets and JS space. Am I right or not? As of now, we are having the concepts like what there? Servlets and JS space. Right, sir. Servlets and JS space. Here we are having the concepts now. All right. Listen careful. I think you are not aware about this. Now let me explain that. Sir, first of all of you are comfortable. All of you are following the statements what I am telling there. But I don't know the reason why some people are in the middle getting disturbance. They are getting disturbed and they're having unnecessarily some kind of discussions there. Then are my points are clear to all of you? Are you able to follow the concepts what I'm telling there? Straight coaching to all of you. What I'm doing now? Don't say teaching now, right? Anyway, it's a teaching only, right? What I'm doing there actually, what I'm explaining now? Spring, the total syllabus, what I'm going to be covered for you in the next duration, I'm talking there. Just one point about each and every module I'm telling to you. Say this type of introduction is important. Why? Because if anybody else in outside, they're asking to you, if they're asking to you, tell me something about Spring now, at least you can open your mouth, you can say, the Spring framework has these many modules, where the purpose of each and every module like this, at least we can give some kind of introduction. Understand my point? And moreover, my selfishness is what there at present in this today's class now, my selfishness is what there. I'm trying to say what I'm going to explain to you in the next upcoming days. Indirectly, I'm giving the information about like what the importance of the Spring framework. So then better to understand the points here. These points are very important. And one more point I want to clarify to you guys. In outside, maybe so many developers are available, so many students are available. So many students, they completed the total Java, complete Java, full stack Java, totally they completed. But the learning approaches are different from person to person. One category of persons, what they're able to do about their learning, no, they don't like these introductions, they don't like this theory, they don't like anything. Directly they want to go for program. Of course, some trainers are also available like that. Yes, their approach is like that. Trainer's approach may be anything, leave it. But student approach must be very important. One simple example I'm telling there. If trainer is not taking one day class, nothing is going to be happen for everybody. But trainer is taking the class, but student is not attending the class, definitely student is going to lose that. Identify that relation, what I'm telling there. Similarly, the learning process, if we come there, one category of students, they're getting boring by seeing that theory and all the concepts. So directly they want to go for what their program. Directly they want to go for program. They're trying to prepare the first program by hearting the syntaxes now. But it is not at all worthwhile. It is not at all worthwhile. If you go for interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interview will ask you why this concept is coming. What is the need of this particular topic? Already we have some existed system. Then what is the requirement to go for this new system? Already we have XML documents. What is the requirement to go for annotations? In this way, that interview is going to ask the question where we have to give answers now. If you are moving to the programming directly, you may not give answers for all these things. That is one category of people. And second category of people are available. What is the second category of people know? When they have the requirement, then they want to come to know about the each and every point here. In their company, when they want to go for Spring Boot, then they're trying to start a Spring Boot learning. They're not getting 100% knowledge. Without up to that time, they worked with the .NET project. All of a sudden, they have a requirement on Spring Boot. The company people have given information to him. Tomorrow onwards, we have to work with the Spring Boot. That persons are not taking any tensions in there. What they think there, that today night they are going to start to learn what the Spring Boot. They are going to start it now. They are going to work on it. But without knowing answers, without knowing anything about Spring, Advanced Java and Core Java. But there also be complete knowledge is not available. If any client is conducting some interview there, if that interviewer is asking some questions on Java, he unable to answer for that questions. Why? Because he had only Spring Boot knowledge, that too light knowledge. Understand my point? What I'm telling. But some other people are available. They're going to start any kind of technology right from pre-page onwards, first page onwards, other page onwards. They're going to start. Their intention is what? There everything they want to know. If A is depending on B, B is depending on C. Their approach is what? They're going to start from C. After completion of C, then they will come to B. After completion of this, then they will come to what? Their A. And these people are standard people. Once they completed their learning process, if they go for any company, they will give challenges to the requirements. Let my project manager to do any type of work. No issues for me. I can handle. This type of confidence level is going to be happen. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there? So here, my view is also be what there. My view is also be not in the first two cases. I want to make you to understand like what there, the third case. Understand my point, you know? So because of that reason only, we are going to discuss about all these points here now. Please try to recognize this. Don't be deviate from the concepts now. So the what exactly the points I'm telling there, overall view of the course I'm telling there. At least some information we are able to get in the first class now. That's why I'm talking about all these points. Okay, fine. Don't think much about it. When I'm going to complete these classes there, when I'm going to start Spring Boot and everything, I will take care about it. Understand it now. But anyway, then I have a clear-cut plan for your classes there. Maybe first weekend, maybe next tomorrow and day after may not go for this continuation of this. Monday onwards, I'm going to start again. The next upcoming weekends, we are planning to take long sessions. On a Spring framework, we are going to work on weekends, minimum 3 to 4 hours of time we are going to work. As early as possible, we are going to complete the Spring framework. Then after that, we'll go for what there, some other. Okay, forget about it now. But don't be deviate now. Try to understand something what I'm telling you now. Now let's understand this point clearly, all of you know. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare by using what there? Servlets and JSPs, guys. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity on this now? Yeah. Here I want to give one example to you. Now try to understand this example. I think at evening 6 o'clock, I have given the same example, but again, I'm telling the same example to you. Now try to understand it now. For example, in India, maybe at the south and at north, the two regions if we take, no, but I'm not partitioning like that, but example I'm taking, no, try to understand it. If we go for any marriage occasions at south, then food items are very good, right? Then what food items we used to take, no? Example I'm telling to you. What food items we used to take, no? Definitely right from, what's that? Lemon rice onwards, maybe veg biryani. Next one is what there? And pappu, right? Dal, sambar, right? These are main items. Am I right or not? If you take exactly the same thing, if you take it north side, what is going to be happen there? Rotis, naans, salads. As per their locality, their food items now. They're also be good. Assume the situation I'm telling to you guys. Understand it now. For example, listen carefully. I have some catering service. Not only catering service, no. For example, I have a company, food preparation and as well as catering. That services we are providing for marriage occasions. Then we have a team of 10 members or 15 members. Then we used to attend for what their marriages occasions where we are serving the food. Then we have some kind of catering service now. Got it or not? So unfortunately, we have a client, very good client, and they had some marriage occasion in their home. They are giving that catering, the total catering support to us. Then what we have to do? That cooking masters are available with me. One day before or 2 days before, we have to go there. We have to set at that environment. There we have to prepare the food. It's a North Indian marriage actually. North Indian marriage. There we have to serve the food. That's the requirement. Observe carefully. What they are given order to us. What they are given order to us. Please all of you listen carefully. What they are given order to us. So many delegates are coming to this marriage occasion. The crowd will be very more. So here, 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. Chapatis only. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. It's a large quantity. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. That's a task we are having. It's a big task. Here, two cases I'm telling there. Case number one. Listen carefully. We don't have any machinery. Just only we have manpower. Maybe 20 members people I can get. What these 20 members are, they have to do right from one day before onwards. They have to go to the customer's home. There we have to take some room, cooking room. There we have to start preparing the chapatis or not. First of all, raw chapati we have to prepare or not. Then we have to prepare the chapatis or not. Then what we require the raw items, no. Maybe at one side the powder is required. Chapati powder is required. At some other side, what there no some plates we required for preparing chapati. Some kind of sticks we required. Some kind of oil we required. Some type of water is required. All items here we have to gather or not. That all items are available with each and every cooking master or not. Then along with that master, these items are available. They're manually preparing the chapatis now. How many chapatis they have to prepare there? 50,000 chapatis they have to prepare. 3 days before they have to start preparing these chapatis now. Continuously, every day 24 hours. Every day 24 hours. 3 days of time they have to work. Then only they are able to get like what there? 50,000 raw chapatis. How many days we have to work there? 3 days of time we have to work. 20 members nearly 20 members and 20 slots they have created there. Then each slot contains like what there? One master, 24/7, 3 days of time they have to work, or maybe 5 days of time they have to work. Then only the raw chapatis we are able to get nearly 50,000. 5 days of time they have to work. 20 members team. This is a work, guys. This is one approach. Finally, the marriage date was there. Then occasion is going on. 50,000 or maybe 25,000 delegates are coming. Each delegate contains is required like what the two chapatis. Along with the chapati might be some salads or maybe some kind of curry preparation and everything. It's so going on. So finally we serve all 50,000 members. It's okay, well and good. Services are very good. Then fine, finished. That occasion is finished. We got the required amount of money from the respective. Even some appreciation also we are getting. That's okay, good, nice, clear. Up to that. Now tell me, what is my total productivity? How many days of time we worked for that particular occasion? 5 days of time we worked there. 5 days of time, 20 members. As the manager of this catering service, every day salary I have to give for all 20 members or not? Per day, for one master, nearly 5,000 rupees I have to give. How many days? No, 5 days. Each day 20 members. 20 members and 5,000 in the sense 1 lakh rupee. 5 days, 5 lakh rupees for only cooking masters. Then for other expenditure is going to be available there. Anyway, then its overall cost is 10 lakhs rupees for me. Then I got the contract is what there 15 lakhs from the occasion. 10 lakhs I invested and 5 lakhs is the profit. That's okay. Good, nice. Understand? Productivity I'm telling there. How much time, then how much effort, how much money. That is called as productivity. Leave it. This is case number one. Again, I'm telling there in case number one, you have to take the responsibility. As a master, we have to take the responsibility. First, you have to prepare that powder with oil or some water. We have to prepare a paste. Then divide that paste into the small like what there, small nuggets. Then the nuggets we have to go for like what there. We have to get like what there, chapatis. Everything we have to do. As a master, I have to do everything. Am I right or not? Sir, all of you are following or not? Case number two, I'm talking now. Nowadays, chapati prepared missions, chapati preparation missions are available. In outside might be some missions are available. Am I right or not? Some missions are available. In that missions, what we have to do there? Just we have to keep that mission, then attach some power sockets. Then inside this mission, just give maybe 10 kgs of chapati powder, and give might be then 1 bucket of water, required amount of oil. Everything just we can pour. That's it. It's a matter of 5 minutes. Then switch on that mission. What that mission is doing there? No. It is preparing that paste. It is dividing that paste into the number of equal parts, and it is preparing chapatis there. Per 1 hour, for 1 hour, it is preparing 1,000 chapatis. Like this, 10 missions I will take. Now tell me, within how many days we are able to prepare 50,000 chapatis there? Within 1 day we can prepare or not? Within single day, 1 day, 50,000 chapatis we are able to prepare or not? Even they are not raw chapatis now. Then final product we are getting directly after having some, what I'm telling there, the final product we are getting directly, they're ready to serve. That product is ready to serve. First of all, in the first case, we have to prepare raw chapatis. Then after that, we have to make it is what their final product. Then that final product we have to serve. There again, lot of work. But in the chapati machine, directly raw final product we are getting. That final product we are going to serve to the respective delegates. Now, in this case, how many days of work we have to work there? One time. 1 day of work we have to do. How much manpower we require? 2 to 3 members. Not we don't require 20 members there. 2 to 3 members are sufficient. But power socket is required, power support is required. That's finished. Automatically, we are able to get what there? The chapatis, 50,000 chapatis in 1 day effort. We are able to get it. Now tell me, guys, all of you now tell me, as a manager of that catering service, no, 15 lakhs is the contract for me. Out of this 15 lakhs, how much investment I'm going to put with these missions? No, missions are my own missions only. Missions are my own missions only. No need to give even rent. Even if we give rent, no, each mission per day maybe 1,000 rupees. 5 missions, for example, 5,000 rupees. Finish. 2 to 3 members labor work, maybe labors in the sense like what their manpower. 2 to 3 members, no. Then it's more than less than 25,000 or not. But where 5 lakhs rupees, but here 25,000. Out of this 15 lakhs contract, no, less than 1 lakh is an investment. Then remaining 14 lakhs are remaining or not? Is a profit or not? Observe carefully. Then which case is a benefit for the catering service people? Which case? Second case or first case? No. Second case here. Got it or not? First case is totally everything that caterers have to be prepared. Second case, missions we are using there. Through that missions, we are simplifying our work. Am I right or not? Right. The first case is without framework preparing an enterprise application. Second case is preparing enterprise application with a framework. Understand my point here? First case is what there? No framework support. Directly we are preparing application with our own hands, everything. That's only by using servlets and JSPs we are preparing that. But second case is what there? Servlets and JSPs we are using, but with a machinery we are using that. That machine is nothing but what their framework. That machine is what their framework. Understand it clearly. With the framework, if you prepare the application, no, within 1 day we are able to finish your entire enterprise application. But manually, if we do that without using frameworks, no, there it may take like how much time, you know, maybe 5 days of time it is taking there. More time, more development time. But here less development time. More development time in the sense more development cost. But here less development time in the sense less development cost. Here more time, same result. Less time, same result. Now tell me where productivity will be more. First case or second case now? Second case. In the second case only productivity will be more. Understand my point here? Productivity in the sense what there? Less time, more result. Less time, more product. There is nothing but what their productivity. Productivity will be very good in the case of what their second case with the frameworks. Because of this reason only, nowadays every company is trying to use frameworks. Now tell me, if you are using frameworks, no, companies are getting benefit or not? If you are not using frameworks, no, companies are losing their profits or not? Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very much famous in outside. As part of that only Struts framework is available previously. As part of that only JSF is available previously. As part of that only nowadays Spring framework is available. Or maybe Spring Boot or microservices, whatever it may be. All these are because of improving productivity only. Moreover, one more example I'm telling you. Try to understand it now. One human being is preparing all the chapatis now. That master, that cooking master is preparing chapatis now. How many masters are working together to get that 50,000 chapatis? No, 20 masters they have worked there. Am I right or not? Now tell me. You only tell me, guys. Observe carefully. Do you have any guarantee all masters are preparing the chapatis with the same size, with equal size? Do you get any guarantee? Will you give any guarantee? Where accuracy of the application development is reduced or not? Application is not coming in the form of accuracy or not? No accuracy is available or not? All chapatis are not at all equal. Definitely some sizes point of view differentiation is available. Am I right or not? Work performance is not good. Am I right or not? But if you use mission, no, then mission is nothing but one program, right? Then it able to divide the total chapati paste into the equal parts or not? Then here there is a guarantee for every chapati it must be in a equal size or not? Come on guys, you have to understand this point. So here performance is very good, accuracy is also be very good. Am I right or not? Similarly, without using frameworks, if we prepare the application, where accuracy of the implementation is not good. But if we use frameworks to prepare the application, where accuracy is very, very simple or not. Accuracy is very good or not. Accuracy of the application, or maybe productivity of the application, or performance of the application will be very good or not. Here in a standard approach, we are getting all the products or not. But here there is no standardization for it. Understand it clearly. So because of that reason, always we will use, or we will go work with what their frameworks. Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very good demand. All right, sir. All of you understand it clearly. This is a simple example I'm telling to you. After this, whenever we are getting these frameworks now, so many frameworks are available, like Struts is available, JSF is available. These two are for preparing web applications, for example. Okay, fine. One developer has prepared one application by using Struts framework. Another developer is preparing Spring application. In a Spring application, I required these struts. In a Spring application, I required what their struts application. I required the struts application inside my Spring application. I want to integrate that struts application with my Spring application. To integrate struts application with the Spring application, to integrate struts application with the Spring application, Spring framework has provided some environment. That environment is nothing but what their web module. Spring Web module is providing an environment to integrate struts application with the Spring application. Spring Web module is providing environment to integrate JSF application with what there, with the struts application. I'll show. Then by the time you may not aware about the struts and JSF, no, but don't worry. I will give the basic information of struts framework, how to prepare struts application, then how to integrate the struts application with the Spring application. We are going to understand that point clearly. But before that, understand it, no, struts, JSF, all these are MVC based frameworks. All these are what they're MVC based frameworks, model view controller based frameworks. That applications which are prepared on struts and JSF are integrated with the Spring framework just by using what there Spring Web module. Spring Web module here we are able to get clearly. Right, sir. Understand it now. After that, all of you listen carefully. The next module is what there Spring MVC module is available. Listen carefully. All of you listen carefully. Web application we prepared by using struts means that MVC framework. That application is available. We want to integrate that application with the Spring application. Spring Web module here we are using. Got it or not? But what Spring is providing now, to prepare MVC based application, first we have used struts. We prepared application separately with the struts that we are integrating with the Spring framework. Instead of doing that work, Spring framework itself is having its own framework on the base of MVC. That framework is what there Spring Web MVC. Spring MVC module, that is what there Web MVC. That is in which way struts is available outside to prepare web application. In the same way, Spring has its own MVC framework to prepare web applications in a simplified manner that we are able to prepare directly without integrating other technology product into our Spring framework. Directly we can prepare MVC based web applications by using Spring provided MVC framework. So further purpose we have to go for like what there Spring Web MVC module. Directly we have to go for what there Spring Web MVC module. This we are going to understand clearly. First of all, we are into integrate struts application with the Spring application, JSF application with the Spring application that I can show. After that, how to prepare our own web applications by using Spring own MVC. By using Spring own MVC, how we are able to prepare web application, that we are going to show clearly. That is another part here we can understand now. Next one is after completion of this, another content is like what there Spring security. Security in our web applications. How we are able to provide security for our web applications. So in a Spring, basic Spring security in the sense like what there, just we can understand it is like what there, authentication and authorization services. Authentication and authorization services only up to this part only. Here we are going to see in case of like what there in a basic Spring, in a Spring security, authentication and authorization services only, we are able to understand max. All of you are getting it or not? So these are the various modules. This is the content here we are going to understand inside like what there Spring framework, not more than this. But the security Spring security here we are discussing at one level. In Spring Boot, again, security module is available. There we are going to discuss some advanced security techniques. Read my point or not? Then OAuth, like this, some other technologies are available there, security related things, no? That I'm going to use in Spring Boot. But here basic security only here we are going to use. What Spring Framework is providing security, up to that we are going to use that. But in Spring Framework, in a Spring Boot, we are going to use some other advanced level of securities for us. But as of now, in a Spring Framework, these many things here we are going to understand. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Out of all these things, what dependency level is available? Introduction anyway. No need to have any knowledge on programming. Leave it. Steps to prepare first Spring applications also be okay. But if you want to go for this core module, there we required core Java knowledge. Core Java knowledge, complete knowledge is required. Okay, fine. Spring DAO JDBC, if you observe this, there we required JDBC knowledge. In advanced Java, JDBC is available, the JDBC knowledge is required. Next one is if you want to go for Spring AOP module, again here what is required, what knowledge is required here, we need to have core Java knowledge. Definitely here we required what there, core Java knowledge is required. Observe carefully. Now here if you want to go for Spring transactions, no, what knowledge is required here? No, core Java knowledge is required, JDBC knowledge is required, maybe some extra, some other. But when we go for the Spring ORM module there, ORM module where definitely core Java, next one is what there, JDBC, and what next one get little bit. That idea is on what there, Hibernate is required, especially Hibernate knowledge is required. Hibernate knowledge in the sense definitely core knowledge is required. Core Java and as well as like what there, Hibernate knowledge is required. Web module, if you want to go for this web module, then what is required here? Struts awareness and JSF awareness is required. Don't worry, I will discuss about the struts and JSF basic programming. I will discuss. I'll show how to integrate these two applications with the Spring framework that we are going to understand. Next one is when we go for this one here, MVC module here, there we require directly servlets, JSPs. Then what next one here? Better if you are having struts and JSF, better. Knowledge is not mandatory but required. If you know, then it will be very good. Then security model, if you want to observe this security model, there we required servlets and JSPs we required. And the Spring, remaining part of the Spring, that's also required here. Observe carefully. After completion of the core module, in every module, core module is required. Core module is required. Without core module, we can't do anything. Answer my point, guys. What I'm telling you now. So, introduction part, steps to prepare a Spring application, core module, JDBC module, AOP module, or maybe up to transaction module. Up to completion of this one, core Java and JDBC, the knowledge is sufficient. But when we go for ORM, Hibernate is required. Meanwhile, we are going to complete. We are going to enter into the Hibernate at 7 o'clock there. The moment when we come this, where some basic programming we are able to see, unlike what there on this content. Then after that, web module, where I will talk about struts and JSF. No need to join for any other courses there, like struts and JSF, no, but they are totally outdated. But still, I will give basic programming approach. Then I will start integrating that struts and JSF applications with what there Spring applications. I'm able to show that clearly. I had very good knowledge on the struts and JSF previously, but nowadays nobody is using that. That's why even I'm not teaching that content there. Okay. Then after that, this MVC module we are going to say effectively. More content we are going to discuss there. So there we are going to understand the content here. Anyway, this is my total content here we are able to use clearly. Right, sir. Just examples I'm telling there, that means web module in the sense any web framework applications we can integrate, sir. Any web framework, web application framework we can integrate with Spring by using web module. Where examples I have taken struts and JSF. If we have any other web framework there that we can integrate with the Spring application through web module. But examples I'm taking the struts and JSF. These two are the majorly used frameworks for web application development. Okay, clear. Once if we complete this part, then I'll go for Spring Boot and microservices content. Yes, guys, all of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Then apart from this, do you require any other concepts here? Do you require any other concepts there? No, apart from this. Like anyway, then if you come for the services, no, regular things here we are going to provide. What services here we are going to provide there? Every class is being recorded. Then recording videos will be provided. Classroom applications and classroom notes. Classroom notes is very, very important. Clear cut document I will provide there. So I will give that access of it. Anyway, I need to prepare the link. Then tomorrow, that means in the next class, I will give the link to access these notes also. No need to worry for it. Then after that, after completion of this, what else required here? No. Then anyway, deep concepts we are going to discuss. Definitely deeper and deeper knowledge here we are going to provide. Understand it clearly. No. Then what version of the Spring we are going to use there? At basic level, Spring 5.x version. Directly, I'm going to use what there? Spring 5.x version. It is going on there. Spring Boot. Which version of the Spring Boot we are going to discuss there? Observe carefully. In a Spring Boot, recent version is what the 3.x version. 3.0 version is available. But I will start programming with the 2.x version. After that, we will go for what the 3.x version applications. But fortunate or unfortunate, but the problem is what? Spring 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. Spring Boot 3.x version, Spring Boot 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. If you're attending my core Java classes, obviously we are able to get that awareness. Why? Because I'm going to talk about Java 19 up to Java 19. So by the time of Spring Boot, we are able to have awareness on it. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there? But other members, we have to check the possibility. But you have to update up to what there? Java 17 version, where records topic is available that we are going to use in Spring Boot 3.x version. Java 17 knowledge is required. So then it may take some time here, but not immediately. The moment when I'm going to start a Spring Boot, there I'm giving clarity. No, right, sir? Then people are asking to me, videos are permanent. Then what I have to give answer there? Up to 1 year of time, access is okay. More than 1 year also we are able to provide, but after more than 1 year, I don't know how much time it's going to be available. But up to 1 year, definitely damn sure that service will be available for you. After 1 year also they are going to be available. Why? Because my office people are not to remember this kind of activities. So don't worry. After 1 year of time, we have to delete videos, we have to terminate that access. No, our office people don't know about it. Max up to know they prepared the videos, they created the drives, and they forgotten about the drivers also. Up to 1 year of time, it's available, guaranteed one. After 1 year of time also, it's available. But how much time they are going to be available, but we don't know for that. But more than 1 year, we are able to get access. Right, sir. Anything else about from this? Right, sir. Then apart from this, right, sir. That's okay. Then tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we don't have any class for this Spring framework. Next class will be on what? Monday. Next class will be on Monday. And one more thing I'm requesting to everybody. I think some offline students are attending in online. Please, I'm requesting to you at least Monday onwards, come to the offline classes. Those who are registered for offline, then come to the offline classes. This link on online link, demo link, maybe up to next 2 to 3 days of time only. After that, private links will come. That private links will be provided for what there? For online students there. But anyway, videos are available for everybody. But I'm requesting to everybody, those who are in offline, without depending on videos, at least come for the offline classes. If you come for offline classes, that will be more effective one when compared with your videos. Of course, videos are always available for you. I can give that video support to you. Don't worry for it. But the point is what there, better to attend for offline classes. At least I want to see your faces, those who are registered for offline. No. If you don't want to show your face to me, then it's okay. That depends on you. At least come here and show your face. No. 1 or 2 classes at least try to attend for it. Then after you can, depending on your what there video support. No, but I'm suggesting to you, even though I'm giving video support to you, then try to attend for the class. So if you don't want to attend for offline classes there, I may think about to provide video support. Now this time definitely people will come. Huh? Right, sir. So fee structures and everything, just you can contact with the admin people, guys, not related to me. Maybe our office numbers might be existed there. Just we can go for it. Right, sir. Anyway, then for offline people may leave for that. And today I wind up this session. And tomorrow and day of tomorrow not required to come for this. On Monday directly we have to come for these classes now. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll meet on Monday. Thank you. For online people, guys, just give a minute of time. I'll talk with you regarding this fee related things and all we are able to get. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. End of it. Hmm. Which version of WebLogic you are using? 12. Still you are getting it now. No such method error. Okay, okay, fine. 1 minute, 1 minute. There's a security problem basically, right? Open our JDBC program. Yeah, guys, 1 minute, 1 minute. Give a minute of time. Guys, I'll give some numbers to you. One minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. Those who are attending in online, I'll give some details to you. Wait a minute of time. No errors. It's okay, fine. Security problems, no? The security related thing, right? So then I'll check one time there. Then I had the same type of problem. Which version of Java we are using? Better to use 8 version. Java 8 version. That WebLogic server you installed with Java 8 or 18? No, no. 1.8 or 1.18? 8. 8 is okay. 1.8 is okay. Then here in our project, 19 we are using now. One time check with 8. I think so. This may not be the problem, but try to check one time there with 1.8. No, but let me check once. That problem is coming frequently anyway. Uh, Sir, guys, and use these numbers there for the sake of this payment process. No, some of you are sending messages to me. All right, sir. Then use this mail IDs and all those who are attending in online. Option these details here so that you can what I'm telling there. You can go for the payment mode and everything. I think some of you are sending messages to me. That's why I'm giving this option to you now, guys. Please try to check this and try to use this mail ID and this number, especially this number, guys. Our people will be in touch with you. Any of these numbers here we can use. That depends on your view. Yeah, Spring Cloud it will cover in the Spring Boot and microservices, guys. Definitely will cover that. Spring Boot microservices. Spring Cloud will cover in Spring Boot. Jayant. Okay, can I explain the schedule once more? 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10 o'clock, guys. 8:30 to 10, I'm taking the Spring class. 8:30 to 10, Spring Boot microservices. But 7 to 8:30, after a few days of time, Hibernate. Then what next one? There web services. They're the schedules. Okay, Shardul. Yeah, thank you, Jayant. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Prachi Singh use Zoom app. I think then when compared with the Zoom, then go to webinar is more comfortable, guys. The more security features are available. Tomorrow no class, guys, and tomorrow even core Java also be at night time. Today at night time core Java class at 9 to 10 remaining topics. No, tomorrow and day after tomorrow also be core Java classes will be at the night time only, not at the morning time. Okay, tomorrow no core Java class at 8:30. Core Java class is at what time there? 9 o'clock only. 9 to 10 I will take the sessions for core Java. Okay. Right, sir. I'm attending of advanced Java. This is Spring also covered, or should I separately pay? Exactly. So, Teja, the Spring course is totally different, and advanced Java course is totally different now. Yeah, please check it or off is there. Then they're able to give more clarity. Yeah, no 8:30, only 7 a.m. Yes, Agarwal, Jayant Agarwal, right. Tomorrow Spring class is not available, and Monday onwards Spring class I will take. Next class will be on Monday. Okay, fine. Okay, anything else? Yeah, Rakesh, at morning 7 o'clock it will be covered. Santosh not required to quit it. If you have any another company offer letter, then only we can quit. Unnecessarily don't come out from the offices now. If you have any another job with another company, then only we can think of the present job. Yeah, then Shabaz Hussain. Yes, it will take like that. Yes, exactly. Your thought is right. Yeah, sure. Jayant Agrawal, in the document I have given already that link to you. Open that core Java document, there you can see that link. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's all, guys. That's all for today. Then I'll meet on Monday directly. Yeah, I'll start advanced on new batch at evening time, guys, but not immediately. It may take some time. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Jalender 3, Jalender 3, definitely 3. We are going to take 3 months of time. Okay, minimum. That is minimum duration. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Then thanks a lot. Thank you for your support, and we'll meet on Monday. Monday we are going to discuss about it. Spring Boot and microservices. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll meet on like what there Monday, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. ఖర్చులు కావాలి కదా నీకు guys, please confirm to me, all of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you guys? Guys, please confirm to me, all of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you? Guys, please check it, all of you are getting my voice on screen. Yeah, nice. All right, good morning, guys. And just give clarity for me. How many of you are attending both the sessions like 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10? Almost all of you. Nice. And how many of you registered for Advanced Java not attending servlets and JSPs? Any of you are available here? Registered for Advanced Java but not attended for servlets and JSPs at morning 7 o'clock. Okay, fine. Right, I'll talk it separately. So people are taking advantages from videos actually. At least courses startup days also you have to come to. At least first 1 week of time. Then if you come at offline there, I can see how many members are coming there. Really, you are not aware about it. Almost all the registrations for this class, these frameworks, advanced Java with frameworks and basic pack, complete Java package and all, almost all, nearly more than 250 members. Maybe 60 or 70 members are sitting now in front of me. At least first 10 days of time, basic classes is a course start of Spring framework. If we come to the offline classes, no, then it will be good thing. Then for core Java evening, we made a call to the students, no. Then I got the responses what there. Completely we are depending on videos, or every day video is coming, so we are attending that through that videos, no. Maybe tomorrow or day of tomorrow for this batch also our admin people will call them why people are not attending there. No? Any other reasons? Any exams or kind of things? No. Any exams are going on for academic students? If they're academic students, they will not attend this 8:30 to 10 class. I'm sure about it. But still, see, then you are coming here for offline classes. But by thinking about your benefit, I'm giving that video support. But don't depend completely on that video support now. At least few days of time up to first application development. Come to the offline class. Those who are registered for offline class now. If you are in online, then no chances for you. Okay. Right, sir. Then my online people are giving suggestions now. Don't upload videos, sir, immediately. Right, sir. No, not like that. Then anyway, then once you are committed for the service, no, then max level we are trying to give that service there, but don't depending on it. Yeah, definitely we are going to upload the videos on time and everything. Going on, at least I want to see your faces now. How many of you registered for this course? Of course, whether you like to see my face or not is a secondary. I want to see your faces at least. All right, sir. Then why I'm talking about this? No, I think these statements are going to be recorded. When they see this video, maybe today or tomorrow, at least they'll realize no. So next 2 to 3 days of time, I will check it whether all members are coming or not. Otherwise, next 10 days of time, I will not upload videos. Not lately. I will not upload videos next to 10 days of classes. Sure. Today and tomorrow, I'm giving time there. Those who registered for offline classes, at least first 10 days of time, you have to come for offline. Otherwise, next 10 days of time. Even after 10 days of time also, if you are not coming there, I will think about your admission. Okay. Right, sir. Now let's come for the point here. Okay, fine. Now see this, then what we completed there in the last session, or exactly the content here we discussed it there in the last session. The topics are introduction classes only, just about to introduce the frameworks. What's the requirement of it? Then that part we started there. So we are going to understand effectively the content. Right, sir. Again, I'm telling to you before starting this course, in general, in outside, what content is getting very good demand in outside there, Spring Boot and microservices. That is very hot in outside market, hard cake. Even if you have Spring Boot microservices in your resume, then you'll be selected immediately. It's a matter of weeks of time, 1 or 2 weeks of time to get selected in a company. Damn sure. But again, I'm telling there, even I can start directly Spring Boot, but complete awareness you will not get. Because of that reason, I'm telling to you, even if anybody else in outside also saying that, why you're learning this entire Spring, better to go for Spring Boot microservices now. Don't fall with that particular statements now. So in a standard approach, I'm taking the classes to you. First, let me complete the total Spring. Then after that, I will go for what there Spring Boot and microservices. More clearly, I'm telling now, at the time of announcing these batches also, whether you recognize it or not, I did not announce the batch with the Spring Boot microservices. I announced the batch with what there Spring Boot microservices. So Spring is also a course. Then after that, Spring Boot. Next one is microservices now. So for your better understanding, for your completeness, for our complete clarity point of view, first we have to understand the total Spring framework. Of course, still some companies are using Spring framework before this Spring Boot. Without Spring Boot, only Spring framework is also be going on. But very good demand is going on for what there Spring Boot and microservices. I have to accept that. So because of that reason, first we have to understand complete Spring framework. Why? Because your status I know clearly. Just almost all we completed core Java. Next one is like what there advanced Java we completed JDBC. So let's we start it. Okay, that is your status now. Now with this knowledge, if I start directly Spring Boot microservices now, how can you understand the content here? Spring Boot is direct step. First application of the Spring Boot is nothing but Spring Web module. The first application of Spring Boot is what there Spring Web module. How can you understand it without having awareness on Spring Web module? So because of that reason, let me complete this Spring framework. Then after that, I'm telling to you Spring Boot and microservices. Why I'm telling this information there? You may get some misguidance from outside. Then to go for it, to don't go for that. That misguidance from outside now. So for that purpose, I'm giving some alertness to you. If anybody else in outside they are saying to you, don't learn a Spring framework, directly learn a Spring Boot and microservices. No, don't go with that statements. No, as I know the total process. See, for example, think a minute about it. Without Spring framework, if I start Spring Boot and microservices, no, I may complete my batch a bit earlier mode or not. I may start new batch there, right? If I start new batch, more money will come or not. But still, I'm thinking about Spring in the sense, understand it now. It's not in that like what there in a different way. Completeness. We need to get the total base. We need to get clearly. This is permanent solution. Please recognize this. What I'm telling to you. It is a permanent solution. It's not like temporary solution. It's a permanent solution for everybody. Once you complete these frameworks here, in the next 10 to 15 years of time, you should not look back. You have to complete this total part. So because of that reason, I'm taking in a standard way, but try to attend the classes properly, try to understand the content. And one more thing I'm telling to you, maximum students are attending servlets and JSPs and what there, this is frameworks concepts. Am I right or not? Maximum, majority of you are attending that. So your regular practice is very, very important. In core Java, you might be neglected the regular study. You okay up to core Java, it's okay, fine. It's worked out. Why? Because maybe after 1 week of time, even if you open the notebook, there we can see some content there we can understand at least some points here. But these concepts are not like that. Every concept is linked to concepts. Today, for example, if I discuss X now, tomorrow Y I'm going to discuss there. Definitely Y is depending on X. If you miss X, you will not understand Y. If you are not understanding X and Y, then there is no chance to understand Z. If you are not understanding Z now, better to stop these classes. That's enough. That's it. So because of that reason, regular study. Today, even the theory, blindly think of it. To prepare first Spring application, it may take minimum 10 days of time. Minimum 10 days of time it will take to start first Spring application. To type a program, a hello world program, if you want to show on my system there, 1 week to 10 days of time minimum it will take. So up to the time we have to understand theory only, complete theory. Why? Because we need to be get very much strong in the basics, foundation. After that we are going to see, without knowing what is the purpose of the framework, how can you understand Spring framework now? Why frameworks are coming into the picture? That question I'm having there. We need to answer for this question. That's why then first I'm going to give the step by step each and every point. Now you must aware about all the points clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, then I'll go for the content here. Now try to understand it clearly. Right, sir. That's fine. Now let's come on to the content, guys. What I'm telling to you. Can you tell us different technology which are trending and we should learn to become a successful software engineer? Right. Nice question. Anyway, I think all of you might be aware about it. But as for my concern, I'm telling to you, at present, the market is totally with what there, Spring Boot microservices. And if that profile, the Java developer having Spring Boot microservices, RESTful services, these three trending in outside. But to understand these three, under Spring, entire content is required, entire Java is required. Along with these three, if you have DevOps in our resume, Java developer with Java DevOps background, Java developer background with DevOps. If you have that in your resume, definitely you'll be very good resource in outside at present. Because of that reason only, in the full stack we included what there DevOps. DevOps in the sense Linux, AWS, and DevOps tools. These three things. Then you'll be very good resource in outside. Recognize this. If you're asking that, then I'm giving response for it now. Right. Now let's come for our content here. All of you know. Right, guys. Now Spring introduction part I've given. Introduction in the sense like what there, what I've given there. What exactly the content I'm going to be covered inside the Spring framework up to this point only here we discussed it there. Clear or not? That's okay, fine now. Then what are the various modules which are available there? First introduction is existed here. Introduction part here I discussed it there. Next one is the steps to prepare Spring application. After the steps to prepare Spring application, next one is a core module. For core module, what programming knowledge is required there? Core Java is sufficient. No need to get even JDBC also to understand this core module. This core module is mandatory even for what the Spring Boot. Mandatory. Next one is Spring DAO JDBC model. What is a prerequisite now? Core Java and JDBC. All right, sir. Next one is Spring AOP model. Core Java is sufficient. Core Java is sufficient, and a little bit about what there. Some real-time tools like what there, Log4j, this kind of things we required here. Okay, I'll discuss about it. No problem. Spring transactions, Core Java, JDBC. These things are required there. Next one is ORM, Hibernate is required. Web module, struts and JSF is required. All right, sir. Struts and JSF is required. Next one is a Spring Web MVC module. Servlets and JSP, struts JSF. Basically, struts and JSP is not mandatory. Servlets and JSPs are required. Spring is security. Servlets and JSPs are required here now. Right, sir. Anyway, now these are the various things here we have to understand clearly in our Spring framework. After that, after completion of these concepts, there I will start with what there Spring Boot, then microservices now. All right, sir. Now let's move on to the content, guys. All of you observe carefully. First of all, I'm telling to you, by using Spring framework, we are going to prepare enterprise applications. Of course, so many applications here we are able to prepare by using Spring framework. Of course, standalone applications we can prepare, database related applications we can prepare. Not only that, web applications we are able to prepare, distributed applications here we are able to prepare. So all the types of applications here we are able to prepare, but Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Now here I'm asking one simple question to all of you. Now try to answer for it. What is an enterprise? First of all, what is an enterprise? After that we will think about an enterprise application. First tell me, what is an enterprise? What exactly the meaning of an enterprise? It's a normal terminology, general terminology only, general awareness only, not like any too much technology. Before going to talk about an enterprise application, what is an enterprise? Simple, as per my awareness I'm giving there. Observe carefully. It is a group of organizations come under a single label. It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. This is called as like what there, an enterprise. A simple example I'm telling there. And one more point, it is a group of organizations that come under a single label where business is going on. Or else maybe instead of saying that a business going on, it is a business organization. It should be what there, a business organization. Don't say charitable trust is available. Don't say that is what there, an enterprise. Yes, sir. Are you getting my point or not? Okay, fine. What is an enterprise? It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. That's okay, straightforward point. Next one is, it's a business organization basically. It's a what there? Business organization, where business must be transferred. Business must be transformed. Business must be existed. I can take some examples now. Try to answer for it. For example, a roadside pachari shop is available. A roadside saloon shop is available. Can I say that saloon shop is an enterprise? There also be businesses going on. If you go there, maybe if you put some money, some services they're able to provide. There also be businesses going on. Money is transferred from one hand to another hand. Can I say it is an enterprise? No, leave it. That is low level. Middle range, I am telling there. Durga Software Solutions. Can I say it is an enterprise? Can I say is that Durga Soft is an enterprise? No. Still no. I cannot say it is an enterprise. No. Here also the business is going on. I'm not saying Durga Soft is a charitable trust. I'm not giving any overarching kind of statements. No. We are giving services, very good. No. Very good services to the students. Genuine service. No, it's not like that. Students are paying the money and Durga Soft is giving services. Definitely, we are not allowing any other student without payment. Do you think about it? Durga Soft is a charitable trust? Never. Don't think like that. Definitely business is going on. But still it is not an enterprise. Still it is not an enterprise. Right, sir. Next one is like what there? What is that another one here? For example, Reliance Group of Industries, Tata companies, Tata, the name Tata, Reliance Group of organizations. Nowadays maybe Adani Group of organizations. We can say all these are like what they are enterprises. Yes, sir. All of you get my point on. We can say all these are like what they are enterprises. Yes, what is the difference? Can know. Example. Of course, the Reliance people are nowadays starting their own saloon shops. I think already in Mumbai they were available. In Hyderabad maybe they just started. Reliance people have started their saloon shops. That's okay. But because of that reason, I'm not saying that Reliance is what there is an enterprise now. But I'll give some points here. If we take a Tata group of organizations, what we have there now, what exactly the sub companies are available inside this Tata under the label Tata, what are the various branches are available, what are the various verticals are available, can you tell me? Right from salt to steel, right from salt to steel, so many domains are available for Tata. Example, Tata Salt, Tata Insurance, Tata Steel, then Tata Mobiles maybe, communication, Docomo or something else no previously. Then apart from that, what next one can know? Apart from this, no, TCS, best example, Tata Consultancy Services, Software Wing, TCS. Like this, so many, yeah, best example is like what the nowadays, Tata Motors is available. Do you know the Tata group of industries, they have taken over one very good cars brand. What is that cars brand there? Jaguar, right? Jaguar or any other one? Jaguar. Then the Tata people have captured that. Understand it? Here? Okay, fine. Now, anyway, then like this, so many branches are available, but all these branches are running under a single label. So we can treat it is like what there as an enterprise. Leave this one. Reliance Group of Industries nowadays. What they're having there no Reliance Group of Industries, then what they're having there no there also be number of things, number of sectors, especially they're mainly they are in what their oil supply, right? Gas supply, Reliance Gas, that is one other one. Next one is what there apart from that, Geo Marts nowadays and communication Geo, right? Next one is what there Reliance Electronics. Am I right or not? Retail, right? Retail shops. Then apart from that, now they have taken steps in saloon shops also. Not only that, you are not aware about it, they are taking the steps in training institutes also. Really. But it was failure case for them previously, almost 5 to 6 years back, especially in Hyderabad, they want to capture that Chaitanya Educational Institutes and Narayana Educational Institutes. They want to take over them. But I don't know what happened there, but in the middle, that process was stopped. They want to be in a training part also. Understand it? So like this, number of things are available. They are under like what there a single label. So we can say it is what there an enterprise. So just this is a general as a awareness point on I'm telling there, not too much technical content here. What is an enterprise in the sense? These many things here we are able to get clearly. Right, so that's okay, fine. This is the meaning of like what there an enterprise. All of you are getting clarity. What is the meaning of an enterprise? Can know? All right, sir. Now tell me, Durgasoft is an enterprise or not? No, not at all. Durgasoft is not an enterprise. Why? Because Durgasoft is not having any other domain. Durgasoft is in what there a training and a little bit in development. That do previously. Now at present we are not maintaining any development center. Previously we have a development center at Madhapur. Now just we stopped it during this before this corona. Okay, now Durgasoft is purely on what there training only. For example, if Durgasoft is in construction field, if Durgasoft is in food delivery, food field, understand my point? If Durgasoft is in like what there's some insurance domain, if Durgasoft has some real estate, if multiple domains are available for Durgasoft, then we can say Durgasoft is what there an enterprise. Get my point or not? So Durga Soft is now, as of now, it is not like what there is an enterprise. Roadside saloon shop is also not an enterprise. Just it is a shop. Good. Then after that, what is an enterprise application? In general, I'm telling that the meaning now. Enterprise application. What is the meaning of it now? Right. So the name itself is giving suggestion for us. No. What is the meaning of an enterprise application? It is a software application. Enterprise is what there? It is a software application. It is a software application. Okay. It will simplify. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. All of you get my point on it. It is a software application. It will simplify the internal business processing of an enterprise, or internal or external, whatever it may be, related to that enterprise. The total business processing have to be simplified. For that, if you prepare any application, then that application is called as what there? An enterprise application. Everybody understand this point clearly? Okay, fine. Next one is, after that, how we are able to prepare this enterprise application. To prepare enterprise application as a developer, being the developer, what I have to do as a software engineer, what I have to do if I want to prepare any enterprise application. All right, understand this clearly. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide the following layers. We have to provide the following layers. What are the layers here we have to provide there? Actually, let me show one diagram, guys. Now try to understand this diagram. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide a set of layers. What layers? Mainly. Then one more thing I'm telling to you, this is a high level representation. High level layers only. High level, topmost layers only I'm talking there. But if we open any topmost layer, where again sub layers are available, I'm not moving to the total sub layers immediately, but topmost layer. What are the various topmost layers are available to prepare an enterprise application there? The first one is like what there? User interface layer. User interface layer. Of course, in other words, we can call it as like what there? Presentation layer. We may call it as like what there? Presentation layer. User interface layer, or we can call it as what there? Presentation layer. Next one, after that, business layer. In other words, first of all, business processing layer, or we may call it as like what there? Business layer. Next one, after that, data storage and access layer, or in other words, persistence layer. In other words, we can say it is what there? Persistence layer. Overall, these are the three layers which are available to prepare our enterprise applications. User interface layer or presentation layer, business processing layer or business layer, data storage and access layer or persistence layer. Right, sir. Let's understand this clearly. Yeah, maybe people are asking to me, sir, can you give an example of for an enterprise application? No, whatever the examples I said to you. For example, Reliance Group of Industries, they're having their own softwares. The software is nothing. Say, for example, a simple example, no need to think much about it. If you go for Reliance Fresh or maybe somewhere else, some supermarket, if you go there what we are doing now, just we have taken some items there where billing is going on or not. How that billing is going on there? Through software, or directly you want to give like go for like what there? Then paper receipts now. What we are able to get there? Then through software only we are paying the bill or not? It's also be the part of like what there? An enterprise application. Not only that, Say for example, I want to book a Tata car, Tata Harrier, for example. Now maybe in a Tata also be so many cars are available. Very good cars are available, right? I want to book a car. How we are doing that? Of course, we'll go to the Tata showroom. There we are going to select some car, maybe something else. But where your details and everything must be entered in that software or not? Customer details and everything will be entered in that software or not? That's also be what they're part of the enterprise application. Not only that. If you go for TCS, for example, TCS is an organization where internal softwares are working or not, internal softwares are running or not. For the sake of tracking our employees there, they require some internal software. It's also be the part of like what there, like an enterprise application there. Get my point or not? Like this, in every domain we can get like what there's some software. Nowadays everything is through softwares only. With respect to Tata, whatever the softwares they are using there, they are nothing but like what they're like an enterprise application. Of course, in a single enterprise a single application may be available or maybe multiple applications are available. Say for example, Tata Motors is available. It has its own application. Tata Insurance is available. It has its own application. The domain has its own application. Am I right or not? But altogether we can say an enterprise application or individually each and every one is treated as what there an enterprise application. Finally, applications are prepared for what there an enterprise. That's a simple example here I'm telling to you, right? Of course, might be Flipkart and e-commerce applications there. Amazon or Flipkart, so many applications are available. Not only this, right? Now let's come for the points here now. Next one is after that user interface layer or presentation layer or business processing layer or business layer or data storage layer or what next one here no persistence layer. These are the various layers which are available in an enterprise application. If we want to prepare an enterprise application, what layers here we have to provide in the sense these are the various layers here we have to provide. That's okay, fine. Now first let's understand the first one is like what there user interface layer, user interface layer or presentation layer, right sir. What exactly the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the need of it? Why we need to go for this user interface layer? That part here we have to understand. Let's say this one, the very first point here I'm telling to you, all of you observe carefully. What is the purpose of this user interface layer? The very first one is what there, it will provide starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. Understand this point here? It will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. What's the meaning of it? No, say for example, simple example, flipkart.com. Just on the browser, what we are going to type there, www.flipkart.com. Then what we are getting, sir? Home page of the flipkart.com here we are getting or not? That means that what is the meaning of it? No, that is user interface or not? Where indexes are available or not? All items are listed or not? All categories are listed or not? That is nothing but what there a look and feel. That is nothing but what there an user interface. That is the first point for the user to interact with our application or not. Leave it. www.gmail.com. What we are getting, sir? Immediately login page you are getting or not? That login page is nothing but what there user interface or not? Observe carefully. So definitely it will provide what there starting point for the user or entry point for the user to interact with our what there an application. So that's why that user interface is mandatory. Understand my point here? Is it possible to check our authentication without having login page? No. Without having username, password fields, text fields, and labels, without having that, is it possible to check my authentication? Not possible. Definitely we require that user interface or not. So that is the reason why it will provide a starting point for the users in order to interact with the application. That's point number one. Next, another one. It will improve look and feel. It will improve what there? Look and feel to the enterprise applications. It will provide look and feel to the enterprise application. Now, what is the meaning of it here? For example, guys, observe carefully. I want to book a car. I may go for some showroom there. In that showroom, some registration form is available. Online booking I want to do, for example. A registration phase here we are getting. In that registration phase, then what is available? Maybe some details here we entered. Customer details are entered. Along with that, booking date we have to provide. Booking date we have to provide or not? Okay, booking date is what there? Some date here we have to specify. Clear or not? How we are going to specify the date now? In the text field, you want to write like what there today date, like what there 30-01-2023. In that way, you want to write. Not providing good look and feel. Of course, text field providing date is not required. Along with the text field, maybe some icon is available. If you click on that icon, automatically calendar will open or not. In that calendar, we are going to select a particular date or not. Now tell me which one will provide very good look and feel. Providing your date in a text field or providing selecting date in the calendar. Calendar is giving very good appearance or not. This is the meaning of look and feel. That will be provided by what their user interface. Presentation. Okay. Not only that. See, think a minute about it. If login page is not available, how can we provide our data to the Gmail application now? Username, text field, password field, where dots are displayed. If you provide a password data. Answer my point now. Then how it is possible to provide our details to the application without this registration pages and login pages? No. Got my point or not? So definitely that user interface is providing look and feel to the enterprise applications or not. That is another advantage here we have to understand clearly. Okay, look and feel is the main intention here. Next one is after that, after completion of this, it is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to get to data from users. That means in order to transfer data from users to the server side application and from server side applications to the users. Am I right or not? Please check this statement here. What I've given. This is very, very important statement. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to transfer data from users to the server side applications and from server side applications to the users. Simple example. For example, what I want to do there, I'll go for some examples like what now. As a simple, durgasoft.com is available, for example. Not even durgasoft.com there. For example, I want to go for facebook.com. I want to provide. Where immediately what we are getting there, Facebook login page here we are getting. If you are new to the Facebook, sign up process is available. Click on this sign up. Where registration page is open or not. In that registration page, I have to enter the data. When I enter the data, when I click on submit button, automatically user interface is sending the data what I entered to the server side application or not. Means that user interface is collecting data from user. The data is transferred to what their server side application. Server side application has done some process there. Then after completion of that process, server side application will send some data to the user through the user interface. Now user interface is collecting data from server side application and the data is displaying to the user. User can see the data, can get the data. So what is the meaning of it now? User interface is acting as a mediator or middle one between users and server side application in order to carry the data from user to server side application and from server side application to user care. Answer my point here. So that is nothing but like what they like as a user interface care now. That's okay, fine. Right, guys. Now I'm asking one more question. Now try to answer for it. I want to create, guys, all of you observe carefully. I want to create an application. In that application care, what I want to there, I want to take some user registration. User details I want to take through registration form. Observe carefully. In the user registration form, there are some fields. What fields are available? Date of birth field is available. Date of birth field. Okay. Right, sir. Date of birth field. For example, date of birth field is available. There, unfortunately, I provided the date of birth value is like what there. Say, for example, 45 hyphen 11 hyphen. Say, for example, 2025. Is it a valid date for date of birth? Tell me, guys, is it possible? First of all, what is this 45? We thought of it, it is a day. What is the day maximum value? No, 30 or 31st, that depends on that calendar, right? Depends on the month. What is this 11 here? No, month. It's okay. 11 is okay, valid. Like here, we have 1 to 12. But date of birth in the sense, what is the meaning of it now? It must be a fast date or not? The date of birth, that year should be what their past year or not? But here, what we provided there, future year we provided. How much it is valid there? No, not at all possible. That's why if we provide data like this, then internally what our program has to do, internally what our application has to do, come on guys, our application has to take the data, it has to check whether this data is valid or not, then it has to, if it is invalid, then it has to display some error message or not. Date of birth value must be a past date, it should not be a future date. Like this, we need to get some message or not. So before using this data in our application, in our business logic, first we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. First we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. Am I right or not? Right, sir. The process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. The process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. Answer my point now. Right, sir. There are two types of data validations. How many types of data validations are available? Two types of data validations are available. What are the two types of data validations now? Client side data validations and server side data validations. Right, sir. First one is what there? Client side data validations. Second one is what there? Server side data validations. What is the meaning of this client side data validations and what is the meaning of server side data validations? No, very simple. Try to understand this. Server side data validation is nothing but, observe carefully, we have a form. We have a form. In that form, we provided the data. Some fields are available where I provided the data. When I click on submit button there, request will go to the server side application. Along with that request, our data will be submitted to the server side application. At server side application, our data will be stored in the form of a bean object. As per the application development, our request data will be stored in the form of what there? A bean object, for example. After storing the data in a Java bean object, we will get the data, we will use the data in our business logic. At server side application, business logic is available or not? There we are going to use the data what we submitted from client aligned with request. But before using our data in the business logic, at the server side application, if we are checking whether this data is a valid data or invalid data, before using the data in a business logic, if we are checking whether the data is a valid data or invalid data. The checking process is called as data validations. The checking process is called as what there? Data validations. Data validations at which mission? No? Server mission. Data validation at which mission? No? Server mission. That's why this type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. This type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. Got my point or not? To prepare the server side data validations, we have tried Java code, purely Java code, not any other technology. Server side data validations are performed by using Java, purely Java code. Understand it clearly? No? Okay, fine. This is completed. Next one. Another one is like what their client side data validations. Another one is what their client side data validations. What's the meaning of this client side data validations actually? Observe carefully, all of you know. Simple point. First of all, I got a form from the server side application. That form is open in a browser. Form is available in the browser. Username or maybe user like address details or maybe some other details. Everything I provided. Date of birth values and everything we provided inside like what there a form. At bottom we are having a submit button. At bottom we are having what there submit button. Say for example, I enter the data. I enter the data. After entering the data, when I click on submit button, as per the concept, what is going to be happen there? Along request will be submitted to the server machine. Along with request, our data will be submitted to the server machine. Am I right or not? But here the point is what? Understand it now. When I click on this button, after clicking on this button, before submitting request to the server, in the middle, after clicking on the button, before submitting the data to the server, in between these two, our user interface will take our data and it will check whether the data is valid or not at a browser only. Before submitting data to the server at a browser, our data will be checked whether it is valid or invalid. Tell me, at which location that the data validation is going on, at a browser or at server side now? Browser only. Browser in the sense client emission only. At a client side only, the data is going to be checked whether it is valid or invalid. This type of data validations is called as what their client side data validations. That's it. Now tell me, all of you guys, what is this? What is the difference between server side data validations and client side data validations? What you are thinking about it now? Answer is very clear. If you perform data checking process at server side with Java code, that is called as what their server side data validations. But if you are checking whether the data is valid or not at a client browser after submitting data and before sending the data to the server side, if you check whether the data is valid or not, this type of data validity checking is called as like what their client side data validations. Now tell me, to implement server side data validations, what code is required here? Java code is required. Am I right or not? What code is required there? Java code is required. But to implement client side data validations, here we required JavaScript kind of technologies. What we require there now? JavaScript kind of technologies. Might be some of you complete already JavaScript. Am I right? No response, guys. Completed already. In the full stack Java, already we completed UI technologies where JavaScript you completed. In JavaScript, functions topic is available or not? JavaScript functions are exist or not? User-defined functions are possible or not possible? Possible here. We can call that user-defined functions either by clicking on button or by selecting some data in the checkboxes. No, like this, we are able to access that user-defined functions or not? No response, guys. On click attribute or maybe on submit attribute, then where along with that we have to call that functions, JavaScript functions there. Yeah, by using the JavaScript functions, we are able to implement client-side data validations. Answer my point here now. Client-side data validations, if we want to perform, there we have to use JavaScript functions. We have to use that. By the execution of the JavaScript functions only, client-side data validations here we are able to provide. Of course, right from HTML 5.x version onwards, inbuilt data validations are available along with the fields. Of course, in the text field, if you specify mandatory option there for any text field, no, mandatory is equal to true something else, no, automatically the data is mandatory in the text field. Without providing the data, if you submit the form there, then immediately it is providing like what there, data is mandatory in this field, please enter the data. Right from HTML5 version, I think so, right from HTML5 version onwards, data validations are inbuilt inside the HTML tags now. Yes, sir. All of you are getting fine. Whatever it may be, whether it is an inbuilt concept or user-defined JavaScript functions, whatever it may be, that validations are performed at client side or not. So they are called as like what there client side data validations. Fine. Now tell me, to implement client side data validations, we have to use JavaScript functions or not? Definitely, we have to use what there JavaScript functions. Okay. But here my question is JavaScript functions we are able to use. That's okay. But we have to define the JavaScript functions now. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define JavaScript functions or not. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define them or not. Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions. Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions. Right. We are going to define the JavaScript functions in the form of HTML pages only. In HTML page only, header part and body part, two parts are available. Inside the header part, we will define the JavaScript function. Inside the body part, we can call the JavaScript functions. Inside the header part, we are going to define what their JavaScript function. In the body part, we are going to access the JavaScript functions. Got my point or not? Now tell me, all of you now tell me here, that HTML file or JSP file, whatever it may be, is a part of the user interface or not? That HTML file is a part of the user interface or not? For example, if user interface is not available, there is no HTML file, there is no JavaScript function, how can we perform client-side data validations? No. How can we perform client-side data validations? No. Is it possible? No, not possible. So because of that reason, what's the conclusion here we are providing there? User interface is providing very good environment to implement data validation logic or to perform data validations. Get my point or not? So here the point is like what there? What's the point I'm telling to you? Observe carefully. To perform client-side data validations, to perform client-side data validations, with JavaScript functions, we require what their user interface. Right, sir. Understand my point here? User interface, it will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. It will improve the look and feel of the enterprise applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server-side application in order to transfer data from users to the server-side applications and from server-side applications to the users. Next one is to perform client-side data validations with the JavaScript functions. That means it will provide a good environment to perform client-side data validations with JavaScript functions. That is another point here we have to understand. Right, sir. All of you observe carefully. The next one here after completion of this. Listen carefully. I think in your user interface, have you understand the form tag? User forms topic is available in user interface in HTML, not more than that. Inside the HTML form tag is available to gather all the input components as a single place, to group all the input components in a single place in order to submit their data to the server as a single data. There's some form tag we are going to use. Am I right or not? Can you tell me inside the form tag what attributes are available? What attributes are available inside the form tag? Any idea? Say for example, action attribute is available to represent a particular server-side resource in order to perform server-side action. Next one is there is an attribute like method. Method attribute. Have you remembered that? Method attribute. To that method attribute, we are able to specify different types of request types, HTTP methods. Different types of HTTP methods we are able to specify. That means different types of requests. I have a form. From this form, I want to send get request for getting the data. I want to send a post request for posting the data. I want to send some like what there head request for getting headers of the response. I want to send some options request. I want to get which options are supported by my server side application. I want to send something else like put request to the server to perform some updations in the database or maybe updations in the server side now. Got my point or not? Different types of requests are available. HTTP requests are available. Different types of requests. Get to post to head put options. They may be delete. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Okay. Now the point is what I'm telling here. I'm asking to you. Try to understand this clearly. Login pages are using which request type? No. Okay. Before that, I'm giving one more point. Get and post. If we compare there, get is not providing security, whereas post is providing security. Security point of view, which request type is very good? No, post request type is very good. Now tell me, from the login page, what request type here we have to specify? Is it get request or post request? Post request. In the login pages, we are going to specify what request there? Post request. One more point. If we specify the get request now, the data which we entered in our form, the data will be sent to the server as a plain text data. The data will be sent as what there? Plain text data. But if we use a post request now, the data what we provide in the form, the data will be sent to the server side application by encrypting the data. Post data will be encrypted while transferring in the network, but the get data will not be encrypted. The data will be transferred as a plain text data. Now tell me, security is more with what? Post request or get request now? Post request get. Now I want to send post request from my form. Login pages are using post request types only. I want to download a resource from my server side. Get request I'm going to use. I want to update my resources at server side now. Then put request we can use. Sir, got my point or not? So if you want to specify these many request types now, where we are going to specify these request types now? At the time of preparing the form, we have to specify some request type or not? That means in form tag, we have to specify method is equal to get, the method is equal to post, method is equal to options like this, we have to specify or not? That means in user interface only we are specifying this data or not? Come on guys, in user interface only we are providing this data or not? So here the point is like what there, it is a point, here the point is like what there, it will provide very good environment, it will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests, like what there, get, then what next one can know, post, next one is like what there, options, next one is like what there, put, next one is like what there, head, next one is like what there, delete, and so on and so on and so on. To specify these many request types now, here we have to provide like what there, here it will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests like what there, get, post, options, put, head, and what next one there, delete. It's clear, all of you know? So this is another requirement to go for like what there, user interface. Guys, I'm asking one question to all of you know, try to answer for this. What is the question here? Everybody now tell me here, what is the question here we have to understand? What is the requirement? First of all, tell me, to prepare an enterprise application, what layers here we have to provide? No, 3 layers here we have to provide. What are the 3 layers here we have to provide there? User interface layer. Next one is what there? Business layer. Next one is what there? Persistence layer, data storage and access layer. They are the 3 layers here we have to provide. Tell me, what is the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the requirement of this user interface layer? First one is what there? It is a starting point for every user to interact with our server side application. Second one is what there? It improves look and feel to the enterprise application. Third one is what there? It is a carrier, data carrier between user and server side program. It transfers the data from users to server side application and from server side application to user care. Next one is what there? It provides very good environment to perform client side data validations with JavaScript functions. Next one is what there? It provides very good environment to specify different types of requests like a get, post, options, put, head, delete, and so on. Yes, sir. Got my point or not? Then after that, after completion of this particular point here, another thing is like what there, observe carefully. To prepare this layer, to prepare this user interface layer or presentation layer, we are going to use a separate logic. We are going to use what there, a separate logic. That logic is called as presentation logic. We are going to use a separate logic. That logic is what there, presentation logic. To prepare user interface layer, we will use a separate logic called presentation logic. Next one is to prepare presentation logic, we will use a set of technologies like right, sir, we'll use a separate set of technologies like what there, HTML, CSS, of course, supporting technology for HTML. Next one is what there. Then apart from that, right, sir, HTML, CSS, of course, JavaScript for the sake of these validations or event handling. For the sake of that, next one is offer this Bootstrap as a framework for CSS. Then apart from that, then what next one here? Like sir, then AWT. Am I right or not? Swing, Java related. AWT and Swing, they are for geo applications only. Right. Sir. Then apart from this, JSPs, web technologies, if you have to this, not servlets. Servlets, purely servlets, no. Server side only, but JSPs is also for what their presentation layer. For presenting the data, we are going to use what their JSPs mainly, and so on and so on and so on. So many things are going to be used clearly. That's enough. This is what exactly the meaning of like what their presentation layer, what we are having there, or user interface layer. Right, sir. Next one is what there. Second one is what there. Business processing layer or business layer. Business processing layer or business layer. Right, sir. Business processing layer, and next one is what there. Business layer. We can use the thing here now. Right, sir. Then shall we discuss this topic on tomorrow? Right, sir. Then tomorrow I want to go for this, and tomorrow we'll complete the remaining 2 layers here. Then after that, tomorrow we are going to start like what there. Types of enterprise applications I have to talk there, but types of enterprise applications already we discussed in the servers and JSPs now. Difference between web applications and distributed applications, almost 5 or 6 differences I'm given there. Just one time I'm able to read the statements. By that I'm able to complete the topic. Why? Because here also we have to discuss about what are their types of enterprise applications clearly. Yes, sir, got it or not? After that, after completion of this, web application models, web application model architectures are available that we are going to understand. Model 1 architecture, model 2 architecture. There I'm going to introduce MVC architecture. After completion of this MVC architecture, we are going to talk about like what there, what is the requirement to go for frameworks. That point is very, very important. Frameworks introduction there I will provide there. After understanding the frameworks introduction, next how many types of frameworks are available? Right, sir. How many types of frameworks are available? Then what after this? What are the various examples for the frameworks? Where Struts, JSF, and Spring? So many things are available. Then why Spring is so special when compared with Struts and JSF? What differences are available? Why Spring is very good when compared with others? There I'm going to give some reasons. After that, after understanding that Spring, next one is we are going to talk about what their Spring history. How many versions are available and which are the very first version is coming. What is the intention of writing this Spring framework? That introduction we are going to see. After completion of that is Spring versions. That means how many versions are available at each and every version, how modules are available. After completion of this, next one is like what there, overview of each and every module inside the Spring framework. Overview of each and every module. After understanding the overview of Spring, each and every module, then we are going to start steps to prepare first spring application. What components we require to prepare first spring application? In the first application, we are able to get very much clarity. Why we are discussing all these concepts? No, there in first application we are going to see. Observe carefully. In that first application, I'm going to include some files, so different files I'm going to prepare. Then their explanation part I have to give. Then afterwards, we are going to start with what their programming part can. Once if we complete that the first application development with all the steps, no, then I will start core module inside the Spring framework. Core module we are going to start. There we are going to see the remaining content one by one we are going to see. Max, understand this? Right from today, this is Saturday and Sunday, including that, we are going to have sessions. Don't neglect this. In JDBC, I think so, one or two small topics are remaining here. Then I'll take some time and then I'll cover the topics. Don't worry. But meanwhile, this next Saturday and Sunday also, we are going to have sessions that I will give that appropriate schedule, that exact time I will provide to you. Maybe on what there, tomorrow or day of tomorrow, I will give that announcement. But every Saturday and Sunday, at least 3 hours for servlets and 3 hours for Spring framework I want to take on weekends. I'll give the schedule information there. If it is not possible on Saturday to take long session, definitely I'll think about like what there on Sundays. So max no holiday scheme we are going to plan until the completion of the Spring framework. Then after that we'll think about what there Spring of board. As early as possible, I'm going to complete Spring framework. Don't worry for it. Right, sir? That's okay, fine now. Okay, right, sir. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll see the remaining content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right, sir. And 7 p.m. class is what? What's the 7 p.m. class, guys? No, complete it. Okay, okay, right. Link is not prepared. Permanent link is not prepared. It is a demo link only. We can use that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Huh? Hmm. Yes, ఇది ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ ప్రాబ్లం ఇది ఏ వర్షన్ ఇది 12 కదా మీకు ఎంత మించి మనం ఏం చేయగలం దీనిలో ఇంక దీని మించి మనం ఏం చేస్తాం దీనిలో అదే ఇంటర్నల్ తంతుంది అది ల్యాప్టాప్ రావట్లేదు చూడాలి అసలు ఏం ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటనేది ఇంకా క్లియర్గా అంటే మేబీ మనకి తెలిసినంత వరకు కూడా సెటప్స్ ఏమి ఉండవు దీనిలో మాక్సిమం మనం ఏం సపరేట్గా సెట్ చేసేది ఏమి ఉండదు పాతలో కానీ కానీ పోర్ట్ నెంబర్స్ ఇప్పుడు అది జనరల్గా టిఎన్ఎస్ లిజనర్ అదేదో ఉందో కదా దానికి ఇది ఎందుకు పెట్టినావు మళ్ళీ? జేడీకి ఇచ్చావు కదా, అది జేడీకేలోని ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసావు కదా, జేడీకే 1.8లో ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ కూడా జరిగింది. సార్ రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి చూడు, రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి స్టార్ట్ చేయవు సార్, చూద్దాం. చూడు ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం. Yadav, nothing you scripted, guys. Then one class I complete, just overview I've given there. All right, okay. I registered for only frameworks. Could you please Setagran Yadav, just please contact with the admin people there. They'll be available at yeah. Then I'll give some email ID to you. Then we can contact with them. Like www.durgasoft online training @gmail.com. Either we can go for it, otherwise might be 888-525-2627 or maybe 9246212143. Yeah, this is 9246212143. These numbers here we can contact there. So our people will be in touch with you. Then they'll provide information to you. Right? Right, guys. That's all, guys. Then tomorrow I'll continue the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Today we are going to work with the Power BI introduction part. So before going to, basically Power BI is data analysis tool, data analyst position, analyzing data, creating reports. That is comes under Power BI basically. So before going to discuss about Power BI, so better to discuss some scenarios related to what is database, what is data warehouse. These things really important for us. See, this is database. So what is the purpose of databases? See, databases are used to store different types of data. So data storage purpose, we use these databases, right? Coming to next scenario. To store data, we can go for files also. Different types of files available in the market. We can use those files for data storage purpose. Why we are going for databases? This is common question. See, when we are working with the databases, security, performance, and storage capacity. These are really important for us. So these scenarios can be provided by only databases. File system cannot provide these scenarios. So security, data level security also. For example, you are working with some database. What about data level security? Performance. Performance means the speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. In the same as storage capacity, because in real-time environment, we are going to work with the terabyte size of the databases. So their top level storage management is also really important for us. So these are all can be provided by only databases. That's why generally to store data, we use different databases. Even not only data storage, even you can modify data anytime. You can modify data and you can perform data retrieval operations. These are all can be done in RDBMS databases. So that is the reason why we are going for databases basically. Coming to next scenario. So basically this Power BI is related to data warehouse. So what is data warehouse? What is the difference between databases and data warehouse? Better to discuss those scenarios also. For example, this is my data source, means database. Basically, this database is volatile database. Volatile means anytime you can connect it to database and you can modify. So anytime you can modify data in the database means it contains only current data. Only current data will be there in these databases. So what is the tool you are going to work? Data analysis tool, Power BI. So we cannot use this type of data, current data, for data analysis purpose. Right. So if you are working with current data to perform data analysis, it is like, time consumption will be there. So this type of issues, performance related issues will be there. That's why we are not going to use that type of data to perform these activities. So we need some other environment which maintains historical data. Historical means without modifications, non-volatile. Volatile means what? Modifications. We need some environment where we can avoid these modifications. We can maintain historical data. That we call it as a data warehouse database. So this is a non-volatile environment. So what we are doing, we are going to copy data from data source to data warehouse environment. Data source to data warehouse environment. Right. And so the major difference between data source databases, and data warehouse is volatile and non-volatile. So because of non-volatile property in data warehouse environment, we store historical data. So that is required for us to perform data analysis. That means suppose you copy data from different data sources to data warehouse environment. After that, you cannot make any changes to data. If data is there in the source, then only you can modify it. If data copied from source to data warehouse environment, you cannot make any modifications. Right? And so data warehouse environment is especially for data analysis purpose, report creation purpose. Okay, that is data warehouse. So now my next question is, I said like Power BI is related to data warehouse. Power BI is related to what? Data warehouse. So how it is related to data warehouse? Let us see that now. See, for example, this is your Power BI environment. So what are the operations we are going to perform in Power BI from the beginning? From the beginning, what type of operations we are going to perform in Power BI? Copy data. In the beginning, we are going to copy data from different data sources to Power BI environment. So copy data is not going to modify anything. For example, you have some table in the source. You are going to copy table from source to Power BI. That is not going to modify, right? So copy data is not going to make any changes to your database. Non-volatile. So copy data is not going to modify, right? Next scenario. Transform data. So generally transform data, next DAX, next visualization creation. So generally these are the major operations we are going to perform in Power BI. Okay, fine. But problem, the thing is, Power BI also non-volatile environment only. We are not going to make any changes to data even in Power BI. But when I'm talking about copy data, transform data, DAX data, you feel like data is going to modify. That is not correct. I'll tell you the reason. The copy data I already explained. Transform data. Basically, we use transformations to bring the data into required format. See, simple scenario. After copying data or while copying data, you are going to work with the transformations, right? For example, we have some table products in this source, and this table contains some column sales amount. Now, I'm going to copy same table from source to Power BI. Products table with what? Sales amount column. Okay. But it is not plain copy. So plain copy directly copy and save. That's all. But it's not. It's not plain copy. We have something different requirement here. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. I got my requirement right? Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. Otherwise, don't copy. Then what to do? I write some condition. See, there we have some condition there. What is the condition? Sales amount is greater than 3,000. By writing this condition, we are going to copy data, required data. So what happens? Only salary greater than 3,000 data will be, sales amount greater than 3,000 data will be copied. That means what you are doing here, you are just copying only required data from source to Power BI. Are you modifying anything? Anybody please tell me? Are you modifying anything here? No, we are not modifying anything. It is not modifying anything. Just what it is doing, it is copying only required data. So it is non-volatile operation. So this type of operations comes under transformations. What it is? Transformation. Right? And so next scenario, now it's clear. Transformation is not going to modify anything. This is only for data transformation purpose. I mean, bring data into required format purpose only. No doubt. Right? Coming to next scenario, DAX. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. Formula language. We use DAX for data related calculations purpose. Right? In databases, we're going, not databases, in Power BI environment, we are going to perform calculations. Different types of calculations we are going to perform. You can ask some question here, sir, why we perform calculations in databases, tell me. In data warehouse, tell me. Common questions. For example, you copied products table with sales amount column from source to Power BI. So now you are going to create some report. See, what is the final scenario we are doing in Power BI? Report creation only, dashboards creation only, right? Finally, in Power BI, what we are going to do, tell me, reporting. Report creation, dashboard creation, we are going to do. Right? Okay, fine. You copied data, you transformed it. Now you are going to create some report. You have sales amount column, but this is monthly sales amount. What type of sales amount column is available? Monthly sales amount is available. But your report, you need yearly sales amount. Sales amount into 12. You are doing some calculation here. What's the calculation? Sales amount into 12. Because you need annual sales amount to create report. You don't have annual sales amount in our environment. You have only monthly sales amount. So you have to do some calculation. So doing like this. But we do this calculation by using DAX function. Right? And by using DAX functions only, we are doing these calculations. So is it going to modify anything in the database? No. It is not modifying anything. So totally what I'm trying to explain, Power BI is pure data warehouse environment. In Power BI, we are not going to perform any data modifications because it is non-volatile environment. You just perform copy data, transform data, DAX data, any type of operations. But ultimately, these are only for bring data into required format because we are going to create reports, dashboards. Some format of the data is required for us. For that format of the data, we are going to perform transformations and DAX functions. Got my point? And next, visualization area. Visualizations means what? Creating reports. Different types of reports we are going to create. Right? In the same way, need more clarity on this Power BI environment, what we are going to do.
Your voice is breaking, sir.
How is it now? Is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, sir, it is fine now.
Right. So generally in Power BI environment, we are going to work with the different scenarios like this. Right. And in the beginning, we have some data source. For example, what is our data source? For example, SQL Server database. Just assume from SQL Server data source, we are going to copy data into Power BI desktop environment. What is the tool name? Power BI desktop. So whatever the operations I discussed till now, like copy data, transform data, DAX data, creating visualization. These are all we are going to perform in Power BI desktop only. So major development we are going to perform in Power BI by using desktop only. So after finishing your development here, you are going to publish your work. Whatever you developed, you are going to publish. Because why we are developing all these things, tell me? Because of customers. Right? Okay, now? To share customers, we are going to do these development activities. So from Power BI desktop, you cannot share anything to customers. This is only for development purpose. So after finishing development, you're going to publish. Your published work is going to store in Power BI service center. From Power BI service, we are going to share them to customers. Even we are going to create a dashboard in this service environment only. So dashboard means what? It is collection of different visualizations, related visualizations. So this is a user environment, end user environment. Some application will be there, some other environment will be there. Now what you are doing, you are developing these things here, you are going to publish them to service, right? And from service, you are going to share them to users. See, your important thing is coming to desktop environment. Here only we have building blocks of the Power BI. So building blocks of the Power BI are Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. Power BI development means these activities only. No doubt. Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. So Power Query means transformations area. This is transformation area. Power Pivot means DAX. DAX, data modeling, creating relationships between tables, defining cross filters. These are all comes under Power Pivot. So this area is purely related to data operations. That's why we say copy data, transform data, DAX data. We are going to perform these tasks directly on data. Because before going to create report, you have to bring data into your required format. Because see, you are working with some scenario, some project means some requirements will be there, right? Based on requirements only, you are going to work. Then we have Power View also. Power View means what? Visualization creation. So Power View concept is different. That means overall Power BI development, we have data related operations and visualization creation operations. Right. So now coming to next scenario, prerequisites. What are the prerequisites there for this training? SQL queries part is required. Transformations, DAX, purely coming from SQL queries part. No doubt. In the same way, data warehouse concepts knowledge is also required for us. See, SQL queries we are going to discuss in this training only. Data warehouse concepts also we are going to discuss in this training only. Right? So you no need to go for some other training. In the same way, if you are ready to learn complete SQL developer, Power BI participant can attend complete SQL development class also. Right, and that is also available in this institute, Durga. Clear? But remember, you go for data warehouse or database related scenarios, whatever it. Database development or data warehouse. SQL queries knowledge is required, no doubt. Some people says that if you know basics of the SQL, you can work. How can you work? You are going to work with real-time environment. Basic knowledge, how can you perform operations still? Am I right or not? Straight question. Got my point. So these are all. And I said power pivot. Power pivot means we are going to work with the data modeling concept there. Right, Andy? Data modeling concept means we are working with fact table, dimension tables concepts. Because see, those concepts are coming from data warehouse. Because in the beginning, we started with the data warehouse. Of course, database we started, then we discussed about data warehouse. So to work with some scenarios of the Power BI, we need data warehouse concepts. That's why we are going to work with those things also. So these are the prerequisites. We are going to discuss prerequisites in this training only, no doubt. So coming to next scenario, we have to discuss more on process. What are the scenarios we are going to discuss, and what we are giving some project also. What project we are giving, what we are going to learn in this project, that and all we'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Same time, same link. Now, that's all for today from my end. Any questions, please go ahead. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anybody? You can unmute and talk to me, or you can send messages also. We have chat facility. Please. Tomorrow's class, I'm going to discuss more on these things, somewhat related to real-time scenarios. Also, I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Please go ahead. Any questions, please? What happened there? No questions? Nobody asking questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, please, Srinu. I can hear you. Srinu, I can hear you.
Yeah. So when we attend this class, yeah, when we attend this class, we're going to do some real-time scenarios in the real work environment. Sure.
See, Srinu, one thing is important. Real work environment you can
Hello.
get easily. See, real work environment you can get only in our job, in our project only. When you are attending any training, don't expect that, frankly speaking. Okay, now? What we can provide,
Okay.
we can guide you towards real-time environment, but we cannot show real-time environment because it is training environment, right? Okay, now we are giving project.
Mhm.
Project means you'll get idea. Okay, fine, what we are going to do in real time. Process you are
Okay.
going to learn. Okay, now? Right?
Okay.
Right. Anybody, please? Any questions? Any? Okay. Right then. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow with remaining things. After finishing tomorrow's class, you'll get more clarity. Right. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios related to Power BI introduction part. And we discussed what are the things we are going to do in Power BI. Clear-cut information we discussed. So today, we are going to discuss about more related scenarios here. Suppose you are going to work with some project, right? In this project, I mean, Power BI related project. I'm talking about Power BI project only. In that project, what are the different scenarios we are going to do? And from where the project is going to start. These are all really important. Now, in the beginning, copying data. We are going to work with different data sources. From data source, we are going to copy data, then we're going to transform. Different things will be there. So here important scenario is so we have some data source, Power BI desktop, Power BI service, end user related scenarios. Suppose this is our data source. From this data source, we're going to copy data. Right? And so maximum scenarios, what happens, you are going to work with some data source means it will be database only. Maximum SQL server database will be there. Okay. So coming to next scenario. From data source, we are going to copy data into desktop. In this desktop only, we are going to transform, right? And DAX, different scenarios we are doing it. See, here important point is, for example, we have some table here in the source. Oh, every time why I'm talking about tables, because in RDBMS databases, in the same in Power BI, data is going to store in the form of tables only. There is no other facility, right? In the beginning, we are creating tables and we are going to store data in the form of tables only. That is the point. Clear? And so coming to next scenario. Suppose we have some tables here. You take regular table. Suppose you have employee table and a department table. So in these tables, we have common column department number. Okay, now listen carefully, please. We are going to copy data from employee table, department table. What is the common column we have in these tables? Department number. So here important point is, if you are working with these two tables individually, lot of burden will be there, right? Suppose you have two tables and you are going to work with two different scenarios, means number of operations will be more and even burden will be more on our server. So that is going to create troubles to us. Okay. That's why what we are doing, here you have different tables copying from source to Power BI, and here you have common column also. So now we can perform some transformation called as merge transformation. So by using this merge transformation, we can combine data from these tables. Suppose here you have two tables, right? You are going to copy data from these two tables. And what we are doing, we are going to combine the data. So how we are going to combine the data here? By using transformation merge. So why we are going to combine the data? See, working with less number of tables always better than working with more number of tables. Remember that point. Okay. So here what's happening? Initially, when the data is there in the source, there are different tables. Right, Andy? When data is there in the source, they are what? They are different tables. So multiple tables. Right? When you are going to copy data and when you perform this combined transformation, merge transformation, right? They are only single table. Okay. So now what's happening, you know, by doing this transformation, merge transformation, we are going to combine the data. In the same way, we are going to minimize number of tables. Am I right or not? We are going to minimize number of tables from 2 to 1. 2 to 1 only. Please check it. Right in. So now after finishing this transformation, merge transformation, if you want to create any report by taking data from single table, you can go for report creation because you combine data. But just assume that you have not done with any merge operation. There are two different tables still. Still there are two different tables. You're going to create report so that you have to access data from two different tables only. Am I right or not? Okay, now listen carefully. Very important real-time scenario I'm discussing now. Okay. So an important point is so simple logic. What we are doing here, we are minimizing number of tables. So burden will be minimized. So performance will be increased. That is the key point we are discussing. So after doing this task, generally we are going to create report. If any DAX is required, we perform DAX. Otherwise, we are going to create report. Fine. See, important point is, yesterday I discussed, your data source is volatile. And our data warehouse is non-volatile. This is the point we discussed yesterday, right? Some of you attended yesterday's class. Some new participants there today. Non-volatile means, for example, data copied from source to Power BI environment. Done. You performed transformation much, and you go ahead and create report. That's fine. No problem. But after creating report or before creating report, right? Anand? After creating report or before creating report, if source is modified, we have employee table, department tables in the source, we copied them to Power BI. Then only we perform transformation and we created report. That's what we are doing. For example, your source is modified. You created report. Source is modified. Right. Now, whatever the data modified in the source, that should be copied to Power BI. That should be reflected to your report. Right. So why I'm discussing this point, you know, you are new to this environment. Generally, you feel like we copied data, transformed data, created report. There ends the matter. That is not correct. Initially, we are going to take copy of the data from this source. We are creating report. Of course, we are performing transformations, DAX. After that, refresh will be there. So refresh means whatever the modifications done in the source, they should be copied into Power BI. They should be reflected into report and visualization and dashboards also. So that is the importance of transformation. Not only merge transformation, we have different types of transformations there. You know, basically, merge transformation is joins concept of the SQL. In yesterday's class, I discussed some points. What are the prerequisites there for Power BI? SQL Server queries part and data warehouse concepts. So these transformations coming from SQL only, SQL queries only. Right. So now we got some idea what we are doing with the transformations. Okay. So after that, we are going to work with some DAX. For example, DAX also I'll give you some scenarios. Suppose you have source here. From source, you have some table employee. Okay. The employee table means generally what will be there in employee table, employees information will be there, data. You copy table from source to desktop, Power BI desktop. So employee table, salary column, there is no null value. Commission column, we have null value. So now you want to do some report, you want to create some report, that is in that report you want to go for total salary. What is total salary? Salary plus commission is comes under total salary. That is the meaning, right? You have salary and commission means what is the meaning of total salary? Salary plus commission. In this scenario, so now we cannot perform any type of operation with null values because nobody knows what is the value of null. Suppose I'm doing it like salary plus commission. If commission is null, total value you are going to get it as null. There is no null value in there is no null value in salary column, but you are doing operation with null value, right? So you'll get total null. Right? So that is really important for us. So here we have to do some conversions or calculations. But still, because see, I want to complete this task here. I want to work with the commission from commission salary plus commission. Contains null values, but still I want to work with that. How to do that task? You got my point, right? So in this case, what you are doing, here you are going to use some function. Suppose E is null of commission comma 0. This is null function is going to convert null value into 0. For example, you have null value in the commission column, then it is going to convert. Is null function is going to convert null value into 0 temporarily. Up to completion of this query. So thus query execution completes, then you are going to finish your task, right? For that we are using DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX functions. What is is null? Is null is functional. Is null is functional. We are working with DAX functions only. Purpose of the DAX. So then you're going to create visualization, report. Even one thing, after completion of this, if any modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied to Power BI from source. In the same, they'll be copied to DAX, then they'll be copied to report also. That we call it as refresh concept. Tomorrow I'm going to discuss that refresh concept. Refresh data. Refresh data means copy latest modifications done in the source to Power BI environment. If you already created report with that data in Power BI, even that report also gets modifications, refreshed modifications. Right, Annie? So these are really important. So coming to next scenario, yesterday I discussed some points here. Data modeling concept, Power BI modeling. What is that Power BI modeling? 1 second. So modeling means relationships between tables. Previously, we discussed about joins, merge. That is not relationship. So different tables data you are going to combine. That's what we did. But now the scenario is different. Here what we are doing, suppose you have employee table, department table, common data, department number, common column, right? And so you are going to copy everything. Employee table, department table with common column, you are going to copy. From source to Power BI. Right? And even after copying, you're going to store those tables in Power BI environment permanently, right? So there also we should go for relationship between tables. Because these tables contains common data, right? And common column. So relationship between tables we are going to establish. Previously I discussed about merge concept, that is different concept. Merge concept is different. Because merge combined data. Now we are not going to combine. They are separate tables, different tables only. Even inside Power BI also, we are going to store them as different tables only. But relationship we are going to establish. What is the advantage of creating relationship between tables? Number of operations are going to minimize. For example, you are creating some report. Generally, in Power BI environment, you are going to create report means you are going to use data from different tables for creating that report. You're going to use data from different tables to create that report, So then these tables are related tables. Then time consumption is going to minimize, right? Easy access will be created, right? So that means performance will be increased. Performance means what? Speed. Report speed will be generated. That is what client required. You are creating report. Report creation is not enough. Lot of things you need to provide to that report, especially, security, performance, these things. Security is different thing that we can do, no problem. Performance is important. Accessing speed is important. How you are going to provide it? So these are all. There are many ways to improve performance, right? And so the major scenarios I discussed yesterday, building blocks of the Power BI. What are the building blocks we discussed? Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. Power Query transformation area. Power Pivot means relationships between tables, modeling, DAX, that and all comes under that. Then report creation. Suppose you created some report. Different scenarios will be there in this report creation. Creating report, then formatting report, then filter report. 3 different scenarios you are going to work in the report. So you are going to take data. I'm creating some report here. Then you have to format visualization. Different themes, different layouts, backgrounds, colors, fonts, size. So general formatting, visual formatting, different things will be there. You have to make that report attractive, right? That we are going to do with formatting. Then filtering data inside report. Suppose you created some report. How to filter data? For example, now we discussed different employees, different departments. So you created report with all employees, all departments data. Now there is some person, some user wants to see particular department number related data. So you have to provide access to that department number data only, right? So this type of requirements will be there. For that we are going to use filters, filtering data. So previously I discussed some points, transformation. So DAX also given some real-time example. And now this filter concept, group by class, where class, having class, after by class, these are all filters only, right? So these are all coming from SQL Server queries part only. Right? So Power Query, Power Pivot to Power View. Same order we are going to follow. Suppose you created some report, then if you want to make changes to that report, you can edit that report. You can edit and you can make changes to the report. That is also possible, don't worry. In the same way, this is desktop, right? Here, whatever the things up to now I discussed in today's class, we are going to perform them in this desktop environment only. So after finishing your work from here, you're going to publish it into Power BI service environment. This is service. This Power BI service, I can say it is like, to share your work to customers. To share your work to customers. In the same way, dashboard creation is also really important. So maximum projects we are going to create dashboards. Dashboards we can do in Power BI service only. Here only sometimes we are going to create deployment pipelines. Deployment, what is the deployment pipeline? Development, then testing, then production. So in the beginning, development will be done. Then it goes to test environment. Then it goes to production. So the deployment pipelines creation and creating apps. Apps creation is important. So app means what? It contains some visualizations and dashboards. Collection of visualizations, dashboards already developed. We call them as apps. Right, Andy? Even in real time, what happens, if you're working with real time project, sometimes they will develop their own visualizations, dashboards, and they are going to give them to us in the form of content, like for example, organizational apps, organizational services. What they contains? Visualizations, reports, and dashboards they contains. We can use them. We can design them or we can arrange them for the customer's purpose. So these are all we are going to work here. After finishing these things, we are going to work with integration. Integration means generally we are not going to do anything. Nowadays we got some concept here. Embedding Power BI visualization with some application. For example, I give you a simple example. Suppose you are attending some exam, online exam. How you are writing exam? By using some application. They will give you some user account, you are connecting to their application and you are going to finish your exam. Am I right or not? In this scenario, after finishing your exam, they will give you some report there. So total marks, percentage, where you scored more, where you scored less. This type of graphs kind of visualizations they are going to give you. Where you are accessing those visualizations in the application only. But those visualizations not created in application. Application is just user purpose, user access purpose. Right? And so they are developed in some reporting tool, like for example, Power BI, based on the data. That is really important for us. So how to embed that report? Like just information. Your role is up to service only. Embed is not related to Power BI developer. But still, if you know something extra, that will really good for you, right? So little bit about embedding Power BI reports, Power BI dashboards into applications. Internal users purpose, external users purpose. So what are the licenses required? What are the security scenarios required? Something real-time environment. So these type of things we are going to discuss under this training. End-to-end training. So at the ending, I'm going to give you some projects for practice purpose. One or two projects I'm going to provide you. You can use them for practice purpose. Clear? So these are all we are going to do. So I think you got some clarity now, end to end, what we are doing in Power BI. The major scenarios of the Power BI development are copy data, transform data, DAX data, and visualization creation, dashboard creation, publishing. These are all comes under major scenarios. So if you know something about app design, creating app, designing means it's not like application development and you don't worry about the coding or kind of nothing. App designing means what? You developed some visualization, some reports, some dashboards. By using them, you're going to create some application, app. We're going to do that. We're going to develop it. So you'll get more knowledge there, more idea about real-time environment. How you're going to work out the things in real-time environment. That is required for us. Subject is okay, no problem. If you're practicing, you'll get subject, no doubt. But scenario is important, right? Even DAX also will go for in-depth of the DAX. We have different types of DAX functions, differences between DAX functions, depth of the DAX. These are all we are going to discuss. So now tell me if you have any questions related to this training, please. Any questions, please? Anybody? Amit, Ashish, Srinu, Vaibhav, Vijay, you attended yesterday's class. But other participants are new to this. Vineet and Vikas. Vikas, you attended yesterday's class? Tulasi new, I think. Sarita also new.
No, sir.
Dhananjay. All right. Any questions, please?
I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't want to disturb you before. So when I registered for this, today was the first class. That's what I was assuming.
See,
But
yesterday I discussed the introduction part, Vikas. Don't worry about that. You have not missed anything, okay?
okay,
Just what is database, what is data warehouse, those things only I discussed. We will give you that recording also. Don't worry about that, okay? No?
okay. Only question being like in the future when we are to do the project and everything, I was reading the prerequisites were SQL Server knowledge beforehand.
Yes, yes.
So how much of that would play a part in this?
Actually, SQL Server complete queries knowledge is required because we have different types of query concepts in SQL environment. All those query concepts required for us. Because of that reason only, in Power BI class, we are going to discuss SQL. And if you want, you can attend separate SQL class also. Complete SQL Server training you can attend if you have free time. So that we are doing morning 6 o'clock now. SQL Server development class. Complete end-to-end SQL development will be there. And Power BI class at 5 p.m. Okay, no? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody, please? Any questions? Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to start with Power BI scenarios. Okay, na? Right then. See you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios like complete details about the project environment and how it is going to work in real time. Every scenario we discussed in the last session, yesterday's class. And coming to next case. We are going to discuss about the introduction part of the Power BI practical environment. I mean, Power BI desktop. The major tools in Power BI environment we are going to work are Power BI desktop, Power BI service. Okay. So Power BI desktop is for development purpose. Complete development activities of the Power BI we are going to perform in Power BI desktop environment only. Okay. So I'll show you how to install Power BI desktop. Even I'll help you in SQL Server installation also. You don't worry about that. And coming to next scenario. Basically, in Power BI environment, real time we are going to work with licensed software. But now, practical purpose in this training environment, we are going to work with free software. So we have different versions of the Power BI. Now, what are the versions there? Kiran, tell me, Kiran. Any questions? Right. Free version, pro version, and premium version. So these are the different versions of the Power BI we have. So coming to next scenario. Free version, directly we can download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation, and we can use it for practice purpose. No doubt. Coming to next step. Pro version, premium version. Pro version of the SQL Server, premium version of the SQL Server, they are, licensed softwares. So generally when you are working with real-time environment, real-time project, so we are going to work with the Pro version of the SQL and premium version of the SQL. Sorry, Power BI. That's okay. See, Pro version, premium version, licensed. That means if you want to work with those versions, you have to purchase license, then only you can work with them. That's fine. But when we are going to work with the Pro version and premium, what is the difference between Pro version and premium version? So that is really important now. Forget about free. Free means that is only for practice purpose. Real-time purpose we cannot use. Project purpose we cannot use free version of the SQL Power BI. Right? Coming to next scenario. Now, Pro version, generally what happens, when you are working with the gigabyte size of the data, hundreds of the users, right? And in that scenario, we are going to work with the Pro. I mean, middle level cost. Premium version, when you are working with the terabyte size of the data, in the same way, thousands of the users, then you are going to work with the premium version of this Power BI. But what is going to change means, yesterday we discussed about some scenarios. Storage capacity, number of users. That is really important. Right? Pro version, premium version. So the only difference is storage capacity in the same way. User capacity, number of users. So this point is really important in the beginning. And coming to next scenario. Initially, you're going to create some data set. Data set in the sense of data, whatever the tables that and all you're going to copy from source to Power BI environment, we call it as data set. So now, coming to next scenario. One second, 1 minute, please, all of you. Right. Coming to next scenario. Now, you're copying data, you're going to create data set inside Power BI. Okay. So two things we have to discuss here. Because we're in the beginning only. Better to maintain clarity from the beginning. Otherwise, what happens, it is going to create a lot of confusion. Here we have something like a data source. Assume that your data source is SQL Server. So in the same way, this is your Power BI environment. Okay, na? Fine. You're going to copy data from data source to Power BI environment. So I said like data source is SQL Server. What is SQL Server? Microsoft RDBMS database. How data is going to store in Microsoft RDBMS database is tables format. Maintain clarity. So you are going to copy data from data source to Power BI. Means you are going to copy table from data source to Power BI. Clear? Right? Even in Power BI environment also, data is going to store in the form of tables only. Right? So now next question we can ask, like what table contains? Generally, table contains structure and data. Structure means columns, data means rows. Okay, better what is structure, what is data, that also will give you clarity. See, for example, here we have some table. Suppose table name is what? Products. So in this table, we have different columns like this. Suppose column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like this. Okay, na? So now this area is comes under structure of the table. Right, Andy? Structure of the table. See, after creating structure, what we are doing, we are going to insert data into table like this in the form of what? Rows. So this is rows. That's why we say like what is table means it is collection of columns and rows. We say like that. So this area is comes under what? Data. So this is structure of the table. This is data of the table. Structure means what? Columns. Data means what? Rows. Got my point, all of you? So maintain clarity. So now coming to next scenario. We have table here. Table contains these things. The same table we are going to copy from source to Power BI. And structure and data. everything is going to copy from source to Power BI. So coming to Power BI environment, we call structure as metadata, rows data as physical data. Okay, Nene? So little terminology is going to change between your data source and the Power BI. So in SQL environment, we call it as structure, and coming to Power BI environment, we call it as metadata. In the same way, in SQL environment, we call it as data. Coming to Power BI environment, we call it as physical data. Right, Annie? Same concept. Concept is not going to change, but terminology is going to change. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, that's fine. See, next question is, so format of the data. Format of the data is clear. Table only. Table contains metadata, physical data. And one more important point. You have to concentrate on Power BI. SQL is not so important for us. Query is part important because we are not going to develop any SQL environment, right? Just we are going to take data from SQL environment, but we are going to develop everything in Power BI environment. So concentrate on Power BI environment. And coming to next scenario, format of the data is clear. Tables format. Even terminology is also clear. Metadata, physical data, done. Right? And but what is storage mode? Where inside Power BI, where the data is going to store? Why I'm asking this question, you know? SQL server is database. Purpose of the SQL server is data storage only, right? And purpose of the SQL server is data storage only. So no need to discuss much about that. But coming to Power BI, it is not database, right? It is data analysis and report creation tool. Some data warehouse tool. So in this data warehouse tool, where the data is going to store, that is important. That is my question. See, we have some cloud environment called as Azure. This is from Microsoft only, Microsoft cloud environment only. Azure cloud, right? Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL environment. Physical data is going to store in Azure BLOB format. So BLOB means Azure Data Lake. Physical data is going to store in Azure blob format. Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL format. Remember, here you'll get some doubts. So we don't know anything about Azure because we are working with Power BI development only. Do I need to learn anything about Azure also? No need, because see, storage is different. Storage purpose, separate team will be there. Azure team will be there. They're going to take care of storage. So, but you should know where the data is going to store, right? I'll give you some more information about Azure SQL and Azure Blob when we are going to work with the Power BI service environment. Okay, na? Don't worry about that. And coming to the next scenario. So data related, format related, storage related, everything is clear. Now, fine. Coming to next step. Generally, you started database. Power BI development means database copy only. Without copying data, we cannot perform any operation in Power BI environment. So, Power BI development is going to start with the copy data only, no doubt. So, let's concentrate on copy data area. So, how to copy data from source to Power BI? What are the different ways we have to copy data from source to Power BI environment? See, assume that there is some table products in the source end. What is the table name? Products. This table contains some columns, sales amount. Of course, we have some other columns also. I'm going to discuss some points related to sales amount from products table. That's why I mentioned that column name there. Fine. So now, okay, forget about sales amount. We'll discuss that later. We have some table products. So 10 rows of the data there in the table, products table in the source. Now you are going to copy products table from source to Power BI. Okay. The different ways are import and direct query. So by using import, by using direct query, we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, now we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, fine. So what is import? Let us see. Suppose you are using import, table structure and data. Everything will be copied. Okay, Nandi? Table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment. That is import. See, we can use import for databases in the same way files also. Because sometimes we store data in the form of files in the source. Power BI developer, sometimes you're going to copy data from databases. Sometimes you're going to copy data from files also. Excel files, Notepad files, Word files, WordPad files. Like this, we have different types of files. Right, Annie? So whether you are going to retrieve data from databases or files, but you can use, files, you can use import. But see, if you are using import, table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment, and it is going to store in Power BI environment permanently. Right? That is import. Next step. For example, we are going to copy data from source to Power BI by using direct query. How we are doing this task? Direct query. Then what happens, only tables structure will be copied from source to Power BI. Data will not be copied. Data will be there in the source only. Only structure is going to copy from source to Power BI environment. Here what happens, some connection, permanent connection will be there between your Power BI and your data source, because you are using direct query. Got my point, Alf? So in this scenario, physical data we are not going to copy. We are going to copy only metadata. Only metadata, not physical data. And coming to next scenario, one more point. Direct query can be used for only databases. Right? Only for databases. Direct query you cannot use it for file. Right, Andy? So this is what the scenario. Now, okay, fine. Suppose forget about direct query for some time. Right, Andy? Forget about direct query for some time. We used import. So what happened? Table structure, data copied from source to Power BI. Fine. Okay. 10 rows there in the source table. 10 rows copied from source to Power BI environment. Right. Now, you did copy. Copying data from source to Power BI is done. Okay. Now, what happened, in source environment, data modified. Modified in the sense, suppose somebody inserted 10 rows. See, here the thing is, this area is done. Initially what happened? You copied table structure and data from source to Power BI by using import. That is done. Now somebody inserted some rows, suppose for example 10 rows. So that is latest data which is existing in the source table. Now can I copy that new modification or new data from source to Power BI or not? Why not? We can copy. So for that we have some concept called as refresh. Okay, na? Suppose you are going for refresh, you are going to refresh the scenario. Then what happens, whatever the new data, 10 rows inserted into source, modified in source, they'll be copied. Okay, na? So by using this concept, refresh concept, whatever the modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied from source to Power BI environment. So this refresh concept is also important for us. Because generally, initially what happens, you're going to copy data from source to Power BI. After that, your source is going to modify, right? Your source is going to modify by the users. Then you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. For that, we are using refresh. Okay, that is fine. So we got some idea what is refresh, why we are using refresh, and how it works. Okay, that's fine. But my question is, we discussed two different scenarios to copy data from source to Power BI. Import and direct query. Import and direct query. Can I use refresh for import and direct query or not? This is the question. Import, we can use refresh. The reason I'll tell. See, if you are using import, what happens, the data is going to copy from source to Power BI, right? Data is going to copy from source to Power BI if you're using import. So then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to copy them from source to Power BI. That is import. So refresh is required. Next scenario, direct query. If you are going for direct query, data will not be copied. Only structure will be copied. Then why we need to go for refresh, tell me? Got my point, all of you, right? So if data copied, then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to refresh because you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. There you need refresh. But now data not copies when you are working with the direct query, right? Then why you need to go for a refresh? Am I right or not? So refresh we do for import. But if you copy some table by using direct query, no need to go for refresh. Is it clear, all of you? Clear? What is the difference between import and direct query? And what is refresh concept? Clear, or any questions, please? Any questions, please? Right? Okay, now? So this is required in the beginning. So the scenarios today we discussed, they are base for Power BI training. Suppose you don't know all these things, directly we are going to start working with Power BI, then there will be no use. You should know what's happening, right? So we have different
Sir,
scenarios. Yeah, tell me.
hello.
Samar.
What is the use of the direct query?
Direct query, actually, I wanted to explain more on direct query when we are going to do it practically, mostly tomorrow, but anyhow, you asked a question. When we are going to copy whose data, because see, sometimes tables we can expect gigabyte size of the data also, right, Samar? Okay, no?
Yes.
In that case, we use generally direct query because to avoid space issues in BI environment, Power BI environment. In the same way, from source you want to get data by writing some query based data extractions. In these scenarios, we are going to use direct query. Up to 1 GB size of the data, tables, whatever it. Generally, we go for import only. We will not go for direct query. Got my point? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Anybody, please? Right. This is the way. So next step, we have to go for Power BI desktop installation and work with remaining things. Let's do one thing. I'll show how to download Power BI desktop and how to go for installation. I'm sorry. In the same way, copying data concepts. And before going to copy data from the source, we have to create some report project in Power BI. Those are all I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. I think tomorrow's class, they're going to change link and contact training team. In the same way,
I have a question. Can I use?
Yeah, tell me, Kiran.
Only we are using SQL Server only database, or some other database also possible to connect to the Power?
We can go for a lot of data sources. Once we start Power BI, I can show you. But not only SQL Server, we can work with other data sources also, other databases also. No problem, right?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point. And tomorrow morning 6, we are going to start SQL fresh batch. Power BI participants can attend if you have free time. You can attend morning 6 o'clock SQL development class also. Okay, na? Contact training team. Right, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. So while connecting to SQL Server, This is your server name. Copy this server name. And now I'm going to open Power BI desktop environment. This is the tool we are using to interact with the Power BI environment. So we are in the beginning only, so close this window.
So actually today's session was this one, no? To how to download and install all these, correct? That is,
Yeah, that we will do. Wait, okay, na?
Yeah.
So this is the environment. This is called as Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop. Here we have different options. We are going to work with them. So this is pure development environment of Power BI. So coming to next scenario. How to get this tool? How to install this tool? Yesterday we discussed about different versions, different editions. Everything we discussed in the last session. Right. So go to Google website. Here type it as Power BI desktop download. So open this website. See this, we are recording this website name here. Please check it. Okay, na? So scroll down here. Go to this. Download. Select 64-bit. Right, go to next step. It is downloading now. Please wait. In the same way, you just download and install SQL also. Durga training team will give you SQL Server installation videos. Okay, no? By following them, you can do that. Right. Open this file. Wait, it will open. Why it is taking timer?
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the SQL Server, what is the timing for this batch actually?
What is the
For the SQL Server, so
class?
what is the timing? Yeah.
4 p.m. now. After some time, new batch will start again.
Okay. So we have to come to the new batch only, correct? Yeah. Yeah, because I joined today, so it is already many courses over. I think we are doing the join thing, correct? So wanted the new batch.
Okay, no problem. Right, why it's not opening? Let's wait. I'll do it again now. Let's go to
Sure.
so downloaded, right? Go to downloads, right? I think there is some issue, it seems, with this file we downloaded. Retry is also not working. Let's do one thing. I'll download it again and I'll show you. Okay, but we'll do later. Now, it's simple to install. You go to this environment. So in this environment only, we are going to perform development activities, right? So coming to next scenario. Right side, you can see fields. Under fields only, we can work with metadata. We can see metadata. For example, you connected to source and you copied some tables from this source, right? And you connected to some source and you copied data from some source. So metadata you can see here for that table. Metadata means what? Table names, column names we discussed in the last session, right? Table names, column names comes here. If you come to left side, you can see report view, data view, and model view. Data will come here. Right. And coming to next scenario. In this area, you can create different types of reports. Now here you can see visualizations. These are the different types of visualizations we are using for creating this report project. So different types of visualizations available as per your requirement. Right. You can work with this. And coming to next scenario. Now, here you can see get data window. If you go to get data window, you can see different data sources. So by connecting to these data sources only, we can copy data. In the same way, before going to copy data from this source, we have to can you hear me now? All of you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, you can hear.
Right. Before going to copy data from this source, to create a report project. So for that, go to File, Save As. Provide some project name. You just take some location and provide some project name. Suppose I'm giving project name as 5 PM. How this file is going to store with .pbix extension. What is the extension of this file is going to get? .pbix is the extension, Power BI file, PBI means. Right, and you just can save button. This project save. Created here now. Okay. So coming to next scenario. In this project only, we are going to perform different types of activities. So if you want to perform any task in this, go to get data window. Source now SQL Server is provide a source database name, provide source, server name, database name. So while connecting to SQL Server Management Studio, I copied this server name, and this here we have database name also. Right, and click on OK button. So these are the tables existing in the source. Suppose I'm going to copy EMP table, department 1 tables, load. How we copy? We are copying now import. What is the other way to copy data? Direct query. Right, and you go to suppose employee table, expand it. See, that is the metadata. Okay, no? So metadata. Metadata means what? Structure. Table structure. Where can I see the data? Physical data. Rows. Left side you can see data view. I clicked on employee table, see that it is showing physical data. Right, and metadata, physical data. So metadata means what? Structure. Physical data means rows. So it is showing clearly. And you place mouse here. It is clearly showing how this table copied import. By using import only, this table copied. Right, and so the other way to copy data from this source is direct query. Go to SQL Server source again. Here we have to provide server name and provide database name also. Direct query this time I'm using. Previously we worked with import. Now we are working with the direct query. Expand it. Here you can write query. Select statement. Suppose I'm writing basic select statement only. Select star from EMP. So that is retrieving data from EMP table. So I'm going to retrieve data from EMP table. By using it only, I'm going to copy data. So Whether data copies or not, let us see now. So click on OK button. So this is the data coming from the source. Load. So now we are getting this table name as query 1. We can rename it. No problem. Okay, na? Right. Let's complete this copy. Okay. So data copied. You just double click on this table name, query 1 table name, and you can rename it like this. For example, I'm going to rename it as employee 1. Expand it. See, you can see structure. Right? You can see the structure. Copied from the source by using direct query. Finally, what about data? Please check it here. See that data is not there. It is not showing data. Even there is some message also. Check it. Right. Got my point? So clear scenarios here we have examples, practical examples we have, like what is the difference between what is the difference between import and direct query? You can see directly. In the
So
same
then
way,
what is the use of the direct query then?
direct query data will be there in the source only structure copied, right?
Yes.
Why we are using direct query means storage. Generally up to 1 GB size of the data, we are going to use import. If size is more than that, we are going to work with the direct query because of size, data size, space issues. Right? And is it clear, Samak?
Yes, sir.
So coming to next scenario. Let's go and copy data from other data sources. Just SQL Server, we copied data now. Not only SQL Server, we have other data sources also. Now let's copy data from other sources. Let's go to Excel files. And let us see how to copy data from Excel file. Right. So go to Get Data, select Excel source. So here we have some file, Excel file. Before going to copy data, I'll just open this file. This is basically file system. How data stored in this file system? In the form of sheets, order sheet, return sheet, user sheet. But coming to our environment, Power BI, again data is going to store in the form of table only. The only way we can store data in SQL Server in Power BI environment is table only. There is no other facility. So we have to create table. After creating table only, we can store data. Right. So now let's click on open button because we are going to copy data from this. Right. Select like this and load. So whatever the sheets existing there, I'm going to copy every sheet. See this. Like this. Okay, now? But see, while copying data from this file, it was not asking for anything like what we call like import or direct query. Not asked. So now my question is how you copy it? By using import or direct query, how you copied it? That's what the question now. You just place mouse here. How it is copied?
Import.
Import only. That means direct query works for only databases. We cannot use direct query for file system. So that is what the scenario. Okay, now. So coming to the next step, how to copy data from text files. Text file means what? .txt. So let's go to get data window. Text file. So here is the file csvmp. Right click and open. So on top you can see column names. Under column names we have data. Please check it. Right, Annie? So now I'm going to copy data. Open. Load. Copied, Annie. Please check it. From where we copied this? Now we copied it from file system. What type of file? Text file. Okay. So if you place mouse here, what it is showing? Import. By using import only, it is copied. So this is the way. Okay. So file system, how we are going to copy data? By using import only. Coming to databases, we can use import and direct query also. Right? You can go to import data and direct query when you are copying data from the databases. So now, even see, after copying data, if you place mouse here, clearly it is shown how it is copied. Right? And so this is overall scenario. Of course, still we have to copy data from some more scenarios, but you have to practice these things. And in the same way, we have to go for SQL installations also. Then I will share you these files. So whatever the files we have, I used now copying data, right? Different files I used now. Even I'm going to share you those files. So by using those files, you can copy date. Right. So Vaibhav, you are actually enrolled for 7 p.m. class, right? 7 p.m. Vaibhav is there. 7 p.m. or
Yes.
7 a.m.
Yeah,
What
7
was
a.m. But no, but I have a office timing at 7 a.m. So I'm not able to join properly the class at 7 a.m. So I want to switch to 5 p.m.
5 p.m. What about 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. works for you?
7 p.m. in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is also fine.
Sorry. Okay. Right now, bro. Right. Let's do one thing. Let's work with these scenarios in tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay. And one more request to all of you. Some of your numbers are not working. Better you please contact training team. Here I'm typing my mail ID. If you really wants to continue this training, enroll with them, because the problem is you're not getting access to videos or anything, right?
Yes.
So wait, I'm giving you a number here. 720 721 2427. This is the number 720 721 2427. That is the number. Training team, because they are they're going to share videos, everything to participants and materials, and these files also, practical files also, and even practice databases also they are going to share. Okay, na? Right. Okay then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, sir.
Bye. Let's connect it to project. So this is the project we created yesterday.
Yes.
So in this project, we copied data from different tables, and today we are going to work with this concept, enter data concept. So enter data means like this, directly you can go for input data. Suppose ID, e-name, salary, like this. Okay, now suppose employee 2 is the table name. So we are not copying data from any source. Directly we are creating table here only, and we are going for data rate. See this. So if you want to check the data, what to do? Go to data view, left side. See this. Okay, now So in the same way, we can also copy data from SQL, I mean, direct copy paste kind of. You select database here. Select star from EMP. See this. This is the table we have. You click on this corner and right click, copy data. Okay. You can go to this environment. Here go to home tab, enter data. Right click and paste. Table created. Okay. Even like this also, we can do this scenario. Right. So find out the difference, what we are doing here and how we are copying data from different sources to Power BI environment. Okay. So this is the way like how we copy from different sources to Power BI. In the same way, now we have to discuss about refresh concept. So how to work with the refresh? See this, you go to department 1 table. We copied this table by using import. See, if you place mouse here, you can see import concept. Right. So now I'm going to modify something in the source. Suppose select star from department 1 table, no data. I'm going to insert data into department 1 table. 10 computer science. Hyderabad. So this row inserted into table. That means table modified in the source, right, Andy? Okay, now please check. So now this modification copied from source to Power BI. Or change the tables and check it. Modification not copied. And so now I want to copy this modification from source to Power BI. What to do? That's my point, right? Here we have refresh button only. Just click on refresh. See, refresh is used to copy data from source to Power BI. Refresh we use it only for what? Import. Direct query, no need to use import. Let's finish it. See this, copied or not? Right, and modification copied. That is refresh option. So these are the ways, different ways to copy data from different data sources to Power BI. In the same way, how to copy modifications from source to Power BI. These are all different things. And coming to next scenario. After finishing copy data, we are going to work with transformations. How to transform data. Let's go to this window, transform data window. Right, and this is Power Query Editor window. Left side you can see queries. Queries means tables. In Power Query Editor, we call tables as queries. Coming to right side, you can see applied steps. So you are going to perform transformations, means you are going to perform some scenarios. So it shows there whatever the scenarios you performed. So generally we are going to save them. So you can see save button, or you can also use Control S. But sometimes what happens, we can cancel. Okay. We can cancel. And coming to next scenario. Let's start with, and here in this training, I'm not going to save the steps. I'm going to perform this step and then I'm going to cancel. But in real time, we are not going to cancel. Every step maximum we are going to save. Okay, now practice purpose, I'm going to. So here we have right click, just take right click on query, table. You can see properties. Copy, paste, delete, rename. So these are common scenarios, just leave it. But here we have enable loaded. Those things also I'm going to work. I'm not skipping anything. Okay, now? Right. So read that message. So disable means this table cannot be used in report creation. Suppose there is some table, you don't want to use the table in the report creation, you can disable like this. But my question is different. I'm not going to disable because I'm going to use this table, I think. But now my question is different. My question is, if you don't want to use the table, why you are copying the table? You just stop copying table, right? That's my point, right? But see, sometimes what happens, I told you in the beginning, we are going to create relationships between tables. Right? And so some scenarios, what happens, you copied some tables from source to Power BI. You want to create relationships between tables. But you're not going to use the table in the report creation. Then we are going to disable like this. Otherwise, we are not going to disable. Okay, na? Right. Coming to next step. See, if you unselect it, what happens, this table will not be included in refresh. You just unselect it and click on refresh button. Then this table will not be refreshed. Right? So next, duplicate. Just creating duplicate table. You're working with some table, you can create duplicate. See, this duplicate table is created. Now I will show how to delete it. Okay. Na? So coming to next scenario, here also we have some other scenarios which we are going to discuss in the coming sessions. But now let's go to this advanced editor. See that this advanced editor is showing source details. Please check it. What is our source server name? What is our source database name? It is showing clearly. This is what the scenario. In the same way, go to properties window. What it is showing? Again, same scenario it is showing. Properties window also showing same enable, load, refresh. So these things only it is showing. Okay. Na? So this is what the scenario. Hello. Right. So these are the properties we have for our queries. After that, here we have different columns: employee number, employee name, hire date. Okay, now. So open this employee number drop down, because employee number is number family. You can see some scenarios here. Data selection 7369 or 77886. I mean, you can select required data. See, it was showing step, but I cancelled that step. Okay, now. Next, ascending order, descending order. So what happens? Sort. Next step, remove empty. Empty means what? Null values. Suppose your column contains null values, you want to remove them, then we use it. For example, we don't have any null value in employee number column. You just go to commission column. Of course, commission is also number family only, right? In commission column, we have null values. See this. So remove empty. See that what happened based on null value, that row, whatever the null valued row is there, that deleted. I mean, those rows deleted. Please check it. So next, go to number filters. Number filters means operators. We use different types of operators in these number filters. For example, employee number means number family column, right? And what is the column we are using now? Employee number column we are using. Employee number is number family, right? Suppose employee number equal to 7369. In the same way, suppose equals to 7788. Different employee numbers I'm using. But here important thing is there are some operators and operator or operator. When we use and or operators, what is the difference between and or operators? See, we use and or operators when we are working with multiple conditions in the query. Okay. Coming to next scenario. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Suppose you have different conditions there. Please check it. Right, and you have different conditions there. Please check. And you separated them by using AND operator, right? And that means every condition must be satisfied. OR operator means if any condition satisfied, then you can complete the task. Now it is not going to complete because I'm using AND operator. See that no data is coming. No data is extracted. Let's do one thing. Here you can see the step applied. You open this step like this. Go for OR operator. See this? Now it is working. Got my point? So when we are working with multiple conditions in the same scenario, we use AND OR operators. AND operator means every condition must be satisfied. OR operator means if any condition satisfied, so that you can extract that. That's what happened now. We have seen practically also, right, Andy? So I'm going to cancel this step. But remember, in real time, we are not going to cancel this step. Okay, now? So next scenario, you go to character.
So I have one doubt.
Tell me.
Okay. So in the AND operator, so both the condition what you gave, that 7369 and 7788, so that both were matching, then it should pull the data also.
Not matching. AND means it must be there in the same column, right? Same value, single attempt. But they are not single attempt, right? They are different department numbers, right? Okay, na?
Okay.
Got my point? But when you are using OR operator, it is working, right?
Yes.
That's the reason. Okay, na?
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Coming to next scenario. Ename call. Ename means what? Character data. In Power BI, we call it as text data. Open this drop-down window. See that same, everything same. Everything same. Please check. But you go to this area. Changed. Because based on data type, what's happening here? filters are going to change. I mean, changed already. We can see here now. So begins with, suppose ename begins with yes and suppose contains P. See this and operator I'm using. So means every condition satisfied there. Started with yes, contains T. Please check it. Right hand. Open this filter. Go for R operator. Now you can see more. See. That is what the scenario. Okay, no? And in the same way, higher a date time data. Because see here we are working with the different types of data. Right now it is date time. Everything is same, but filters changed. Only year, only quarter. Suppose quarter one related data. How many quarters there per year? Any idea, please? Anybody? How many quarters per year? 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
In the same way, cancel this step and go to month. Suppose I need only June month data. Please check it. So month, week, everything based on what? Date time. So these are the scenarios. In the same way, you can see your column names and these are row numbers. What are these things? Row numbers. Remember this point also. Okay. So based on column name, based on row number, also we are going to perform some transformations that we will see in tomorrow's class. Practice these things for today. And coming to next scenario, Samar and Ashish, you connect to 7 a.m. class. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock class. You don't need to connect to 5 p.m. Okay, na? And we will give you access to 7 a.m. class recordings also. I think this guy already got access, Ashish. Samar, you'll get it.
Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please check it. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. To check it. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Right. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. Right, sir. And today, just I want to give a small introduction part related to this Java. Just brief overview of Java programming language I'm going to give. All right. All of you are coming for a demo class only, right? Right. Thank you. And after that, I want to give some clarity about our like process, how I'm going to complete these classes, what is my plan of conducting these classes, all the things we are going to understand there. Right. Now let's see this point here. First of all, I'm asking one direct question to all of you guys. Now today you're coming for Java demo class, right? Core Java, or whatever it may be, full stack Java or something else. Simple question, straight question. Why you are selecting Java now? We have so many technologies, so many programming languages, but still why we are selecting Java today? What's the need? Because of your parents' force, no? No, sir. My brother is working with IBM. He earned per month 60 lakhs, 60,000 or 70,000. No. So my parents are saying to us, so your brother is already earning 60,000 while you are vacant after completion of the BTech. So go and join with the classes at Amirpet, then try to get job. Because of this, you are coming, right? No, sir. I completed my BTech few years back, 4 years back. Before this, maybe after completion of my BTech, I joined with some college there as a lab in church. So now I want to go for marriage. Opposite side people are asking to me, if you are the lab coordinator, we don't want to give my girl to you. So try to get software job, then only come here. Yeah, is this the reason? Any other reason? No. So then simple question, why you are selecting Java? Any reason here? No? Definitely, I can give some reasons. All these reasons are funny reasons only, but I think so these reasons may not be available for you. Only one simple, straightforward answer. For the sake of getting job. For the sake of getting good job. Why is there? Why job is required? Common sense only. I'm asking that. I'm not thinking about too much technical questions now. Why we need this job now? Because of two reasons. Because of very good identity. As I completed my academics, definitely I have to get some identity. I need some background. So one company background I require. So job is mandatory. That's one point. Why job is mandatory? Why identity is mandatory? Sorry. We are able to get job at any field. That is not at all the deal. But with very good identity, getting job is important. So identity, recognition, that's one reason. Any other reason here? Second reason, ultimate reason we have. What is the second reason? No. What is the second? Identity is okay. Respect and identity both are at the same side. Second reason is there. What is the second reason? No. Money. Am I right or not? Good amount of money. Every month, survival, right? Definitely we need some money. See, if we are giving answers like, sir, I'm very much crazy on programming, that's why I'm coming to this Java. No, I don't want to go believe all these kind of statements. No, they are overaction statements only. Yes, sir. Am I right or not? Identity with a good respect, and next one is what? Their money. They are the two important factors in our life. Without money, will you work for the 1 year of time? With any company, will you work for 1 year of time with any company without money? No. So definitely money is required or not? That is your fundamental right. We are working with a company for the sake of money only. At the same time, money with respect, money with identity. That both are required. Fine. Whatever it may be, leave this one. Why I'm giving this kind of discussion here? The point is what? If you want to get very good job, in order to get money and respect and identity, Java is the right platform. Java is the right platform at present as per the outside market situation. Market is not much good. Somewhat dryness is going on there. Understand it what I'm telling there. So even though this much of dryness is going on, but still we can trust Java programming language when compared with other programming languages. Understand it? Still, some companies are taking Java developers. Some companies are taking Java developers. As per my awareness, I am telling to you, as per my analysis, as I am observing that the outside market with very much close, maybe next June or July month onwards, again, recruitments are going to be started. Actually, I have 50 companies in my hand at present. Regularly, I'm in touch with that companies there. Then every 3 days once or 4 days once, I used to send mails to them. Why? Because Durgasoft is providing campus drives also. In Durgasoft, companies are coming, they are going to conduct some recruitment drives on all. Understand it now? So I'm in touch with almost all 50 number of companies. Every 3 days once or 4 days once, I'm in touch with them. I used to talk with them. Then what is the status now? What is the status at present? What we have to do like this? I used to communicate with them. So they are giving reply to me. 2 companies, they are giving reply to me on June or July. They want to come here. They are giving confirmation even for me. So I'm expecting in a June or July month onwards, again, recruitments are going to be started. Meanwhile, you should be ready to attend for recruitment drives in June or July. That's the status, what I'm telling here. Okay, leave it. So even though the market is not much good, but still we can trust Java. In Java domain, more and more number of recruitments are going to be happen in the companies. Definitely. I'm sure about it. I'm giving one statement to you. I'm sure about it. If you learn Java at present, next 20 to 25 years of time, you will not get any problem. Java is a straight line. Always, it is in upward direction only, not in up and downs. Everybody, understand my point here? Other technologies are in up and downs, but Java will not have any such kind of scenarios. Always, Java is in upwards arrow only, not in downwards. Understand it clearly now. So because of that reason, we can trust Java. Whatever the step today here we have taken there, is the right step only. Then if you learn Java completely, I'm giving the word, next to 20 to 25 years of time, you will not get any problem. In Java domain, this much of requirements are going to be happen. As long as all banks are not using, as long as all banks are using Java applications, as long as all insurance domain is using Java, as long as that entire software industry is using Java, you will not get any problem. How long the software industry is available, up to the time Java is getting demand. Simple comparison I'm telling that. 5 years back, if we take now, everybody they are giving hype like what there. Python is getting very good demand, no Java, nothing is there inside the Java. Java is totally down. Python is getting very good market. Now see what is the status now? What is the status now? Python is not much in high position now. Python already down, but Java is in still the same situation. Java is still in the same straight line. Even at present, I'm telling that number of drives, number of recruitments are going on more in Java when compared with other technologies. Java and it's related. Not only, I'm not talking about only core Java. Java and it's related. There only the majority of the recruitments are going to be happen. Because of that reason, we are going to have chances to work with what there to have some opportunities on what there Java domain. So we can trust it. That's the first statement here. What I'm telling you. Okay, fine. Anyway, leave it. So for what purpose you are trying to learn Java, that's okay, leave it now. But once you have taken the step to learn Java, then you must bond with that. Then we need to have some, like what I'm telling there, patience level, and we need to complete it. After that, if you try for Java, definitely we'll have very good future in Java. There's a confirmation here, what I'm telling there as a first statement now. Right, sir, before all these things, as you are going to learn Java, first of all, tell me what we have inside the Java. What content, that means what exactly the parts, what exactly the concepts are available inside the Java. Do you have an awareness on it? What you are having inside the Java? Do you know anything about this Java? If you observe this one, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems. What is the company name? Sun Microsystems. As a company, it has introduced Java programming language to outside. Say for example, Windows operating system provided by Microsoft. Oracle database provided by Oracle Corporation. Similarly, Java is a programming language provided by Sun Microsystems. Please come. Java is a programming language provided by Sun Microsystems. So, Sun Microsystems has provided Java in the form of 3 parts. in the form of what there? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts which are provided by Sun Microsystems inside the Java? As per our awareness, I'm telling there. First one is what there? Come on. First one is what there? Core Java. And the second one is what there? Now tell me. Advanced Java. And the third one is like what there? J2EE. Don't write anything. Understand? Just try to understand. So your responsibility is what there? Just sit aramly. That means peaceful. Try to understand whatever the points I'm saying there. That's it. Not required to write anything in my classes. Why? Because whatever the things you want to write in our notes is no, I will write in my laptop. I will share the document to you. Everything I will share. Don't worry. At the end of this session, I'm able to give some clear-cut picture for it. Try to understand it now. Now here, now the point is like what I'm telling there. Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in 3 parts. Can you tell me what are the 3 parts now? Core Java, Advanced Java, or the third one? J2EE. Clear or not? This is totally wrong classification. It's totally wrong. Everybody is following this kind of terminology only, but this is wrong. This is unfortunate. This is wrong. This is not the right classification what Sun Microsystems has given. This is only local terminology. More clearly, Amirpet institutes have given this kind of classification as per their business. Of course, not only Amirpet, I'm telling that institutes have given this kind of thing. Bangalore institutes or maybe Chennai institutes, whatever it may be. No. So this is not the terminology which was provided by Sun Microsystems. Okay, sir, good. This is not the right terminology. But what is right terminology? What is right terminology? If you observe this, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in the form of the same 3 parts, no? But what are the 3 parts here? First one is J2SE or Java SE. Of course, almost all we can say it is a core Java. But that core Java terminology is not available, but we can say it is a core Java, equivalent. And the second one is what there? Second one is J2EE or Java EE. Second one is what there? J2EE or Java EE. And the third one is what there? J2ME or Java ME. J2ME or what there? Java ME. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Now tell me, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in the form of 3 parts. What are the 3 parts now? J2SE, J2EE, J2ME. What is not available? This is not available. I want to delete this, not try to understand it now. Just let me delete it. Not required. That is a totally wrong terminology. But in outside, everybody is following that terminology only. Because of that reason, as a first point in my classes, I'm telling to you clearly that terminology is a wrong terminology. This is right terminology that we have to follow. Clear, sir? J2SE, J2EE, and J2ME. Good. That's okay, fine. But what is this J2SE actually? What it will cover? What we are able to get from this J2SE? What we are able to get from J2SE? Right. Simple points. Try to understand it clearly. Java 2 Standard Edition. Java 2 Standard Edition. Abbreviation. I'm telling them. Good. What it will provide? It will provide only fundamentals of the programming language. What it will cover now? Tell me. Only fundamentals of the Java programming, not complete Java. See, if the total Java is provided by J2SE, then what is the requirement to go for J2EE and J2ME? Get my point or not? So J2SE is providing only fundamentals of the Java. By using these fundamentals, what we are able to do? Do you prepare any application by using fundamentals of the Java? With only fundamentals of the Java, is it possible to create any application? Understand it clearly. By using J2SE, we are able to create, we are able to prepare, listen all of you know, standalone applications. Come on, guys. Now, what is this one here actually? Standalone applications. By using fundamentals of the Java. Here I'm saying that by using J to SE, I'm telling there, or maybe by using fundas, by using fundamentals of the Java, we are able to prepare what type of applications there? Now tell me. Come on, standalone applications. Then immediately I'm getting a question. Sir, what is this standalone application? Okay, J to SE, only fundamentals of the Java. By using fundamentals of the Java, we are able to prepare standalone application. Okay, I do agree that. But what is this standalone application? What is the meaning of the standalone application? Answer is very clear. Try to understand it now. Listen, I'm giving clarity. Try to understand it now. If we design and execute any application, all of you clear up to now? If we design and execute any application without using, come on, what is this now? Without using client server architecture. You know, there is a design architecture, client server architecture. Client will send request to the server will perform some process, server will send some response back to the client. This is what client server architecture. All of you are getting my point or not? Client server architecture. Okay. If we design and execute any application without using client server architecture, or listen carefully, without distributing application logic over multiple machines in the sense computers, without distributing multiple machines, then that application is what their standalone application. Right, sir? All of you understand this point clearly? Please read out the definition here. Whatever the definition here I have given there, clearly understand it. It's very simple definition here. Try to understand it. Try to analyze, try to understand. While reading the content, we have to understand what I'm telling there. If we design and execute any application without using client server architecture, hold on here. Client is one mission, server is another mission. Some program we have to write on client mission, some other program we have to write on what their server mission. Means that my application is distributed over multiple computers or not. In a client server application, my application logic must be provided a client mission and server mission or not. That I don't require. That is not available in my application development. There is no concept like client server application. There is no concept like what there client server architecture. So without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple computers, my application logic must not be distributed over multiple computers. Then that application is called as what? Standalone application. It means that my entire application I have to write and I have to execute within a single computer. Indirectly what I am telling there, my complete application I am going to provide within a single computer. Are you able to follow or not? See this punch here. I want to give a simple diagram here. Now try to understand this diagram. So this is one computer. Sorry. This is one computer. Now inside this computer only, I'm going to prepare my entire program. Now get this is what I'm telling there, my application. Everybody understand this clearly. Now here I'm going to prepare what there, some application logic. My complete application is available inside this particular machine only. My total program is available inside my computer only. This is the logic. This is my code. Whatever the instructions here I want to prepare, this is my code. Now computer I want to say it as what their mission. And this is my program. Program I want to say it is what their application. Total application I have written within a single computer. There only I am compiling my program. There only I am executing my program. My program is asking to me enter some input data. I entered input data in the same computer. My program is giving some output to me in the same computer. I'm able to test my application within the same computer. Everything about my application is going on in a single computer. Entire application logic is provided in a single computer. This type of application is called standalone application. If you're following or not, this type of application is called as what? There, standalone application. To prepare the standalone applications, we required what technology, what programming language we required? J2SE, Java 2 Standard Edition. To prepare these applications, only fundamentals of the Java is sufficient. Only what is sufficient here? Fundamentals of the Java is sufficient. Not required to go for too much Java programming language. Is that all of you are following or not? That's okay. Now this is clearly the diagram here. Don't worry. This diagram also I'm going to be include there in the future. I will provide even this diagram also to you in the document here now. Right, sir? Clear? This is exactly the meaning of what there standalone application. Okay, sir. Understood, sir. Clearly, I'm getting some point here. What is the point here I'm getting there? J2SE is a Java 2 Standard Edition. It will provide only fundamentals of the Java programming, not complete Java. With only fundamentals, I can prepare standalone applications. What is standalone application? Design and execute Java application, any application, without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple machines, or by providing entire application logic in a single computer. Then that application is what? Their standalone application. Okay, good. Up to that, okay, I understood that. Now tell me, sir, how many applications are standalone applications in outside? In outside, so many applications are available. So many computer applications are available. Out of all these computer applications, software applications, how many applications are standalone applications? What are the examples for these standalone applications? Can you tell me? Right. I can give some examples. After that, I will give ratio. Understand it? What are the various examples here I'm telling to you? So this is my laptop, right? Inside my laptop, inside my computer, calendar is available or not? Can I get calendar or not? Come on, guys. That calendar is also an application. That application is available within the same computer. Am I right or not? So that calendar is what there is an example for standalone application. Leave this one. Inside my computer, calculator is available or not? Come on. Calculator doesn't distribute its logic over multiple machines. It doesn't require client server architecture. Within my single computer, that calculator is running or not? All right, so now calculator is an example for standalone application. Say for example, for the sake of diagram, I open this paint. This is what their paint. Am I right or not? Paint is also an application. All right. This paint is also be what there a standalone application, and so on and so on and so on. So many things are available. Calculator, calendar, and so on. All these things are what there standalone applications. Clear? That's fine. All right, sir. Good. These are the examples now. But how many applications are standalone applications in outside? How many applications are standalone applications in outside? If you observe this point here, I'm giving clarity. Now try to understand it now. Only 5% of the applications are standalone applications. Only how many applications? No, 5% of the applications are what? Standalone applications. Only 5% of the applications are what? Standalone applications. Yes, clear? All of you are following these points now. Good. Remaining 95% of the applications are not standalone applications. Only 5% of the applications are what? They're standalone applications. Clear? Now try to understand it clearly. After this, application development is only 5% about the standalone applications, about J2SE, but it is a it's a direct utilization. J2SE direct utilization is only 5%, but it's a dependency level, but its dependency level is a 1000%. That is this point. Its direct utilization is what there only 5%, but its dependency level is what there 1000%. Sir, what is this mathematics today? 5% and 1000%. I'm not getting clarity. What is this actually? I'll give some clarity. Understand it now. Understand it now. It is a dependent programming language for, it's a dependent programming languages for number one, to learn J to EE, instead of saying that learn, to work with J to EE technologies. If you want to learn advanced level, we must require core level or not? If you want to construct a building, foundation is required or not? That foundation is what there J to SE. That remaining part of the building is what there J to EE. If you want to work with J to EE technologies, what is required? J to SE is required. That's why I'm saying that it is a 1000% dependency level. It is required 1000% for other technologies. Observe carefully. And other one is like what I'm telling there. Apart from that, to work with Selenium testing tool. I think you already aware about it. Selenium testing tool. Selenium is one of the tool for the sake of the automation, right? Automation testing. Selenium is one of the tool. If you want to learn or if you want to work with the Selenium, you must know J2SE. Without having J2SE knowledge, you are unable to do anything with the Selenium. But Selenium is also another tool. It's going on there in outside. Next one is what there. In the same way, Salesforce. If you want to work with the Salesforce or if you want to learn a Salesforce tool, again, you require what there? J2SE part. Not only that, if you want to work with the Hadoop, do you aware about it? No, Hadoop is a big data analysis. If you want to work with or if you want to learn Hadoop, again, what is required here? No, J2SE is required. Or if you want to work with or if you want to learn SAP related tools, ABAP or maybe some HR or maybe something else. If you want to learn SAP tools, SAP tools, then again, what is required here? No, J2SE is required. Not only that, if you want to work with Android mobile application development platform, if you want to work with Android mobile application platform, there definitely we require what there J2SE part, and so on and so on and so on. So many. Not only this, just only some of the products list I have given there, and so on. So many. Everything, almost all 90% of the software products nowadays are depending on what their J2SE. But J2SE direct utilization is only what 5%, but its a dependency level is what there 1000% because of all these many things. If you want to learn Salesforce, if you want to learn Selenium testing, or if you want to go with SAP tools, or if you want to learn Adobe, for all these things, one prerequisite is needed. What is that prerequisite here? J2SE part. So it's a dependent programming language or not? That's why 1000% dependency level is available over this particular programming language. Yeah, because of this reason also we might be Java is not having any downfall. Always Java is having what there upgrade. That means the upward arrow. You can understand it clearly. Right, so now this is what exactly the information about what there J2SE. Guys, tell me what I discussed here up to now. Point by point I have given there. First of all, tell me what is abbreviation for J2SE? Java 2 Standard Edition. What it will cover? What it will provide? Only fundamentals of the Java. By using these fundamentals, what type of applications we are able to prepare? Standalone applications. Standalone application is using client server architecture or not using client server architecture? Come on, using client server architecture or not using client server architecture? Not using client server architecture. Without using client server architecture, without distributing application logic over multiple machines, if we design and execute any application on then that application is what there? Standalone application. Can you tell me some examples for standalone applications? No? Calculator, calendar, paint, and so on. How many applications are standalone applications in outside? No? 5%. So J2SE direct utilization is what? 5%. But its dependency level is what? 1000%. How can you say it's a 1000% dependent programming language? How can you say it's a 1000% dependent programming language? Why? Because it is required for working with the Salesforce, for working with the Selenium testing, for working with the SAP tools, for working with the J2EE applications, for almost 95% of the software products required. What there? J2SE. Because of that reason, its dependency level is what there? 1000%, but its direct utilization is what there? 5% only. All of you are clear or not? Can I move forward? Can I go for the next one here? No? All right. What about this next one here? Observe carefully. J2EE. The next one is what there? J2EE. All right, sir. What is this J2EE actually? Everybody, put more concentration here. J2EE is what? Observe carefully. First of all, abbreviation. What is this J2EE? Java 2 Enterprise Edition. Is it? What is the abbreviation? J2SE is what? Java 2 Standard Edition. J2EE is what? Java 2 Enterprise Edition. Clear? J2SE has provided fundamentals of the Java. J2SE has provided what? Fundamentals of the Java. But J2EE will provide server-side programming. Come on. J2EE will provide what side programming there? Server-side programming. Server-side programming in the sense client-server architecture or not? It is using client-server architecture or not? Server-side programming in the sense it is using client-server architecture or not? All right, sir. Next one, point number 3. It will provide server-side programming. Okay. By using J2SE, what we prepared there actually, which type of applications we prepared there? Standalone applications we prepared there. Am I right or not? But by using J2EE, it can be used to prepare what type of applications? No, enterprise applications, or simply speaking, distributed applications. By using J2EE, what type of applications can we are able to prepare? Enterprise applications, or we can prepare what there? Distributed applications. Sir, all of you are getting my points or not? Enterprise applications are what there? Distributed application. Now again, I have a question. What is this enterprise application? What is this distributed application? What's the meaning of it? Right, the point is very clear. If we design and execute any application, quite opposite to standalone application. Exactly opposite to standalone application. Now tell me, if we design and execute any application there without using client server architecture, but here on the basis of what? Client server architecture, or there without distributing application logic over multiple machines, but here what there? By distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called distributed application, or what next one here? Or enterprise applications. Right, don't worry, I'll share this document to you. Just rough information, just roughly I'm giving all the points here, but try to understand it now. If we design and execute any application on the basis of client server architecture, or by distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called distributed application or enterprise application. That's it. This is what exactly the meaning of like what they distributed application or an enterprise application. Yes, all of you are getting clarity on these points now. That's okay, fine. But I have a question. How many applications are distributed applications? Right, if you want to see the diagrammatic representation here now, easily we can understand. Observe carefully. Now this is one computer and this is another computer. All right, this is one computer. All right, sir. In between these two computers, what is required? Network is required. Am I right or not? Network is required. Protocol is required. Communication point of view. Now this I want to say client mission. Now this I want to say what there? Server mission. All right, sir. Now here at a client mission, we are going to write a program, client application. At server mission, we are going to write a program, server side application. Now this is like what I'm telling there, client application, and this is like what I'm telling there, server side application. Are you getting my point or not? All right, now this is like what their network. So here we have some coding part. At client program, we have some coding part. Here these are the number of intersections. Similarly, here also we are having what their number of intersections. All right, then first of all, what we have to understand here now. First of all, client will send request to the server, that is to the network. Then network will submit that request to what there, the respective server mission. Server side program will be executed. Server side program will be executed. When this program is executed, whenever this program is executed, automatically some response will be generated. That response will be given back to the network. That response will be given back to the network. Observe carefully. Here network will send the required response back to what their respective client. Now tell me, application is designed on the basis of client server architecture or not? Application logic is distributed over multiple machines or not? Come on guys. So this type of application is called as what their distributed application or an enterprise application. Clear? Okay, fine. This is okay, fine. But how many applications are enterprise applications now? How many applications are distributed applications? If you want to know that, now try to understand it clearly. 95% of the applications are distributed applications. 95% of the applications are what they're distributed applications. Any examples? Any examples? All banking applications are distributed applications or not? Very good. Then what next one here? After this, no, all insurance applications. Tata insurance application maybe, then Bajaj insurance, like so many insurance applications are available. All these are like what there? Like next one is after this. All social media applications, social network applications are what there? Directly distributed applications now. I think very much you're already aware about it now. Like what there? All food delivery applications. Food delivery applications now. All these are like Swiggy, Zomato, all these are what there? Like what there? Distributed applications only. Maybe WhatsApp, maybe YouTube, or maybe social media network, or maybe social network applications. All these are like what they're distributed applications only. Right, sir. Apart from this, like this, so many, every domain, healthcare, all healthcare applications are what they're distributed applications only. All healthcare applications are what they're distributed applications only. Take any Apollo hospitals, maybe care hospitals, maybe there where there's some applications are going on for the sake of tracing, for the sake of tracking patients, for the sake of tracking doctors, for the sake of tracking like what there, then all the details now, prescriptions and everything. Then there also be distributed applications are going to be happen everywhere nowadays. Everywhere distributed applications are going to be happen. Yes, clear to all of you know? Right, sir. That's okay, fine. After completion of this, 95% of the applications are what they're distributed applications only. These are somewhat information about like what they're J2EE. Java meant for J2EE. Not only J2SC, Java meant for what they're J2EE. Java meant for enterprise application development. Clear? Next one, third one. What about this third one here? Now tell me J2ME, Java 2. Now tell me, what is the abbreviation for it now? Java 2 micro edition, not mobile edition. Please remember this. M is not mobile. M is what there? Micro. Java 2 micro edition. Clear? What it will provide? J2S is providing fundamentals of the Java. J2E is providing server-side programming. What is micro programming? What this J2M is providing there? It is able to provide micro programming, chip level programming. Micro programming, chip level programming. Okay. J2SE, by using J2SE, we are able to prepare standalone applications. By using J2EE, we are able to prepare enterprise applications. Similarly, by using J2ME, what type of applications here we are able to prepare now? By using J2ME, we are able to prepare like mobile based applications. Simply speaking, mobile applications. So, all of you are getting it or not? Good. How many applications are mobile applications nowadays in outside? 100% of the applications are what they're mobile applications. Am I right or not? 100% of the applications are what they're mobile applications. Clear? Good, nice. Then after this, after completion of this, 100% of the applications are what they're mobile application. That's okay. We understood that. But remember one point here. Mobile application development has very good demand. Mobile application development has very good demand in outside. Why? Because if you take any domain, any location, mobile application development, mobile application support is available. Go for hospitals, mobile application development, mobile application support is available. Go for banks now, mobile application. See, for example, I have an ICICI bank account. iMobile app is available. Am I right or not? For the sake of, for example, I have might be what there, Airtel. I have a SIM card. That means communicator. Airtel communication I'm using now. For the sake of Airtel payments and all these things now, my Airtel app is available. My Idea app, my Vodafone app, HDFC Bank application, WhatsApp mobile application, right? YouTube, I'm going to see all videos through YouTube. If I want to see all videos through YouTube, in the sense, what we have to do? We need to install that app or not? YouTube app or not? Of course, by default, it is coming along with our mobile phones now. But if it is not available, we are able to install it or not? Facebook, I want to watch. Facebook, I want to see. I have to install that Facebook app or not? Observe carefully. Swiggy, Zomato, all these things I have to install in my mobile phone or not? All these are what they are? Mobile applications only. Nowadays, in every sector, mobile application development is available. So that's why 100% of the applications are what they are? Mobile applications only. But understand my point here. Fifth point is important. Now try to understand it. No, mobile application development has very good demand, but no demand is available for J2ME. It's almost all dead in outside. Not available. No demand is available for J2ME. When the alternatives are coming into the picture, when Android application development, when Android is available in outside of the market, when Android was introduced, when iPhone technologies are introduced, automatically demand was reduced, demand was fall down for what there? J2ME. No demand is available for J2ME nowadays. Why? Because number of alternatives are available for mobile application development. That's why nobody is thinking about J2ME part. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? So this is a clear-cut information here I'm telling there about all the content here. We have to understand now. Right, sir. Finally, now tell me, all of you now tell me, Java is available in how many parts now? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts now? J2 SE, then what next one here after this? No, J2 EE, third one is what there? J2 ME. Out of all the 3 things now, which one is very good? J2 SE and J2 EE. If you want to learn J2 EE, we require what? J2 SE. So we have to understand both. Nobody is thinking about what? J2 ME. Being the Java developer, if you want to become as a Java developer, Our target is very clear. J2SE and J2EE that we have to learn. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? Okay, leave this one. Right. Now just a few minutes of time. Just I want to discuss about like what exactly the content here I'm going to discuss with you. What exactly my plan of discussing all the content here. Just 2 minutes of time. I want to give some clarity. Of course, already the document I created here, whatever the content I discussed today also, I'll share this document to you. Okay, but not immediately. Right. I need to take one more class there. In that one more class there, I'm going to share all the resources and on what exactly the content I want to provide there. Everything I'm going to provide to you. But before that, now let us have some clarity. All right, sir. Mainly, I'm going to provide this clarity. If you join with my classes, if you want to join with my classes, what advantages we are able to get? Everybody understand it clearly now. All my classes are might be being recorded here. Every class now. Recorded videos will be provided for everybody up to 1 year of time. After completion of the course, 1 year of time. Not right from today. That means what is the meaning of it now? Every class recording will be shared to you. Even today's class is also shared to you. Within 1 hour after completion of the class, that recording will be shared to everybody. So it's going to be available up to 1 year of time to you. That 1 year of time we can calculate after completion of the course. But right from today onwards, videos are going to be available for everybody. Observe carefully. This is very good support what Durgasoft is providing at present. Other institutes are not providing this much of support here, but Durgasoft is giving this much of support. Why? Because multiple advantages are available by sharing these recorded videos. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it what I'm telling them. It's a backup, completely backup. If you want to watch again the same class, no need to wait for other batch now. Directly on the same day, open that video and try to watch the content. Understand my point here? If you are unable to stay at Hyderabad, if you want to go outside there, yes, videos are available. Within 1 hour, we are able to see that video support. We are able to get it. All of you are getting it or not? Okay, fine. All my classes materials are available in the form of soft copy. And if you want to get hard copy, some charges are going to be happen. Just you can check it at our office there. But soft copy will be provided for everybody. Okay. Right, sir. Free access to the classroom notes. Whatever the notes I'm typing there, everything I will share with you. No need to worry for it. Free access to the classroom applications. Whatever the programs I'm going to provide, everything I will show. Live applications. In front of you, I will type everything. Even notes also I'm going to type in front of you. Now today, how I'm going to type the content. While explaining the concept, I'm able to type the content here. Multiple tasks I can do at a time here. I don't have any problem there. That notes I'm able to share with you. Okay. All right, sir. Course completion certificate will be provided at the end of the course. You can utilize the Durgasoft brand also in outside. Definitely, some weightage will come to your resume. Next one is, yeah, this is important. Durgasoft is providing company drives, but depending on the situation. All right, we have some clients with us. I'm going to get the companies there. Then company drives are going to be conducted. Understand my point? What I'm telling you. So this is not like any job guarantee kind of program there. This is clearly technology based program. Content guarantee, not job guarantee, content guarantee. If you understand my total content, getting job is nothing. Very simple. In my classes, 80% is a success rate. Definitely, 80% is a success rate. For every 100 members, 80 members are going to get jobs. Sure. But 1 month before or 1 month later. Okay, leave it now. Concepts wise written test we are going to be conducted on every topic. If it is possible, I'm able to plan for what their mock interviews. Okay. Working with multiple database. Okay, these are the technology related things. No, by moving on to the concepts, we are able to understand it clearly. No need to worry for it. Right, sir. Part of the notes itself, I'm going to include interview questions also. Question and answer format. We are able to get it. So there's multiple advantages here we are able to get. That's okay. Coming to the the next one is one more thing here. Which version I'm going to discuss now? What is the latest version of the Java? At present, latest version of the Java is what is the 19? 20 is coming now. Okay, I didn't check it. Last 10 days of time I was totally off actually. So if 20 is available, I'll discuss about 20 also. Don't worry for it. It's a matter of 1 day to update myself. Right? What features are available, new features inside the 20, I'll discuss with you. But at the end of the course, not immediately. Up to the latest version. up to what their latest version, right from starting point to ending point. Ending point is what their latest version here. Okay. All right, so today what batches we are offering from Durga Soft. Today is a general demo class I am conducting here. This is a demo for these multiple batches. Only core Java, if you want to learn, we can come for this. Batch 2 is a basic Java, core Java, advanced Java, Oracle, and basic UI. Batch 3, complete Java package, core, advanced, Hibernate, Spring, Spring Boot, microservices, web services, Oracle, and basic UI. Next one is what there? Full stack Java, core Java, advanced Java, Hibernate, Spring, Spring Boot, microservices, web services, Oracle, basic UI, Angular or React, Linux, AWS, DevOps, and testing tools. This is full stack Java. Nowadays, this is a trending in outside. Every company is looking for what? Every company is looking for full stack Java developers only. Nowadays, every company is looking for what? Their full stack Java developers only. But these packages we provided namesake, no, but this is main package. Everybody is looking for it. Understand it, what I'm telling them. But after completion of this course, everybody, you are able to get full stack Java total content. Nearly 60 pages document is available. In a 60 pages document, the total syllabus I included there. So you are able to get that 60 pages document through your WhatsApp. After completion of this class, our admin people will send the document to you. There we can see the total syllabus. Whatever the syllabus I'm going to discuss inside the class, the total syllabus you are able to get. Okay, in full stack Java, what is my participation? In full stack Java, what is my participation? If you have to this red color symbol, this total red color box, up to total Java related, I will take the responsibility. Remaining non-Java related things are available. Remaining part, some other trainers will take that content. But my part is what there? This total. Almost all 70 to 80% of the full stack Java I will cover. Here Java is the main content. Remaining things are what there? Sidewise technologies. But they are also important for us now. We have to learn it. Some expert trainers will take that content here. But these things here I'm going to take now. Sir, if you're getting it or not, what I'm telling you now. Okay. All right, sir. Now then all right, regarding this remaining further details, no, just we can contact with our admin people there. We can reach out to our office people, or maybe they'll give more clarity regarding this admission and everything here, whatever it may be. But myself, from my side, I'm giving these many commitments. Definitely, we are able to see the content, total content. So my simple philosophy is what there, what I know about Java, everything I want to give to you. At the end of the course, your knowledge and my knowledge must be same. At the end of the course, I want to say everybody to teach Java to somebody else, not only in a position to get job. Once you're in a position to teach Java to somebody else, getting job is nothing. You can play with interviewer. So I will increase confidence. I'll inject more content. That is my main philosophy. See, the shortcut way to get job in the sense everywhere it is available. Just we can go for it. If you want to get job in a shortcut way, no need to come to Durga Soch. Really, if you want to learn subject, then come to me. Then come to my classes. It's totally subject based, totally content based. I'm going to improve your subject level. That's my actual target. If you are subjectful, if you are contentful, getting job is nothing. At any location you can survive. That is a simple philosophy here, what I'm telling you to know. Okay, right, sir. This is one thing. And lastly, one simple point here I'm telling to you. Observe carefully. All of you guys understand it now. Today is one demo class I discussed it here, but tomorrow actually I need to take this session now. But tomorrow is a festival, I think so, right? Even myself also, I'm not going to be available there. Then tomorrow, I'm not going to take the class there. Sunday anyway half. Sunday is also not available. Next class will be on Monday. Next class will be on Monday. At what time we have to come there? Next class, no? On Monday, 5:30. We have to come there. Please remember this. At 5:30, we have to come next class. Please remember this. After few days of time, I want to take your classes right from 4:30, not only 5:30. Please remember this. After a few days of time, I'm going to conduct your classes right from what? 4:30. Understand, guys, what I'm telling you? Few days of time, I'm going to take your class at 5:30. Why? Because that schedule is not available. Actually, I need to start your class at 4:30, but schedule is not available. After a few days of time, I will start your classes from what there? 4:30. 4:30 to 6, I'm going to take it. Remaining classes, full stack Java, if you take now, evening starts, you can assign to me regarding this Java, total Java. Remaining time, we can attend for other courses. In full stack Java, up to 7 courses I'm going to take. Remaining courses you have to take now. In the remaining time, we can take that courses no. But up to full stack Java, up to Java stream, I'm going to take at evening time only. I'll give the time to time schedules to you. No need to worry for it. Sir, all of you are getting clarity or not? Okay. Almost all now. The time is 6:41. At 6:30, I have to start other class there. Students are waiting in outside now. So on Monday, I'm going to take your class there. Few days of time, 5:30 to 6:30 only. But after that, I'm going to take your classes from what time there now? 4:30. 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I'm going to take your classes here. Here itself, I'm giving confirmation for it. Okay. Shall we meet on Monday? Right, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for attending this demo. We'll meet on Monday. Monday at 5:30 only. Monday at 5:30 only. After that, I'll give intimation to you on which date onwards you have to come at 4:30. Monday at 5:30 only we have to come. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll meet on Monday. Guys, those who are attending in online there, then already time is completed. Don't worry. Then on Monday, I will put some time for you for the sake of your doubts clarification. If you have any doubt, then definitely I'll clarify it on Monday. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, guys, please check it. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, everybody, please respond for me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And just on Friday, I think so. I've taken one demo class. The continuation part here we have to discuss there anyway. So let us check the content what I discussed it there on the Friday class. See this Java is available in how many parts there? Come on. Java is available in how many parts? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts there? J2SE, J2EE and J2ME. J2SE is providing only fundamentals of the Java. By using fundamentals, we are able to prepare standalone applications. Standalone application are like what? Calendar in our computer, calculator in our computer, like this. How many applications are standalone applications there? Only 5% of the applications are what there? Standalone application. What is standalone application? If you have to this, if we prepare and execute any Java application without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is what? Standalone application. All right, sir. Its direct utilization is only 5%, but its dependency level is what? There 1000%. To learn J2EE, to work with J2EE applications, to work with the Selenium testing, to work with the Salesforce, and to work with the Hadoop, and so on and so on and so on. 95% of the situations we have to use what there? J2SE. So it's a dependent technology. Okay, clear. After that, next one is like what there? J2EE. Java 2 Enterprise Edition. It will provide server-side programming. It can be used to prepare enterprise applications or distributed applications. If we design and execute any application on the basis of client-server architecture or by distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called as distributed application or enterprise applications. 95% of the applications are what there? Distributed applications only. Examples are given: all banking applications, all insurance applications, all social media applications, all food delivery applications, or healthcare applications, and so on and so on and so on. All these things are like what there? Like enterprise applications only. Last one is what there? J2ME. Java 2 Micro Edition. It's able to provide what programming here? No, micro programming. By using this micro programming, what type of applications here we are able to prepare there? Mobile based applications. How many applications are mobile based applications nowadays? No, 100% of the applications are what there? Mobile based applications. All right, next point is what we are given there. This is important. Mobile application development has very good demand in outside, but J2ME is not having any demand. It's almost all dead in outside. Okay, right. So these are the things here we have to understand clearly about this J2ME part. Right. Out of all these things, J2SE and J2EE are live at present in Java. J2ME is not required. No need to learn J2ME. We can leave this one. Okay, leave this content here. All right, after this, after completion of this particular one, understand the next one again. Today, I think all of you are having syllabus sheets, right? I think all of you are having syllabus, right? Or else, even after completion of the class, you are able to get a WhatsApp message about this syllabus now, content, what I'm going to discuss with you. All right, if you want to observe this, or else maybe just 2 minutes of time, if you want to see the syllabus content here, I can give list of content here now. So many content concepts are available. I'll give that list of content here. Let me give some list now. After that, I'll start our introduction content clearly. All right, sir. First one is like what their introduction, and second one is like what their steps to prepare first Java application. Then after this, steps to prepare first Java application. Third one is what their language fundamentals. After this language fundamentals, object orientation. Oops. This is very, very important. This is the heart of the Java, object orientation. Everybody must understand this oops. Without knowing that oops, we are unable to understand anything in Java. Right, next one is after completion of this object orientation, the next topic will be like what there, some wrapper classes, and the next one is like what there, some inner classes. Next, seventh one is like what their packages. After this, eighth one is what their string manipulations, string operations. This is also be important content. String operations. So many times here we are going to use the string operations there in every project as a common operations we are going to perform. Comparing two names, checking whether the email ID is a proper email ID or not. Anything, all the things here we are going to do. And frequently we are going to use in our applications here now. Next one is like what then after this string manipulations. Next one is we need to go with what their exception handling. This also be another important one. After this exception handling, next one is like what there multi-threading. Multi-threading is also be another important one. After this multi-threading, next one is what there IO streams. IO streams is okay, little bit, not completely. Then little bit important one here. Few topics are important. After completion of this IO streams, no, next one is what there networking, outdated, but still we are going to discuss there as part of our content here. Next one is RMI, remote method invocation. After this RMI, next one is like what there arrays topic I will discuss here at the 14th topic. 15th one like what there collection framework. This is another important. After the object orientation, the second important topic is what there collection framework. Next one is what there string manipulations, exception handling, and multi-threading or nominal. After completion of this collection framework, then what next one here we are going to understand there reflection API. After this, the 17th one was there annotations. Then after completion of these annotations, the next topic will be like what the GUI part. In a GUI, AWT, and next one is like what the Swing. Even though they are outdated, but little bit awareness I'm able to provide. Why? Because just idea, not utilized in outside. No, just idea I want to provide. Their internal topics are important, but concept-wise it's not required. But their implementations are important. That's why I'm going to discuss about it. After completion of this, next one is like what there JVM architecture. After this JVM architecture, we are going to understand garbage collector. After this garbage collector, next one is like what are the regular expressions. After this regular expressions, another topic is like what there. Right, sir. Now here another content here. Introduction, inner class I covered. Okay, fine. JVM architecture, garbage collection, regular expressions, internationalization. internationalization. Then after completion of this internationalization, all right. Anyway, in the list of topics here I'm giving there, if any topic if I miss no, then non-flow I'm going to be covered here. After completion of this content here, Java 8 version features. Java 8 version features. Right from Java 8. Next one is like what there? Java 9 features, and so on and so on and so on, like this. Maybe almost 35 to 36 now here. At present, I think so. As per your say, Java 20th version, I think so. It's available, right? You said to me. Yeah, Java 20th features also I'm going to prepare. I'm going to explain to you. But as of now, I'm not having awareness on Java 20th. Up to Java 19th, okay. But I can discuss that. But I'll update it. It's a matter of one day. I'll discuss even up to Java 20th version there now. So these are overall the topics here what we are having there clearly. If any one or two topics might be missing here, but overall content here I'm going to discuss with you. Huge content, heavy content. Why? Because it's a core Java, fundamental. If you know fundamentals, no, then only we are able to understand what their remaining content effectively. Without having these fundamentals, we are unable to understand the Java in the future. That's why I'm going to discuss more and more about this particular content. Got it or not? Just only headlines, only titles I have given. If I take each and every title, where internally more content is going on, so that I have to discuss there clearly. Fine. All right, so after that, after understanding this, now let's come for the introduction part today. Introduction. In introduction, what topics are available? What exactly the content is available in the introduction part here? Observe carefully. What exactly the content is existed here? Observe carefully inside the introduction topic. First one is Java history. Why Java is coming into the picture? Who has provided this Java? What exactly the work that Java people have done to prepare the Java programming language? All these points. The content here we are going to understand Java history. After this, differences between Java and others. Here others in the sense like what there? C and C++. Why Java is coming? What differences you identified between Java and other programming languages like C and C++? What differences you identified there? Why Java is the best when compared with the C and the C++? And moreover, some people are having awareness on like what there? To learn Java, first we need to learn C++. To learn C++, first we need to learn C. People are having this kind of awareness. But strictly I'm telling them, Java, core Java is a foundation language, fundamental programming language. No need to learn any other prerequisite. Core Java is a prerequisite. Core Java is a fundamental topic. For this fundamental, no other prerequisite is available. Directly we can start with Java. So to specify this particular point only, I'm giving some comparison like what there, Java with the C, C++. What exactly the differences are available? What differences you understood? We are going to say clearly why Java is good when compared with the C and C++. All the things you are going to be covered there. That's one thing now. After that, after completion of this, after understanding the differences, no, next one is like what there, Java features. In a 5 minutes of time, what is Java? If you want to know what exactly the behavior of the Java, what is the nature of the Java? If you want to know within 5 minutes of time, there we have to go with what there, Java features topic. Java features, the topic here we have to understand. If you want to know what exactly the meaning of Java, leave this one. After completion of this, next one is Java programming format. Java programming format, like what there, if you want to write a program, what exactly the format here we have to follow? What is the structure we have to follow to write Java program? That we are going to understand inside this Java programming format. After the Java programming format, no, the next one is like what there, Java naming conventions, or else maybe I'll make it is a fourth one. This I want to say fifth one, Java naming conventions, where to use lowercase letters and where to use uppercase letters, that I am going to discuss After that, here we are able to see like what their Java programming format. That's overall, these are the topics which are available inside like what their introduction part. Yes, sir. All of you are following or not? It's only titles one I have given up to now. Nothing I started again. Okay. Now, shall we start the first topic? No. No response. Right. And the first one, very first one is like what there? Java history. Right, sir. Understand it. Before starting this topic, I'm giving clarity. This topic is only knowledge purpose. Nobody will ask questions on this. Not at all important in the point of project work. Not at all important in the point of interview. But every Java developer should know what exactly the reason why Java is coming into the picture. Who has provided Java? Why the Java is coming? Basic awareness that I am going to discuss now. Right. Observe carefully. Tell me guys, all of you now tell me, on which year Java first version was provided to the market? 1990, 1995, 1996. It's a confusion, right? 1991. No. Right. Anyway, I'm giving clarity. 1996, January 23rd. 1996, January 23rd. The very first version of the Java was introduced to the market. 1996, January 23rd. The very first version of the Java was introduced. Observe carefully. Java was provided in 1996, January 23rd, in the sense preparation was started before 1996. Preparation for Java programming language was started before 1996. But when it was started, what are the roots for this particular one? Observe carefully. In 1991, exactly, you remember the date exactly, but that is not the startup point of the Java. That is a point here. Understand it clearly. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices. Like what are the electronic consumer devices here? Like cable TV, switch boxes, next remote controllers, and so on and so on and so on. Electronic consumer devices. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement. They want to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices like cable TV, switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on and so on. This is actual root for Java programming language. This is a requirement by Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. Got it or not? Right. Observe carefully. Understand it clearly. This is actual requirement. For this particular requirement, Sun Microsystems has gathered 30 engineers. Sun Microsystems has gathered how many members there? 30 engineers as a team led by James Gosling. I think you already aware about this name, right? Familiar. Sun Microsystems has gathered 30 engineers led by James Gosling and Patrick Nathan is another person. They are the two members lead for this 30 members team. Right or not? All right. With the 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started. What they started there, Sun Microsystems started a project named as Green. green project. With this 30-member team, Sun Microsystems has started a project named as what their green project to prepare a new programming language. Yes, sir. Come again. What exactly the requirement of the Sun Microsystems? At 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices like cable TV, switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on. So it's a matter of electronic devices. For electronic devices, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. That is the requirement of Sun Microsystems in 1991. Clear? Sun Microsystems has gathered nearly 30 engineers as a team to prepare this new programming language. The team leads are James Gosling and Patrick Norton. Observe carefully, James Gosling and Patrick Norton. Actually, Patrick Norton is a key person there in Sun Microsystems. But whole credit is available with what there James Gosling. Strictly speaking, James Gosling was available with Sun Microsystems up to Java 3rd version only. After the 3rd version, he left from Sun Microsystems. He went to some other organization. Now he is not with Sun Microsystems or Oracle Corporation. But up to 3rd version of the Java only, James Gosling was available. At the startup point of time, James Gosling is the lead for it. But actual key person in this entire total Java journey is what there Patrick Norton. Still Patrick Norton is available with the Java. Still is a part of the Java. Understand it now? Okay, leave this one. But most of the people are saying that father of Java. Who is the father of Java? James Gosling. James Gosling is the father of the Java. Okay, it's okay, fine. Next one is, with the 30 members team, Sun Microsystems gathered or started a project named as what their green project. Okay, fine. In a green project, they want to start a new programming language. They want to start a new programming language. In that new programming language, they want to see 3 main features. Understand it here? Still they are in analysis mode only. Just think of it. We are at 1991. We have an intention. We want to create a new programming language. But before going to start to prepare new programming language, before starting its implementation, first we have to analyze it. What features we want to see in that new programming language? What we want to implement in this new programming language? There, if we come for this point, Sun Microsystems wants to see 3 main features in their new programming language. What are the 3 main features they want to see on their new programming language? First one is a simple programming language. Come on, sir. Then what is this first one, Kerno? A simple programming language. And the second one is tight coded programming language. Tight coded programming language. And the third one, they want to see architectural neutral programming language. Architectural neutral programming language. These 3 features they want to see on their new programming language. Still they did not started to prepare new programming language. Still they're in analysis part. A team was formed, they gathered, they started a project. Inside this, they want to see on paper what features they want to implement. Finally, they identified 3 features they want to provide in their new programming language. What are the 3 features they want to see in their new programming language? First one is what there? Simple. Next one is what there? Tight coded. Next one is what there? Architectural neutral programming language. Now we are going to elaborate. All right, sir. Why that programming language is a simple programming language? How that programming language is a simple programming language? How Java people are saying that their programming language? How Sun Microsystems is saying that their programming language is a simple programming language? Right. If you come for this point, they are given some reasons. What are the reasons here they have given there? First one is the programming language must take less execution time. The programming language must take what there? Less execution time. Within less execution time, that entire program has to be executed. And second reason, they are given that the programming language should take less memory. Less execution time. Another one is what there? Less memory. And the third one is a funny thing. Even myself also initially I didn't believe that, but after getting information from Sun Microsystems documentation, I came to know that okay, this is also a valid reason. What they are given there, less power consumption. I thought of it. What is the relation between programming language and power consumption there? But they had given some kind of reason. What was the reason? That we have to understand clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, I'll talk about it clearly. Let's come for this one. What is this first one here now? Less execution time. Less execution time. What's the impact of this less execution time? Simple example, guys. All of you observe carefully. Very simple point. For example, so I'm watching a football match in my TV channel. The channel number is what there? ESPN. It is available at 72 channel number. Watching a football match. My friend made a call to me. Just had a small discussion. Then after that, he asked to me, then what we are doing at present. Just I said to him, just I'm watching a football match. Immediately said to me, "Are a fool? Why you are watching that football match?" At other channel, Star Sports 1 channel, there is a cricket match between India and Pakistan. The match is going on effectively. Pakistan were batted. They got nearly 321 runs. Indians were started batting. Almost all 49 overs are completed. Last over is remaining. In last over, 21 runs India has to get. At one side, crease Dhoni is there. At other side, Ishant Sharma is another fielder. They are the two batsmen. They are fighting for win. Why you are watching that football match? Then try to change your channel and watch that cricket match. My friend has given this clue for me. Then immediately, then as per my friend's information, I'm getting crazy on what their cricket match. Obviously, I want to change my channel. And I've taken remote controller. I've taken. I know that ESPN channel is what they 72. Star Sports 1 is going on at 75 channel. So I've taken my remote controller where I typed 7 and 5 on the remote controller. Then what happened there? It has not switched immediately. After some time, it has switched. After some time, when it was switched, when I observed the cricket match, there what happened? Man of the match presentation is going on. Dhoni is getting man of the match. Didn't see that cricket match. I thought of it, at least I want to see the last over. I on time only I've taken remote controller and I changed the channel, but my TV was not switched immediately. It has taken some time. The moment when it was switched, when I observe there what's going on, their man of the match presentation is going on. MS Dhoni is getting man of the match. He got nearly 70 plus runs. Where is the problem? Watching football match is a problem from my side. Giving late intimation by my friend is a problem. And match between India and Pakistan is a problem, no? Huh? All right, sir. The problem is where remote controller is a problem. Not with the TV. Remote controller is a problem. Understand it. Inside the remote controller, what happened there? Inside the remote controller, when I type a 7-5 channel number, immediately it is not performing its functionality. It has taken some time. It has taken some time to perform its functionality. Means that internally there is a program. Inside the remote controller, there is a program. When I type 7-5, internally that program has to be executed. That execution time of that program is taking more. When it has taken more execution time, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When more execution time is taken, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When performance of the remote controller is reduced, automatically end user will not satisfy about our product. Whatever the remote controller product here we have taken, I'm not satisfied about my product. In the next attempt, if I want to take any remote controller, I will not take this particular remote controller. I will buy some other remote controller. If I get my point or not. So your understand point, when execution time is more, automatically performance of the application is less. When execution time is less, automatically performance of the application is what there more. Understand it clearly. One more example I'm taking there. Previously, I have a tab, Samsung tab. When I want to go for some hotel or somewhere else, when I want to pay the bill, I need to scan. Then through PhonePe, I want to pay the bill. I need to scan that QR code or whatever it may be. I want to scan it. When I'm trying to scan it now, then it may take 1 or 1.5 minutes of time. I need to adjust that scanner, then only I'm able to get it. Sir, got it or not? Okay. After that, when I type the payment, when I click on pay, maybe some circle is rotating. After that only it might be paid. Then up to the time I have to monitor it. I have to check it. How much time now? In some situation, that phone pay problem may be that circle is rotating only throughout the life. It's not completing it. Yes, sir, got it or not? So finally, I got irritation over my tab. I decided I don't want to use this tab. Then I want to buy a new mobile phone. I want to take a new mobile phone. After that, I waited almost 6 months of time to buy a new mobile phone, but very good mobile phone I want to take. It's a real-time example I'm telling them. I experienced it with that. Then finally, I came to know that most of the people are suggested to me, try to take iPhone. But I inquired about it. iPhone is very good phone, but the problem is what there, all operations are total in reverse. Then I recognize it. Up to at least 1 week out of I have to spend my time to understand the functionality of that mobile phone. But I don't like it. When technology is increased, flexibility I have to get. But again, I have to sit separately for that phone to learn, in the sense, who will lesson that 1 week of time. I thought of it. Next level best phone is what? Some other people have suggested to me, take OnePlus mobile phone. That's okay. That is good thing. In OnePlus also, which one is the top end? There I identified it. So I checked for it. OnePlus mobile phone might be there. Some variants are available. 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, 12 GB RAM. But one more variant is available. That is what there, 16 GB RAM. Yeah, that I want to take. When 16 GB RAM, in the sense, somewhat speed is coming there. Then I've taken. Right? This is a mobile phone. I've taken it. OnePlus. When I taken this, when I go to the restaurant now, when I want to scan it now, even just like in a flash, if I rotate my mobile like it, my mobile phone like it, automatically it's scanning now. Now tell me, understand the difference now? Previously my tab I have to rotate like a bus steering. Now it's a fraction of second. Just if I show like this, automated scanning now. Which one is better now? Forget about money. Which one is better now? Mobile phone. This OnePlus mobile phone is better or not? Or maybe Apple phone, iPhone is better or not? See, that is a end user feeling. End user is satisfying now. End user must be satisfied. So here the point is what there. And moreover, in my phone pay, when I click on it, as per this 5G network, maybe as per this phone, new mobile phone might be, when I click on, even my finger is also not touching on that icon, app icon, automatically it is open. Automatically it's asking about the money. When I type it now, within fraction of seconds, the payment is going on. In my mobile phone, nearly 28 GB RAM is there. 16 GB is a physical RAM and 12 GB is virtual RAM. Understand it clearly what I'm telling you. So here the point is not like mobile phone and not like another one. Less execution time, more performance, and user is happy. More execution time, less performance, and user is not happy. We are preparing all the software products and everything for the sake of satisfying end user. When end user is happy, then the product is getting very good demand. When end user is not happy, product is not getting demand. That's why now the execution time is providing impact or not? Execution time is an important factor or not? So because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It has to take less execution time and it has to provide more performance for their applications. That is, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less execution time and it has to provide what there, more performance. This is a clear-cut information here, what I'm telling them. This is a punch here. Next one is what? After completion of this, lesser memory. All of you guys observe carefully. What next one here? Less memory. What is this less memory actually? What you are thinking about less memory? Everybody understand it clearly. For example, I want to take a computer, guys. I want to take a laptop. Again, this is an example here. Just 1 year back, I have taken this laptop. Previously, I had all-in-one PC. In that all-in-one PC, what happened there? By default, they have given memories what they're only 4 GB RAM. Lenovo all-in-one PC, 4 GB RAM they have given. When I'm trying to open my enterprise applications now, then myself is a person, I used to take the classes for entire Java, maybe advanced Java, or like what their frameworks, like different things. When I open Oracle database in my laptop now, it's getting some delay, slow down, totally slow down. When I open my server, WebLogic server and Oracle database there, it's totally slow down. When I click on this execute button there, it's taking some time here. Even the Eclipse side is not responding in some situation. So I faced a lot of problems there now. Then after that, I decided I want to take a new laptop. I went to the computer shop. In the computer shop, might be there is a representative. I asked him, I want to take a laptop. Can you give some like quotation for my laptop? Fine, he has given a quotation. What was that quotation he has given there? Total, all the motherboard and RAM, like ROM, all peripherals and everything he has given there. And finally, he said to me, the cost of the laptop is 48,000 Lenovo. Where I seen that 48,000 they have given, then I observed it. What components they have included, a motherboard and operating system, everything is okay. But where I identified the RAM size is only 8 GB RAM. What's that GB there? 8 GB RAM. I identified it. And then immediately I thought of it. Actually, previously 4 GB RAM. It was totally slowed down. Again, if I take 8 GB RAM, if I open 2 to 3 other softwares, no, again it is getting slow or not? Again it is slow down or not? So now with 8 GB RAM, I'm not satisfying with that. Just I requested him, can you make it is 12 GB RAM or 16 GB RAM like this? Yes. Okay, no problem. I can take this. You can take directly this one. Later I have a service center. In my service center, I'm going to make it is 16 GB RAM like this. Okay. Then okay, I accepted it. Then immediately I was taking that quotation paper where he changed the cost of the laptop is what there now this time 55,000. Previously 48,000. Now it is what there 58,000, 55,000. What happened? When memory is increased, automatically cost of the product is increased or not? Memory is a costful. When memory is increased, automatically cost of the end product is increased or not? Now my laptop previously 48,000. When I made it is a 16 GB RAM, automatically it is increased. Its cost is increased 55,000. So now tell me, if it is more cost, who will take that particular component? No? Who will take that particular product? If it's more cost, who will take it? No. One simple example, one more example I can take. The same OnePlus phone, originally it has number of variants, 16 GB RAM, 256 memory. At the same time, 16 GB RAM and 512 memory is also available. But that OnePlus providers have not released 512 memory variant inside in India. Why they are not introduced? What is the reason for it? No, as per the Indian market, 16 GB RAM max. As per the Indians psychology, max majority of the people, they are going to buy the mobile phone within the range of like 20,000, 25,000, max 30, 35. Less number of people are going to take the mobile phones up to 50,000 or maybe 70,000. Market is not going to be high for the 70,000 like this. 512 variant is having the cost is nearly 59,000, 60 plus, 60,000 plus. They understood that people are not going to take that mobile phone. They stopped it. That variant they stopped it. Lower variants they released it. But in China they are released it. In US it was released there. But in India only they are not released. Why? They understood the business of Indian people, the psychology of Indian people. So which is not going to be taken more. Because of that reason they stopped that variant here now. memory. The point is what there? Memory. Understand my point, Ken? If the cost is more, people are not ready to take that. Reasonable cost is required or not? Okay, when cost will be increased, when memory is increased. When memory is reduced, cost of the product is reduced. Am I right or not? When memory is increased, cost of the end product will be increased. When memory is lesser, cost of the end product will be lesser. Because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less memory for executing its applications. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less memory, not more memory. Within less memory, that programs have to be executed. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. Sir, all of you get my point or not? That's okay, fine. Let's come to the third point here. What about this third point here? Understand it clearly. Less power consumption. Now, this is a point here. Now, coming for this point. What I identified the content here. Now, try to understand it clearly. For example, if we take remote controller, for example, understand it. Remote controller. Remote controller is working on the base of the batteries or not? Inside the remote controller, some energy is required or not? So power is required or not? That is through batteries that energy will be provided or not? Okay. Listen carefully. At present, my remote controller must require 2 batteries. Their lifetime is 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, I have to change the batteries. The cost of the battery is 100 rupees. So for every 6 months of time, 100 rupees I have to spend for what there? My remote controller. That means maintenance cost of my remote controller for every 6 months of time is what there? 100 rupees. Listen, clear cut information. Okay, fine, leave it. After that, if we observe inside the remote controller, 2 things are available. One is a software, another one is a hardware. Am I right or not? 2 things are available inside the remote controller: software and hardware. In every electronic consumer, in every electronic device, these 2 things are mandatory: software component and hardware component. When I type some number, 7 to previous example, when I type one number on remote controller, software will listen our user action. Then software will give directions to the hardware components to perform this particular action. Say for example, power button if I type. When I click on power button, software will listen it. Okay, user wants to switch off this. Then immediately that software will give instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will switch off the device. Software component will not switch off the device. Only hardware component will switch off the device, but software component will give information to the hardware component. Yes, sir. Got it or not? What I am telling them. So when I type some number on my remote controller, software will listen user action. Software will pass that instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the real action. So finally, what I required now, some interaction is required between software and hardware or not? Some interaction is required between software component and hardware component or not? All right, sir. Listen carefully. If that interaction is less energy consumption is going on. If the software component is interacting with the hardware component more interaction is available between software component and hardware component, automatically energy consumption will be more. Please recognize my point, Ken. Automatically energy consumption will be more. Am I right or not? When energy consumption is more between software component and hardware component, automatically the battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Batteries are drained up or not? Battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Previously, for every 6 months of time, we have to change the batteries now. But now, because of this more hardware interaction, for every 3 months of time, we have to change the batteries now. That means for every 3 months of time, we have to put 100 rupees now. Now, maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Because of this reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. It should have less hardware interaction. It should require less energy consumption. It should require less power consumption. When it is less power consumption, automatically maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. Sir, all of you get my point or not? Maintenance cost is also be very, very important. As per the survey, if you observe this, in Indian market, two types of cars are available. What are the two types of cars now? Like diesel cars and petrol cars. Which one is getting more now? Tell me in outside market, no? Petrol cars or diesel cars now? Diesel cars are selling more. Why? Cost of the diesel is somewhat less when compared with what there? Petrol. Am I right or not? No, but nowadays the trending is what there? Electric cars. Electric cars. One time is a payment now, but every time we have to recharge it. No petrol, nothing else. Right or not? So maintenance cost definitely. And the product maintenance cost is also be important factor. Customers may be attracted for the less maintenance cost only. Am I right or not? Here also be Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language that should take less power consumption, means that less maintenance cost. So still this is the idea of Sun Microsystems. This is the analysis of the Sun Microsystems to prepare their new programming language. Still new programming language was not prepared, not started. New programming language was not yet started. Just it is the idea of Sun Microsystems what they want to see on their new programming language. Then immediately what happened here? No, observe carefully. They started to prepare new programming language in 1991. They took nearly 2 years of time to prepare this new programming language. Entire 1991 this taken, and up to end of 1992 they prepared new programming language. They completed the preparation of the new programming language. Just 1 minute, guys. I think so. Just only one factor I discussed here. What is that factor there? Simple one I discussed here. Remaining two factors here I have to discuss. After that, I'll go for the completion of the new programming language. Now let's come for this one. What is this next one again? Tight coded programming language. What is the meaning of this tight coded programming language, guys? Observe carefully, all of you know. Say for example, all of you are aware about this stack operations. Stack, one of the data structure. Do you aware about it? Stack, no? Any idea on this stack? Any idea on this stack? Right, sir. Stack is a data structures. Am I right or not? What are the various operations for the stack now? Tell me. First one is like what there? Push. And second one is like what there? Pop. Actually, there is a third one, that is what there? Peak. Push in the sense inserting an element. Pop in the sense read and remove. Read and remove. Peak in the sense just read but not remove. Peak is what there? Just read what is top of the element. That's it. But not remove. That are the three operations. Good, nice. In the C programming language, I'm asking this question to you. Now try to answer for it. Just general knowledge only. To perform push operation on an average, we are going to take nearly 20 lines of code. 20 lines of code on an average. To perform pop operation again, 20 lines of code we are going to take. To perform peak operations again here, 20 lines of code here we are going to take. Overall, in C programming language, to perform the stack operations, how many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code on an average here we are able to consume. How many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code. Is that got it or not? Understand it, no? Same stack operations in Java. Same stack operations in Java. If you observe this, all of you observe carefully. Same stack operations in Java. If you think about it, stack S is equal to new stack as a predefined class. S dot push of complete. My push operation is completed. S dot pop, my pop operation is completed. S dot peak, my peak operation is completed. Finish. Now tell me overall in Java, how many lines of code is available totally? Total, how many lines of code is available here? 4 lines of code is existing. But in C and C++, 60 lines of code. But in Java, 4 lines of code. Listen carefully. If any programming language is taking more number of intersections, then that programming language is a loose coded programming language. What is that programming language there? Loose coded programming language. For a particular requirement, if any programming language is taking more and more number of intersections, no, then that programming language is what there? Loose coded programming language. If any programming language is taking less number of intersections, less number stack operations are same in C, in Java, but in C 60 lines of code, in Java 4 lines of code. If any programming language is taking less number of instructions to perform the same stack operation, to perform the same operations, no, then that programming language is loose tight coded programming language. That programming language is what there? Tight coded programming language. Now tell me here, C programming language and Java, two examples I have taken. Which programming language is a tight coded programming language? Come on, which programming language is tight coded programming language? Obviously Java. Java is what the tight coded programming language, but C is what their loose coded programming language. Why? Because it takes more number of instructions to perform a particular operation, but in the case of Java, it will take only less number of instructions to perform the same operation kernel. So that's the meaning of like what their tight coded programming language. Right. So last one is like what their architectural neutral programming language. What is the last one here? Architectural neutral programming language. What is the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, observe carefully, straightforward information. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should not be bound with a particular operating system and a particular hardware system. It must be executed its applications in all the operating systems, in all the hardware systems. In that way, they want to prepare a new programming language. That means what's the point I'm telling there? Independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the hardware systems, in every hardware system that Java has to execute its applications. In that way, they want to prepare their new programming language. That's why they have taken the factor is what their architectural neutral, architecture in the sense hardware system, neutral to the hardware systems. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Now tell me, all of you know, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language in green project. That new programming language must have three features. What features they want to say on the new programming language? Simple programming language, tight coded programming language. Then what next one here? Architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir, got it or not? What's the meaning of simple programming language? Less execution time, less memory, less power consumption. What's the meaning of tight coded here? No, less number of instructions, more implementation. Less number of instructions and more productivity. Less number of instructions, more implementation. Right. What's the meaning of this architectural neutral? It's an independent to all the hardware systems. It can run its applications in every hardware system. It can run its applications in every hardware system. This is what exactly the meaning of like what the architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir, all of you getting my point or not? So finally, what happened here? No, the total somewhat information here I discussed about this history. Right. After this, right, sir. Then few more points are remaining here. Then almost another time is like 6:35. No, can I discuss the remaining part tomorrow? Right. Then few days only 1 hour class I'm going to take. Then after that, I'm going to take your class right from 4:30. Yes, sir. Got it or not? Now 5:30 I'm taking the class. Now 4:30 to 6 is an official time for us for our class. Now, but up to these classes, I'm going to take like this 1 hour 5:30 to 6:30 like this. After that, I will start our class at what time there? 4:30. Please remember this. Okay. But when onwards I'm going to take this, I'll give intimation to you clearly in our classes. Okay. Then tomorrow I'll continue the remaining part here. Tomorrow we are going to see the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Which one? Yeah, sure. Every class is recorded. Please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those are attending in online, please confirm to me, guys. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are going to be, all of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please type in questions box. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Yeah. Guys, then advanced Java at 7:30 batch is not for you. Don't come for that advanced Java class. That is not at all for you. Guys, please remember this, what I am telling there. Advanced Java batch at 7:30 is not for you. Okay. Praveen, Vajir, Praveen, then just I'm giving clarity. Don't join for advanced Java. Then now, immediately it's not required. Then for you separately, I will start advanced Java. Okay. For you separately, I'm going to start advanced Java. Clear? Right. Right. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it. What content here we discussed there. And I want to give some notes related link for this classes there. Now let us go for this document here. I've given some document already, some content. Right, so just give 2 minutes of time, or else maybe let me complete the remaining part here in the Java history. Then at the end, I will give the document URL for the sake of this notes. I will give that. Okay, right. Now come for the content here. What we completed there in the last class, no? Java history, the total part here I started here, where up to some part of the history I started. Okay, what topic here we started there? What is the requirement to provide Java programming language to the market? If we come for this point, answer is very clear. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for electronic consumer devices like cable TV switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on. For this particular reason why Sun Microsystems decided to prepare a new programming language. For that, they have taken nearly 30 members team led by James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. With this 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started a project. What is the name of the project there? Green Project. Green Project was started. In Green Project, they want to prepare a new programming language. That programming language should have some features. What features they want to provide in their new programming language? That new programming language should be what there? Simple. That new programming language should be what there? Tight coded. That new programming language should be what there? Architectural neutral. Sir, are you getting it or not? Then immediately we have to think about it. Why it should be simple programming language? What exactly the factors they have included for this simple programming language? All right. That programming language is simple. Why? Because that programming language should take less execution time. That programming language should take less memory. That programming language should take like what there? Less power consumption, less energy consumption, whatever it may be. Now tell me, what is the impact of this less execution time? I given some points here. If that execution time is less, performance of the end product will be increased or not? Next one, if the less memory, if the end product is having less memory, automatically cost of the product will be reduced or not? Next one, if the energy consumption is less or power consumption is lesser, maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. These are the impacts of this all the features. No. So anyway, whatever it may be, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should be a simple programming language. It must have less execution time. It must take less memory, and it must take less power consumption. They're the points here. Next one is, second one is what are the tight coded. What's the meaning of this tight coded here? No, already I've taken an example. Stack is an example I've taken. In stack, we are able to perform three types of operations. What are the three types of operations here we are performing there? Push operation, pop operation, pick operation. In a C programming language, to perform push operation, nearly 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. To perform pop operation, again 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. On an average, again 20 lines of code for the sake of what their peak operation. Overall, how many instructions here we are going to consume for stack operations? No, 60 lines of code. But in the case of Java programming language, the same stack operations we are able to complete within 4 lines of code. Just within 4 lines of code, we can complete it, the same stack operations. Got it or not? All right, sir. Now here the point is what? Point is what there? If any programming language takes a less number of instructions to implement a particular requirement, or to implement a particular requirement, to provide coding part for a particular requirement, if any programming language takes less number of instructions, then that programming language is called tight coded programming language. That programming language is what? There, tight coded programming language. Now tell me, between C and Java, I given some comparison. In between C and Java, which one is a tight coded and which one is a loose coded? No, C is what? There, loose coded, but Java is what? There, tight coded programming language. Good. Next one is what? After this, architectural neutral programming language. What is the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, what's the meaning of it? No, I given one simple statement here. Okay, before that I want to give some explanation. Now try to understand it clearly. For example, listen, all of you listen carefully. For example, I'm taking Java classes now. Listen, understand carefully. I'm taking Java classes now. Of course, today I'm providing some demo class, for example. Okay, and outside of this classroom, if I put a bot, notice, what is that notice there? If you want to attend Java classes, you must be a BTech graduate and you must be a computer science student. Then only you're eligible to attend my class. If I put a board like this, assume it, how many members can attend my classes? Point number one. Case number one, I said to you. Case number two, same. If I put a notice in my notice board, any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. Any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. If I put this board in outside, two cases are given there. In which case more number of people will come? Definitely second case. Any graduate can attend my class, in the sense all members are eligible to attend my classes. Second case, more number of students will come. When more number of students are listening my class, automatically more demand will be increased for my class. Not only in the point of my classes there, I'm telling that I have a product. When my product is available to the more number of people, automatically more demand will come for that product. If my product is available for less number of people, automatically demand for my product will be reduced. Am I right or not? When my product is available, when my product is required for more number of people, more demand will come. When my product is required for less number of people, less demand will come. Am I right or not? But when it is possible to make available my product to more number of people, when more number of people are eligible, then it is available to more number of people. When less number of people are eligible, for less number of people only my product is reachable. That's my point. So similarly, here the point is what? Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must not be bound with any particular operating system. It must not be bound with any particular hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to provide their new programming language. Then only it will be available to everybody in outside. All of you get my point or not? So because of that reason only, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a programming language, new programming language. It should be like what there? An architectural neutral programming language. Here the architectural, in the sense what there? Hardware system. Architecture is what their hardware system, right, sir? That new programming language should be, right, programming language should be independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the what their hardware systems. Automatically it will come independent of all the operating systems also. So because of that reason, this programming language is what there? An architectural neutral programming language. That's it. Now these are the three qualities or features that some people wants to see on their new programming language. Is it? All of you getting my points or not clearly what I'm telling you now? Right, sir. Now this is okay, fine. This is clear cut information here. We can understand. Okay, fine. All right, sir. At the end of 1992, at the end of 1992, new programming language was prepared, completed. The programming language was completed at the end of what there? 1992. That's okay, completed. Then after completion of this after completion of this new programming language, some people wants to give a name to this new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to give a particular name to the new programming language. They are searching for the name. They are searching for the name. They want to give a name for the new programming language. Understand it clearly now. Meanwhile, what James Gosling has done there, when he sat in his cabin at Sun Microsystems, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. When he sat in his cabin, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. Okay, the name of the tree is what there? Oak is the name of the tree. He had a thought. He wants to give this oak is the name to the new programming language. Then, as he liked that particular tree, as he liked to see this particular tree through his cabin window, he wants to give this name to the new programming language. Then he has sent that proposal to Sun Microsystems. James Gosling has sent that proposals to Sun Microsystems. Unfortunately, Sun Microsystems has rejected James Gosling's opinion. Sun Microsystems has not accepted the James Gosling's proposals. Why? What is the reason for it? No, reason is very simple. Before 1992, before 1991, there was a programming language whose name is Oak. Already one programming language is already existed with the name is what there? Oak. So we should not give again the same name to our new programming language. If we give the same name or related name to our new programming language, people may think about it. It may be an extension of the old programming language. Unnecessarily, we are going to lose the identity for our new programming language. Our new programming language lost its identity if we give this type of name there. Then again, people are searching for a new name for the new programming language. Is it? All of you are getting it or not? Clearly no. All right, sir. Then while searching for the name or while doing this, while preparing this new programming language, all Sun engineers are used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. Canteen, cafeteria in the sense canteen. They used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. At Sun Microsystems cafeteria, they used to take one brand labeled coffee. They used to take one brand labeled coffee or tea, whatever it may be. One brand labeled coffee they used to take at Sun Microsystems there. What was that brand labeled coffee they have taken there? The name of that brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. The name of the brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. They used to take the Java coffee at Sun Microsystems cafeteria, tea or coffee, whatever it may be. They used to take this drink. The name of the drink is what there? Java. Okay. Then immediately, what happened there? These Sun people are getting this kind of thought. They sent this proposal to the Sun Microsystems. Just we want to give the Java is a name to the new programming language. Then immediately Sun Microsystems has accepted this name to give for new programming language. Finally, they are given name for the new programming language is what there? Java. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All right, sir. Now, this is a point here I'm telling there. So, Java is a name for the new programming language. Because of this reason only, we can understand it clearly. In Google, if you search for Java symbol, if you identify this, what you are getting there? Understand it? This is a symbol for Java because of that reason only. Yeah, tea cup or coffee cup, that doesn't matter. And whatever it may be, some cup, saucer, some flames. Understand it now? So because of that reason only. Now, another point here I'm telling there, observe carefully. Java beans symbol. I think so. Here it is available. This is okay, but perfect symbol is not available. EJB symbol, if you observe this, not Java beans, no. EJBs. Symbol logo. Yeah, it's okay. EJB's logo is okay. Where? No, it is not coming like this. Yeah, Java Beans better. EJB logo, I thought of it different. Java Beans logo. Yes, sir. What this now? Is a coffee bean or maybe whatever it may be, some kind of thing now. See, observe this carefully. Then all these names are somewhat related with what their coffee only. All the names which are related with Java is what their coffee only. Am I right or not? But if you identify the names with the Python name is what there? Snake name, right? Framework is what there? Django, Jungle. Right. Then apart from this, Spider. IDs in the case of Python, right? Like this. Just I'm kidding there. They are not having any such of intention. No, just try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Anyway, so the point, like what I'm telling to you in this scenario, what is the point here I'm telling to you about this? The symbol for Java is what there? A cup, saucer, and flames. It means like what there? Teacup or might be then coffee cup. Whatever it may be, coffee or tea, something else. No. Okay, fine. That was clear. Name was given. After giving this name, after giving this particular name to this programming language, at the end of 1992, they prepared the first product on the basis of the Java. At the end of the 1992, they prepared the first product in the base of the Java. The name of that first product is what there? Star 7. Understand it clearly. The very first product on Java is a Star 7. It is a remote controller. It's a what there? It's a remote controller. But what is the status of it now? It is a failure product. It's totally a failure product. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer to take the Star 7. But they didn't identify even a single customer to take the Star 7. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? What I'm telling there. The very first product on the base of the Java is what there? Star 7. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer for what there? The Star 7. But they did not identify even a single customer for the Star 7. It's a totally failure product. Good. 1.5 years of time. In the mid of 1994, at the end of 1992, they prepared Star 7. No product, no customer is available. Nearly 1.5 years of time they waited. In the mid of 1994, there is a demand for www as part of internet. That internet era was started in the mid of 1994 in abroad. In India, when it was started there, in India, that the internet era was started in the year of 2000, 2001 in that time. Sir, are you aware about it now? And outside might be internet centers are available. There is some huge business there by the time in outside. Only for the sake of Yahoo chatting only, people are going to the internet centers there by the time. Chatting app is what there? Yahoo chatting by the time. Okay, right, sir. So internet era was started by this particular 2000, 2001 in India, but in abroad in the mid of 1994. Okay. All right, in the mid of 1994, there is a demand for a www as part of internet. Wherein www, the key feature, the key component is a browser. What is the key component for this www? Browser. See, without having browser, how it is possible to open internet? How it is possible to open our websites? No, not possible. So the key component is what? The browser. Right. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. What browser is available there at that moment there? In the mid of 1994, Mosaic is a browser which is available in outside. Mosaic is a browser name. All right. This browser is getting very good demand. Only that browser is a leading browser in outside there. That was prepared by Mark Anderson. Who is this person actually? This Mark Anderson is an undergraduate student at Illinois University at Chicago, Illinois University. All right. He went to the Netscape Communications. He went to what the Netscape Communications for the sake of his internship work, for the sake of project work. He went to the Netscape Communications company. There he prepared this browser as part of his project work. To prepare this browser, he took nearly $6.25 per hour, hourly basis. Per hour, he took nearly $6.25 to prepare that Mosaic browser. Of course, later on that name was changed. That's a different story. By the time that Mosaic browser is a very good browser, it is getting very good demand in the mid of 1994. Now, Sun Microsystem people are watching that market carefully. Finally, they understood the intention of the browser and importance of the browser. Then Sun Microsystems has thought of it. They want to prepare their own browser. Then finally, in the mid of 1994, they have taken the steps to prepare a new browser. To prepare a new browser, who has taken the responsibility? In the mid of 1994, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new browser. That new browser preparation responsibility was given to Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Both the members have taken responsibility of creating new browser. In the mid of 1994, they taken that responsibility. Again, they have taken nearly 1.5 years of time. At the end of 1995, they completed a browser and they have given name for this browser is what their Heart Java browser. At the end of the 1995, they prepared a browser. They have given name for this browser is what their Heart Java browser. On the basis of Java programming language only, they prepared the browser. Inside this Heart Java browser, what features of the Java they have used there? If you observe this, internally they have used applets. What was the topic they have used there internally? Applets. Applets is a topic they have used internally. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling there? Good. So Heart Java browser was introduced in the end of 1995. See, because of this reason only, most of the people are thinking about it. Java was introduced in the end of the 1995. No, by the time Java was not introduced, by the time only Heart Java browser was introduced. By the time what happened, the moment when this browser was provided there, now this browser is what their successful product. So many people are interested for this product. Now this is successful product. Now people are talking about it. Sun Microsystems has prepared a browser. That browser is very good browser. Some reputation is going on in outside. By the time people are talking about it, how this browser was prepared, how this browser was provided by Sun Microsystems there, then everybody they're thinking about it. They're talking about it internally. Might be Sun Microsystems has a new programming language that is Java. On the basis of Java, this browser was prepared. People are having awareness on it. Then immediately people are sending the request to Sun Microsystems. Why don't you prepare? Why don't you release the Java programming language to the outside market? Can you please provide the Java programming language to the outside market? Then Sun Microsystems has decided they want to provide the Java programming language to the outside market. To release the Java programming language to the outside market, they have set the date. The date is like what there, 1996, January 23rd. They have taken the date. On this particular date, they released the first version of the Java to the market with the name is like what there, JDK 1.0 version. The very first version of the Java was provided by Sun Microsystems on the year 1996, January 23rd, JDK 1.0 version. After that, every 1 year or every 2 years of time, they're trying to release another next versions like that. In the next 1.5 year of time, 1.1 version, next 1.5 year of time, 1.2 version, and so on and so on and so on and so on. They are trying to release it. In the journey of this total Java, JDK 1.0, this is first version, language introduction is going on, but little bit awareness only. Next one is what there, JDK 1.1 now with some updations. Next one is a JDK 1.2 version. This is a huge version. More and more number of enhancements are provided in this particular version. At present, whatever the Java here we are seeing now, we are observing now, 70% of the Java was provided along with 1.2 version only. J2EE, J2ME, J2SE. These three parts are introduced along with what version there? No, 1.2 version. So this is a milestone in Java. 1.2 version is what there? Milestone version in Java. Next, after that, namesake versions are available. Like what the JDK 1.3 version, namesake only. JDK 1.4 version, namesake only. JDK 1.5 version. Again here, more number of enhancements are provided. This is again another milestone. I don't know if you're getting it or not, what I'm telling to you. Then after this, now JDK 1.6 version is namesake. JDK 1.7 is also be namesake. One or two features only, important features. No. Again, JDK 1.8 version is another milestone. Main versions, I'm telling them. All right, sir. Next one is what the JDK 1.9 version is a utter flop version, failure version. Features are not much. From 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other languages. Before that, Java had their own. Other programming languages are copied from Java. But 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other programming languages. Best example is Python. Observe carefully, up to JDK 1.6 version, Java was maintained by Sun Microsystems. Right from 1.7 version onward, Java is available with Oracle Corporation. Java was provided by, Java is maintained by Oracle Corporation. When Java was in Oracle Corporation, from that point onwards, hurry-burly, they are trying to release number of versions and hurry-burly features they are including inside this Java. But of course, then some useful features are available, some of the features are unnecessary, but finally they are maintaining some other content here. So they are searching for other programming languages. In other programming languages, if any feature is good feature, they are trying to copy that. Now, as per my awareness, I can say 15 to 20 number of features from Python. How I knows about it? No, I thought previously both Python and Java, both. I'm able to teach both Java and Python. I've seen that clearly. Understand it clearly now. Right, sir. Okay, whatever it may be. Next one is like what there? JDK 1.10 version. All right, JDK 1.11 version. Again here, somewhat features are included, but the style of Java release was changed from 1.11 version onwards. From this 1.11 version onwards, Java is becoming as a licensed one. The license agreements are changed. License, the total thing was changed. But it was licensed one. But for which users this is licensed one? Not for everybody. For the students, for the teachers, for the individual development, Java is a freeware. But for the corporate users in the sense in the companies, if they want to use Java, they must take the license. Of course, nominal prices only. Up to now, it's okay, fine. For corporate users, that license is mandatory. For the normal use, license is not mandatory. So for us, no need to take any license. We can use Java, no problem. But for corporate use, in the companies, if you want to use Java, the companies have to take license for Java. From which version of Java onwards? No, Java 1.11 version onwards. Observe carefully. Then after this, JDK 1.12 namesake only. And one more point I'm telling there. Before JDK 11 version, there is a gap from one version to another version, some time gap, nearly 2 years of time, 3 years of time. And especially for releasing 1.8 version, they might be taken nearly 6 or 7 years of time. That much of time they have taken, but once they release one version, in the sense, huge number of updations, more number of features, they might be included there. But from Java 11 version onwards, what Oracle is following there, they want to release Java for every 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, the Oracle people wants to release a new version for Java. Because of that reason only, immediately we are getting Java 11, Java 12, and JDK 1.13. All right, sir. Now JDK 1.14. In JDK 1.14, somewhat okay, but not huge version. Number of not more number of enhancements, no, but somewhat better when compared with the previous one. Then similarly here, like what there, JDK 1.15. Then what next one here? JDK 1.16. Now after this, JDK 1.17 again. Now here we are having somewhat content here. But of course, as of now, here what we are having there, no, JDK 1.18 is existed and JDK 1.19 is available. I think so. As per your says, JDK 1.20 might be. Then we are saying that 20 is also existed then, right? So then it is available. But I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term support or not, but I don't know. But up to 17th, I followed up. The remaining, of course, I'm going to take all these concepts here. But anyway, but the point I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term version or not. But up to 17th year, we can understand. These are the milestone versions inside the Java. Sir, if you're getting it or not. But at present, we are having what there? JDK 1.20th version is available that we are going to understand anyway. But I'm telling there, up to JDK 8th version, Java is a stable, completely stable. Afterwards, Java is coming in a rapid manner and like what there? Then rapid manner in the sense, what is the meaning of it? No, in a hurry-burry manner, Java versions are coming. Even I'm telling there, software industry is also be utilized with Java 8 version up to this 8 version in a stable manner. Now immediately what happened there? After Java 8 version, no software company is using all the versions now. Now at present, the movement in outside is what there? All companies are trying to migrate directly from 1.8 version to 1.17 version. At present, now companies are directly migrating from 1.8 version to 1.17 directly. Think of it, when companies are using directly 1.17, what is the maintenance, what is the use of these many versions there? Understand that Oracle approach here. Oracle is introducing for every 6 months of time a new version they are introducing now. They have introduced these many versions here, but companies are trying to use directly what they 17 version. Then even they are not touching on, they are not having look on what there these versions there. Now at present the trend is going on like this. Moreover, the Spring Boot framework 1.3 version is totally on the basis of the JDK 17, 1.17. So now latest versions of the other frameworks or other tools now, they are prepared on the basis of 1. They are trying to prepare on what there 1.17 version there. That might be the stable version at present. Like, then immediately may have a question to me now. So okay, these many versions are available, sir. Then which version I have to learn? Which version we have to learn now? What version is required in outside companies there? But I'm giving the reality. Up to JDK 1.8 version, they have used Java stable in a stable mode. Now directly they are switching from 1.8 version to what version they know? 17. So 17 version they are moving in the sense. Definitely we need to have awareness on 17 version or not. Yeah, now as per these companies, as companies are using now Java 17 version now, then definitely we have to migrate up to, we have to update up to Java 17 version or not. Yeah, definitely here we are going to understand up to 20th version as per my responsibility I will discuss there. But as you are the student, if you want to survive in software industry, definitely we should learn up to at least minimum what there JDK 1.17 version. This is mandatory for everybody. Okay, of course then by completing your course, if Java 21 is coming there, I don't have any problem. I'll update it and I will give information to you. But I'll give confirmation to you up to the latest version. Up to the latest version, I'm going to discuss with you. Not only this, if we come with the full stack Java, in full stack Java also every technology I'm going to take up to the latest versions only. Spring Boot 1.3 version is nowadays might be the latest version there. It's a matter of might be then few days of time only. So I'm ready to discuss about that 1. Like what the 3 versions Spring Boot microservices. Is it, if you're getting my point or not? That I'm planning for that anyway. In the future, we are going to understand this content here. So this is exactly the content about like what there Java history. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity now, right? All right, sir. It's okay, fine. But I want to give some permanent link to you, permanent classroom notes document. I want to share with you. Now try to understand it. Say for example, right, sir. Now let me prepare Java 530 PM. 1 minute, sir. Just give a minute of time. Let me create it. Okay, it's okay. All right. All right, sir. All of you take this link, no? Everybody take this link. This link is for your core Java document. Daily I'm going to give the notes here. All right, whatever the notes I have given there, even that one also I want to paste here. So this link here we have to use. Okay. Now for the online people, I'm going to share that document, share that notes here in the questions box. Now try to utilize it. All right, sir. tinyurl.com/corejava530pm notes. Right, sir. And I'm giving clarity to all of you guys. Don't worry. Just this is only starting point of the class there. Then in the syllabus we are able to have steps to prepare first Java application. The topic is available. In the steps to prepare first Java application, I'm going to take like what there, how to download the Java software and how to install Java software, everything I'm going to discuss with you. But let me complete introduction part now. After that, I'm going to talk about what there steps to prepare first Java application. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? All right, so now just have a trial for it. Now try to check this. Are able to get this document here in the browser? Have you checked it? Or else maybe let me check this. In the browser, just copy and paste this. If we click on it, then automatically here we have to get like what the document. Yes, exactly. Now directly this document here we are getting. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, wait. Okay. Okay, no problem. Just use this one. There we are able to get directly what there, this document. Document we are able to open. There we can see the total content. Directly we are able to get this document. In the future, I will change it. I will give folder share. When more number of concepts are introduced there I will give folder URL. There we can get it clearly. Okay. Right, sir. Right. Now, Java history. The topic is completed here in the introduction content here. The next topic would be differences between what happened? Differences between Java and others. This is the next topic. And if you want to see that introduction classes content here inside this, I'm able to provide even that one also. Okay. Right, sir. Now see this one here, whatever the content here, just I given some content here, just I want to copy and I want to paste here. Here. Okay. Right, sir. So differences between Java and others. This is the second topic what we are having. All right. Observe carefully. The very first difference here I'm going to provide. All of you observe carefully. The very first difference. What is that first difference here? I'm telling to you. C and C++ are static programming languages. but Java is a dynamic programming language. From this point onwards, our content is very much important. Try to understand it now. Up to this Java history, it's a namesake topic only. But from this point onwards, we have to understand Java effectively. Right, sir. What is the first difference here we are trying to understand there? C and C++ are what there? Static programming languages. But Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Right, sir. Fine. What exactly the meaning of static programming language and what is the meaning of dynamic programming language? Listen carefully. Straightforward information. Understand it now. If any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. Come again, what is the static programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at what time? Compilation time. Then that programming language is what their static programming language. Similarly, what is this dynamic programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time. If any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that type of programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Is it? Or if you get my point or not? Right, so let me write this point here. Observe carefully. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data, primitive data is what there? Byte, short, int, long, float, double, boolean, character. This data is available. That is called as what there? Primitive data. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. The programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. What are the examples for the static programming languages? No, if you observe this, C and C++. These programming languages are what there? Static programming languages. All of you are getting it or not? Then similarly, now tell me, how can we say C and C++ are static programming languages? How can you say this point here? No, in C and C++ applications, observe carefully. In C and C++ applications, everybody understand my point here. In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only. At compilation time only, not at a runtime. Memory will be allocated for the data at what time? No, compilation time only, not at the runtime. Understand it clearly. I'll give diagrammatic representation also. Don't worry for it. But first of all, let me give the definitions. After that, we are going to see internal content here. Right, sir. What is static programming language? No, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is what there is a static programming language. Examples are what there? C and C++. In a C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at compilation time only, not at the runtime. Right, sir. Now, what about this dynamic programming language? Can you understand it now? Quite opposite point here. What is the dynamic programming language there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that programming language is called what there? A dynamic programming language. The dynamic programming language. Understand it clearly. Right, sir. Then what are the examples for these dynamic programming languages? No, we can understand Java. Of course, Python is also a dynamic programming language and some other programming languages here. How can you say Java is a dynamic programming language? Point is very simple. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at a runtime only. At a runtime only. I'll give one simple point also along with this. Now try to understand it. All of you listen. One more point, small point. Tell me, guys. All of you tell me. Java is an object-oriented programming language or not? Java is what there as an object-oriented programming language or not? What is the meaning of object-oriented programming language? Data must be represented in the form of objects. Data must be represented in the form of what there? Objects. That's the meaning of object-oriented programming language. In Java, when objects are creating, in Java, objects are creating at runtime, not at compilation time. In Java, objects are creating at what time there? Runtime, not at compilation time. When objects are creating at runtime, so what is the meaning of it now? When objects are creating at runtime, automatically memory will be allocated for data at what time there? Runtime only. Why? Because data will be stored inside the objects. Data will be stored inside the object. Data will be accommodated inside the objects only in the case of Java. So in Java, when objects are created, then only data is going to be created. It means that objects are created at runtime in the case of Java. So memory will be created for the data at runtime only. So because of that reason, Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Java is exactly what there? A dynamic programming language. Yes, sir. Are you following or not? This is that internal content here we can understand clearly now. Right, sir. I need to give one diagram also, but due to the lack of the time, I'm not discussing now. So tomorrow I will cover the diagram. Then after that, tomorrow I will continue the second point also there now. Just first point information I've given there. Tomorrow I'll explain some more points here. Then after that, I'm able to explain the remaining content here. But observe carefully. So then few days of time only. I'm going to take 1 hour class for you. Then afterwards, then at 4:30 we have to attend the classes there. 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I'm going to continue these classes with you, right? But all right, then few days of time we have to attend this 1 hour of class. Then after that I will continue with the 4:30 to 6. 1.5 hour class we are going to see, right? Right, sir. And tomorrow we are going to see our content at what time there? 5:30. 5:30 we can come. Then I'll continue the remaining part now, right? Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Till meet you tomorrow. Yeah. Then what is compilation time? Then what is runtime? I will discuss with you guys and tomorrow. Don't worry. Yeah. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Am I audible, guys? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. Right, sir. In the last session, what we completed there in the content here we discussed now in the last class. And differences between Java and others. The topic we started there in the last class. In the differences between Java and others, Just we have started our conversation. Now let us understand the content here. Introduction topic I started. In that introduction part, what we completed, just a Java history, the topic I completed. Java history, in the sense what there? Java history. Then what is the background story for Java? Why Java is coming? Only these few points I completed there. Okay. Then immediately we started with the differences between Java and others. In others part, what we have taken there, no, C and C++. These two things here I have taken there in the comparison. Then after that, from this, in the comparison here, what we completed there, if you observe this point now, first one is like what there, C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there, a dynamic programming language. There are given some kind of points here. Now try to understand it clearly. I want to give some explanation. Already required points I have given there, but I want to give some more explanation. Now try to understand this clearly. Right, sir. For example, all of you observe this clearly. For example, I have written a program. This is what actually .java file. .java or .c, whatever it may say. For example, .c. I've taken it. Here I have written some lines of code, number of instructions. Here I have written coding part. Now tell me, all of you tell me, who has written this program? Developer or not? Developer, programmer has written this code. How programmer has written this code? Programmer has written this code in his understandable language. Developer has written this code in his understandable language. Am I right or not? So what is the developer understandable language? No, developer understandable language is what? High level language. High level language is what the developer understandable language. Got it or not? Fine. I completed this program. Then I have to execute this program or not? Everybody understand my point here. I have to execute this program or not? To execute this program, here we have to use a mission. Here we have to use what there? A mission. All right, now here I want to say like what there? Execution. This is like what there? Execution. This execution would be performed by an engine. In the case of C, that engine is called as what there? C engine. C programs are executed by an engine, C engine. C++ programs are executed by an engine, C++ engine. Similarly, Java programs are executed by an engine, Java engine. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? C engine, C++ engine, Java engine. Python programs are executed by an engine, Python engine. So different names are available for Java engine and Python engine. Python engine is also be called as PVM, Python Virtual Machine. Java programs are executed by an engine called as JVM, Java Virtual Machine. In this way, here we are having some other names. So, okay, fine. This is C engine. Good. If you provide this C engine, if you provide this C program to the C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. What is that output here? It has to provide there some output. Whatever the program you have written, as per that some output here we are getting. But here we have a problem. There is a problem here. What is the problem here? We are able to get. No, observe carefully. Now tell me, C engine is a mission or not? C engine is what there is a mission, just like a some hardware related, or maybe some engine, right? It's a mission. It's not a human being. It able to understand. It able to execute only low-level language representations. That mission is able to understand only mission language, low-level representation. But observe carefully here. Here we provided program in what language? No, high-level language. Of course, C programming language only. Int I is equal to 10 now, high-level representation. Say for example, what is this high-level representation actually? Int I is equal to 10 is a high-level representation. But what is this low-level representation actually? This is low level representation. Zeros and ones is what their machine language, low level representation. So we have written our program in what representation? No, high level representation. But C engine required the program in what representation? No, low level representation. Are able to follow or not? This is what their high level, this is what their low level representation. But there some miscommunication is available or not? Some miscommunication is available. So we are unable to execute our program in this case now. But I want to make it is execute. If you want to execute this program, then what we have to do there? Here we need to go for some approach. What is that approach here we have to do there? Now try to understand it. If you want to execute this program, first we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. First we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. Here I am going to take some converter or a translator. Here I want to take translator. Here I am going to take translator. Here I want to take this translator has to take this high level program as an input. It has to convert that high level program into low level program. The total low level program here we are going to get in the form of a separate file. Low level program here we are able to get in the form of what there? A separate file. That file is like what there? .exe file. Inside this .exe file, then what we are able to have there? Here we are able to have like what there? Low level representations totally. Here this is totally what there? Low level representation here we can understand. Right, sir. These are like what there? Low level representations. Right, sir. We can understand this. Low level representation. This is low level representation. Okay. Whenever we are getting this low level representation, if we give this low level represented code to the C engine, now C engine will execute this low level code. C engine is able to provide the required output. C engine is able to provide what there? The required output. Now this is what exactly the process of executing our program. Are you getting it or not? Now you understand it clearly. Here we have used some translation process to translate the program from high level representation to low level representation. Now this translation process is called as what then? Compilation. This translation process is called as what there? Compilation. Now tell me here, what is the meaning of this compilation clearly? What exactly the meaning of compilation here? If you observe this point here, answer is very clear. Compilation is a process of converting program from high level representation to low level representation. This is point number one. Okay, observe carefully. Again, I'm asking there, what exactly the purpose of this compilations? No, I'm going to give some points here. Compilation in the sense, two things. One is what the conversion from high level language to what next one can know low level language, high level language to low level language conversion. And second thing is what there. Now tell me all of you know who has written that program? Who has written that program? Programmer, developer. Am I right or not? Human being only. Developer in the sense what there? Human being. See, human being may go for some number of mistakes in our program. While writing the program, number of mistakes here we are going to do. Definitely, it's a minimum fundamental right for human being, committing the mistakes. Am I right or not? Having mistakes in our program is not a crime. Having mistakes in our program is not a crime, is not a wrong thing. It's a common thing for everybody. But without checking whether our program containing errors or not, without checking whether our program contains errors or not, trying to execute the program is a crime. Are you able to follow or not? Without checking whether our program contains errors or not, you are trying to execute our program is a big crime. So what is the point I'm telling there? Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program contains any error or not. Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program is having any error or not. If our program is having error, then we have to correct that program again. If no errors are identified there, then program is going to be executed. So definitely we need to perform some error checking or not. In our program, we have to perform some error checking or not. Exactly. That error checking here we are going to do with what there, that compilation only. Compilation is responsible for what there, error checking. Compilation is responsible for what there, error checking. Is that all of you are getting clarity on this points now? Is my point is clear to all of you? Right, sir. Now tell me, two responsibilities are available for compilation. What are the two responsibilities now? Come on, one is what there? Converting program from high level representation to low level representation. Second one is what there? Error checking. Error checking is one responsibility. Converting from high level to low level. This is another responsibility. Yes, all of you are getting clarity why we need to go for compilation now? No response, guys. Fine. Let's come for the next point now. Observe carefully. The time when we perform compilation, the time when we perform compilation is called as compilation time. The time when we perform compilation is what there? Compilation time. Got it or not? The time when we perform compilation is compilation time. Compilation time is also be called as static time. Compilation time is also be called as what there? Static time. Next one, the time when we perform execution, that is called as execution time. The time when we perform execution is also be called as what there? Execution time. Execution time is also be called as what there? Dynamic time. Dynamic time is also be called as what there? Runtime. They are the names, different names. The time when we perform compilation, static time or compilation time. The time when we execute our program, execution time, dynamic time, and runtime. So, all of you getting my point or not? Okay, now observe carefully. One more point I'm telling you. For example, int a is equal to 10. I have written this in a section. Int a is equal to 10. Now tell me, for a variable, this is a variable. For a variable, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated or not? Internally, the 10 is the data. The 10 data has to be stored or not? Where the 10 data has to be stored in internal memory. Am I right or not? So here, what we are able to have there, 10 is the data here now. A value and 10 is the data. The 10 data will be provided within what there, 2 bytes of memory. Am I right or not? That means for every data type, on the base of data type, for integer, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated. So this is a primitive data. For this primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? For the primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? Please recognize my point, what I'm telling here. Definitely, memory will be allocated for the primitive data. Clear or not? Okay, now listen carefully. I'm giving conclusion, try to understand it now. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, at a compilation time. If any programming language provides memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, that programming language is called as static programming language. That programming language is what there? Static programming language. All of you are getting clarity what I'm telling there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, then that programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. Similarly, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time, at what time there no runtime, then that programming language is called as dynamic programming language. The programming language is what there? Dynamic programming language. Is that clear or not? Right, so now observe carefully. Of course, I want to give even this diagram also for you. In the document, I will include even this diagram also. Now, observe carefully. What is the definition you are given there? What is the first difference between Java and others? So now tell me, what is the very first difference here? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Tell me, what is the point I have given there? Yesterday, I think in the last class I have given the point here. What was the point I have given there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. Examples for static programming language is what there? C and C++. Observe carefully. Next one is What is this? How this is a static programming language now? In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only, not at a runtime. So C and C++ are what their static programming languages. Next one. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, then that programming language is called as what their dynamic programming language. Examples are what their Java, Python. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? At a runtime. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? No? At a runtime. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you now. That's okay now. This is the first difference here, what we identified clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. Now this is completed. Then what next one here? After completion of this, second difference here we are going to understand. All of you observe carefully the second difference now. Everybody understand it now? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but a preprocessor is not required in Java. Sir, all of you are getting clarity on this? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but the preprocessor is not required in Java. Clear? Right. All of you observe carefully. Before going to understand preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and in Java. Before understanding this preprocessor required or not required in C, C++ and Java, first of all we have to understand what is preprocessor, what is the role of the preprocessor in programming, where this preprocessor is existed, what it is able to perform, what it is able to do in our programming languages. That all the points here we have to understand. After that we will decide whether preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and Java. Yes, sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you. Right, sir. Now let us understand the content here, what I am telling to you. Observe carefully. I want to give one diagram here. For example, I'm going to write a program. Now this we can understand a C program. .c. This is what there, a C program .c. Observe carefully. Next one is we need to perform compilation. Here we have to perform what there, compilation. When we perform compilation, now tell me guys, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get? What file here we are able to get? Already we have seen in the previous diagram there. Of course, different files here we are able to get .obj, .ai. Finally here what we are able to get, no, .exe file. That's what we required. After that, whenever we are getting this .exe file, there we can execute our program. So now here we have to perform like what there, execution process. Execution process here we have to perform. Whenever we are executing this program now, here directly we are able to get some output. Here we are able to get like what there, some output. Right. Now this is the overall scenario here we can understand. All right. Now if we observe this compilation, in compilation is not like only one mission work. Compilation is like 4 missions work. Compilation is not like single mission work. Compilation is nothing but 4 missions work. What are these 4 missions here we are able to provide? First one is like what there, preprocessor. First one is what there, preprocessor. Okay, next one after that, compiler. After that, assembler. Then after that, loader, link editor. Loader, link editor. That's it. Observe carefully. First one is like what there? Preprocessor, compiler. Next one is assembler. Next one is like what there? Loader, link editor. This is overall. Right, sir. Understand it clearly. Now inside this, again now I'm telling there, here the requirement of the preprocessor, location of the preprocessor we understood there. This is sufficient. But I want to elaborate even compiler also. Internally, compiler is also existed. What is available there inside this compiler? Compiler, if you observe this, lexical analysis phase. After this lexical analysis phase, next one is what there? Syntax analysis phase. After this syntax analysis phase, next one is semantic analysis phase. Next one is intermediate code generation. After this intermediate code generation, code optimization. Then after this, another one is what there? Code generation. Right. These many phases are available inside the compiler. If you open the compiler, these many phases are existed again. Let's see this, the phases what we are having there. Now first one is like what the lexical analysis phase. Next one is the syntax analysis phase, semantic analysis phase, intermediate code generation, code optimization. The next one is like what the code generation. Of course, along with these two more tables are available. The two more tables are not required here, like symbol table, error handler table. So different things are available here. It's not required for us now. But majorly, this is the total architecture what we are having. Right, of course, I don't require all these concepts immediately. I don't not required to understand each and every point immediately. So from this diagram, what I require the information, what exactly the point here I'm trying to say. From this diagram, we can understand the location of the preprocessor. From this diagram, what we have to remember, the location of the preprocessor. Where is preprocessor? At which location that preprocessor is existed? That point here I require now. Tell me at which location that preprocessor is available? Inside the compilation. Inside the compilation, the very first phase is a pre-processing phase or not? Inside the compilation, the very first phase is what there? Pre-processing phase. Is that all of you are getting it or not? Only this point. For the sake of this point only, I given this entire diagram here. Okay. Right. Let me provide this point here. Try to observe this clearly. Here the diagram here I'm going to provide. Now tell me what is the location of the preprocessor? Preprocessor is the first phase. Preprocessor is the first phase in compilation. Preprocessor is the first phase in compilation. That's okay, fine. What this preprocessor will do? What preprocessor is able to do? What is its responsibility in programming languages? Observe carefully now. I'm going to give some clarity. Now try to understand it now. All of you observe carefully. In a C and a C++, not only in the C, I'm telling that in a C and a C++, observe carefully. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? Come on, guys, you have to respond for me. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? So in C and C++, the complete predefined library was provided in the form of header files. Am I right or not? If you're having awareness on C and C++, we have to answer for it. The complete predefined library is available in the form of what there? Header files. Can you tell me examples for these header files? No? stdio.h. Am I right or not? stdio.h. Come on. Next one is like what there? After this stdio.h, math.h. After this math.h. Next one is what there? Conio.h. And so on. So many things are existed here now. What are the various things now? stdio.h, math.h, conio.h, and so on. These examples I'm telling them. Okay, good. Listen carefully. Okay, predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to use them in my C program? The predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to access that header files data in my C program then? In C and C++ applications, if you want to use predefined library which are provided in header files, if you want to use predefined library which are provided in header files, then we have to include header files in the C and C++ programs. Am I right or not? We have to include header files into the C and C++ programs. Good. Further purpose, what syntaxes, what we have to use there? Examples I'm telling there. Hash include stdio.h. Am I right or not? Or statement here we have to use there. Hash include stdio.h. Next one is a hash include conio.h. Next one is a hash include math.h. Hash include like what there? Math.h. In this way here we are able to provide this. Am I right or not? Next point is very, very important. Try to observe carefully. For example, I have a program. Inside my program, I have written all the hash include statements. I have written all the hash include statements like this inside my program. Observe carefully. If we compile a C program, C and C++ program, C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. All of you observe carefully what actions it able to perform there. If we compile C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. Point number 1. Listen, all of you listen carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Hash include statements. Am I right? Observe carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the specified header files names from hash include statements. Am I right? Preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names. What are the header files names I specified here? stdio.h, conio.h, math.h. It able to take all the header files names. Clear or not? Next one. After that, observe carefully. Preprocessor, understand it clearly what I'm telling there. Preprocessor will check. Preprocessor will check whether the specified header files are available in C and C++ softwares. What preprocessor will do now? Whatever the header files name here we specify now, preprocessor will check whether the specified header files are existed or not existed in the C and C++ softwares. Say for example, if you want to compile my C program, first of all, C software must be installed in my computer or not. In that installed C software, preprocessor will check whether these header files are existed or not existed. Okay, observe carefully. Point number 3. In the case, if the specified header files are not existed, if the specified header files does not exist or existed, the specified header files are not existed in the C library, C predefined library or inside the C software, then preprocessor will raise an error. If they're not available, then preprocessor will raise what there? An error. Got it or not? In the case, for example, right, sir. In the case, observe carefully. If the specified header files, if the specified header files are existed in the C predefined library, then preprocessor, observe carefully, preprocessor will load all the header files to the memory as part of compilation. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All of you are following this point or not? First of all, preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names what we provided. Preprocessor will check them whether they are available or not in the C predefined library. If they are not available, error will be raised. If they are available, then preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory, part of the compilation. Now I'm giving one point here. Now try to observe carefully. This type of loading predefined library, is called static loading. At compilation time, we are loading that library or not? This type of loading is called as what there? Static loading. Is that all of you get my point or not? Then the preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory as part of compilation. This type of loading predefined library is called as what there? Static loading. Now response, guys. All of you are getting it or not? What exactly the point I'm telling here? Now tell me here, what is the conclusion here I'm telling there? Conclusion, not the point, no, conclusion now. Tell me, by seeing all these points, no, what is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? What is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? The job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. To recognize all hash include statements in order to load all header files content to the memory. Because of this particular reason only, here we have used what there? Preprocessor. No response, guys. What I'm telling you now. Is it clear or not? All right, so now. The main purpose of preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. That's it. Now this is, just give a minute of time. Right, sir. So the main purpose of the preprocessor in a C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. Right, sir. This is what exactly the purpose of like what the preprocessor in a C and C++. And the corresponding diagram also here we provided here at which location it is available clearly. But here my question is, preprocessor is not required in Java. Preprocessor is not existed in Java. Why it is not existed in Java? Why it is not required in Java? That point here we want to understand. That's our required point here. Why it is not required in the case of Java? Okay, now observe carefully. After this, here I want to provide the point here. Now try to understand it now. In Java, first of all, tell me, in C and C++, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of header files or not? Come on, in the form of header files or not? But in Java, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Packages. This example is what their packages. Example I'm telling to you. Now observe carefully. Example I'm telling to you. Now observe carefully. Java.io package. Java.util package. Java.sql package. All these are what their packages. Inside the packages, no classes and interfaces are existed. This is the structure of the Java predefined library. In Java, the complete predefined library is available in the form of what their packages. Java.io, Java.util, Java.sql. Understand it clearly now? Okay, good. Next one is in Java applications. See, in the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, in the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, there we have to include header files to the C and C++ programs or not. Similarly, in Java applications, if you want to use predefined library, then we have to import the packages. What we have to do there? Import. In the case of Java, importing packages. In the case of C and C++, including header files now. Right. Right, sir. Now observe carefully how we are going to write these import statements now. Just I'm giving that import java.io.star. What is the meaning of this star now? In a java.io package, so many classes and interfaces are available. That all classes and interfaces of the java.io I want to get into my program. That's why here I'm using this one. Next one is what there? Import java.util.star. Similar, in the case of java.util package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to get all of them. Next one is what there? Import java.sql.star. So here in java.sql package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to use them. That's why here we have used this star. Okay, fine. For example, I prepared a Java program. I prepared what there? Java program. Inside the Java program, I have written all these import statements. In a Java program, I have written what there? All the import statements. Now I want to compile my program. Observe carefully. If I compile a Java program, then compiler will perform the following actions. Of course, we already aware about it. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available. That's why I'm using what the compiler. Compiler will perform the following actions. What actions the compiler is able to perform there? Observe carefully. Understand it clearly. First of all, compiler will recognize all the import statements. Compiler will recognize all the imports. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor recognized what their hash include statements. Now in Java, compiler will recognize import statements. Next one is number 2. Compiler will read all the packages names which we provided along with the import statements. All of you observe carefully. Compiler will read all the package names which we provided along with the import statements. Then after that, observe carefully. Compiler will check whether the specified packages are existed or not in the Java predefined library. In the case of C and C++ also, preprocessor has checked whether the provided header files are exist or not in C predefined library. Here also the compiler has checked whether the provided provided packages are available in the C Java predefined library or not. Then point number 4. Observe carefully. If the provided packages are not existed, in a Java predefined library, then compiler will raise an error. Compiler will raise an error. Am I right or not? If the specified packages are not available in Java predefined library, their compiler will raise an error. Package XXX does not exist. Package java.util does not exist. Package java.sql does not exist. There we are able to get some compilation error. For example, if the specified packages are available in Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then what compiler will do? Then compiler will not raise any error. Please remember this, compiler will not raise any error. In the case of preprocessor case, if the specified header files are available, no error, but header files content is loaded to the memory or not. That is called a static loading or not. Now, what I'm telling there, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then compiler will not raise any error, and compiler will not load any package content to the memory. In Java, compiler is not loading any package content to the memory. Just compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are existed or not existed. That's it. Yes, sir. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor responsibility is what there? Loading header files content to the memory, static loading. But in the case of Java, compiler is not responsible for checking whether the compiler is not responsible for loading predefined library to the memory. But compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are available or not available in Java predefined library. Is that all of you are getting my point or not? Whatever the point here I'm telling you. Clear. Now this is exactly the point here what I'm telling to you, this point here. That's okay, fine. This is like what there? Point number 5. Alright, sir. Compiler will not load any package content to the memory. Okay. If compiler is not loading this, but who will load this predefined library to the memory? Who will load that predefined library to the memory? Alright, if you observe this, if we execute the Java program, if we execute Java application, comma at a runtime, I'm telling there, not at compilation time, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory. At runtime, not at compilation time. At runtime, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory. This type of loading predefined library is called dynamic loading. This type of predefined library loading is called as what there? Dynamic loading. Yes, sir. All of you are following or not? What are the points here I'm telling there? A clear cut information here I'm telling you. Try to follow these points here. Each and every point I'm providing in the document. This document is for the sake of you only. All of you are seeing the document there. Whatever the content here I'm providing there. Of course, at the end of the class, I'll give that link also to you. Already given that link to you. All right. Now tell me. I'm asking one question there. In which programming language static loading is going on? In which programming language dynamic loading is going on? Now tell me. Static loading is going on in which programming language? C and C++. Dynamic loading is going on in which programming language? Java programming language. So static loading is supported by hash include statements, and dynamic loading is supported by import statements. Are you getting it or not? Now let's come for the conclusion, guys. Now the conclusion is what their preprocessor. Preprocessor is not required in Java. Why it is not required in Java? That's the question. Why preprocessor is not required in Java? That's the question actually. Right, now here we have to understand, no, observe carefully. In Java, preprocessor is not required. Why, sir? What is the reason for it? No, why? Because in Java, preprocessor is not required. Why? Because in Java, hash include statements. In Java, hash include statements and header files are not available. Why preprocessor is not required in the case of Java? Hash include statements and header files are not available in Java. Right or not? Now in Java, packages and import statements are available. In Java, alternatively in Java, packages and import statements are available. So here to recognize packages and import statements, Java is able to use compiler and JVM. So it is not required to use what their preprocessor. Because of this reason only, preprocessor is not at all required in the case of Java. So, if you're getting it or not, whatever the point here I'm telling them, that's okay, fine. Alright, sir. Now, whatever the diagram here we prepared now, this diagram I want to be converted to Java. This diagram is purely in C. I want to convert this diagram into what there? Java. Let me check this here. What we are able to convert here. Now here .c is available here. In place of .c, here we are able to get what there? .java. Listen carefully. In the case of C, after compilation, we are getting .exe file. But in place of this Java, in the case of Java, in place of .exe, we are able to get what files there? .class files. In Java, only two types of files. Before compilation, .java. After compilation, .class files. Alright, sir. Now here we are able to get it. But in the case of Java, what is not available here? No, preprocessor is not available. Remaining content is very same. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available, but remaining content is very same. Right, so now this one also I want to provide in our content here. Try to recognize this. But I have one important interview question, guys. You have to give answers for it. Are you ready for it? My question is, what are the differences between hash include statements and import statements? What exactly the difference between hash include statement and import statement? This is my question. Okay. Can you give answers here? No? Tell me the very first answer here. First of all, where they are available, where these two things are available here. No? First of all, tell me, hash include statements are available in C and C++. Similarly, import statements are available in Java. Import statements are available in where there? Java. That's okay, fine. Next one is their functionalities, what they are able to include. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, hash include statements are able to include predefined library. Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Am I right or not? Now tell me. Similarly, here what we are able to provide there? Import statements are able to include the predefined libraries, which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Okay. Next one, loading. Which type of load are which are recognized by preprocessor, which is recognized by compile and JVM. If you observe this, hash include statements are evaluated by or maybe recognized by. Hash include statement recognized by whom? Come on, hash include statements are recognized by whom? Preprocessor, right? Similarly, now tell me, recognized by the preprocessor. But import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Both can recognize. Both has to use this import statements. At compilation time, checking packages, but at runtime, then loading the content point of both has to be recognized. Fourth one, now tell me, all of static loading and dynamic loading. Hash include statement is a hash include statement is supporting. Hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Is supporting static loading. Hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Static loading. But import statement is loading. Import statement is supporting what loading here? Now tell me, dynamic loading. Import statement is supporting what loading there? Dynamic loading. Okay, right, sir. Next one is fifth point. Observe carefully. Now tell me, by using a single hash include statement, how many header files we are able to include? Only one header file or more than one header file? Only one header file only. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include only one header file. We are able to include only one header file. Example here I am telling to you, observe carefully. Hash include yesterday.h. Next one is hash include conio.h. That means if you want to include more than one header file, we have to use more than one hash include statement. That's the point here I'm telling to you. Hash include math.h, like this here we are able to provide. But in the case of Java, what is going on here now? By using single import statement, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. More than one class or more than one interface of the same package by using star notation. We know already. Import java.io.star. Star is representing what there? All, more than one class or more than one interface from the specified package, java.io package. We can understand it clearly now. Got it or not? So this is overall information here. We can understand clearly now. Right, sir. This is the total awareness on. Like a preprocessor and its existency in a C, C++ and Java. It is required in C, C++, but it is not required in Java. What is predefined library, sir? There is a question now. What is a predefined library? For every programming language, some libraries must be provided by the languages, not by the developers. Some libraries only developers can define, but majority of the libraries must be provided by the programming languages only. That programming languages defined libraries what their predefined library. Understand it? What I am telling you. Okay. All right, sir. Now. All right, sir. That's okay. Fine. Does JDK also include JVM? So this JDK, JVM, JRE, the topics I'll discuss with you later. Don't think much about it now. But at present, we are at very startup mode. Just gradually, slowly, I'm going to increase the content here. So we are able to understand it now. At very starting, in the differences between Java and others, slowly we are going to understand each and every point here now. Right, so then tomorrow, I'm going to discuss one important topic here. Very important here. I think the third difference here. What I'm going to discuss there. C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages. But Java is platform independent programming language. This difference here we are going to understand. Very important difference. Directly interviewers are asking this question there. This difference now. So without failure, try to understand this particular point. So this topic, this point, I'm going to discuss on tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to see this content, guys. Okay. That's all, guys. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll meet. Tomorrow we'll see the remaining content, right? Once again, I'm telling there, few days of time only. Then 5:30 to like 6:30, I'm going to take no. Afterwards, 4:30 to 6, 1.5 hour class we are going to be take now. But in the startup mode, few days of time because of some busy schedule. Few days of time, only 1 hour class I'm planning that. Next onwards, 1.5 hour class we are able to plan that. But I will give schedule to you when onwards, from which date onwards we are going to plan for 1.5 hour class now. Right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. Please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Hmm? Yeah. Okay. There is. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Yeah, thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it what we completed in the last session. Things so we are discussing about the differences between Java and others. In the differences between Java and others, what topic here we understand there? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Okay. Then where I given some points here. If any programming language allows memory allocation at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at runtime, then that programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Examples for static programming languages are C and C++. Example for dynamic programming language is what their Java and others. Next one is preprocessor is required in a C and C++, but it is not required in the case of Java. All right, what is the purpose of this preprocessor in a C and C++ and why it is not required in the case of Java? If you observe this, preprocessor is required in C and C++ to recognize hash include statements and to load the provided header files content to the memory. But in the case of Java, preprocessor is not required. Why it is not required in the case of Java there? In the case of Java, hash include statements are not available and header files are not available. In place of that, classes and interfaces and import statements are available in the case of Java. This is what exactly the content here we understood there, and some diagrammatic representation, somewhat extra content here are given. Now try to recognize the content here now. All right, sir. Diagram also are given there. The total process are given, somewhat total content here. Then at the end, I given one important interview question in the last class. What was that question here given there? What are the differences between hash include statement and import statement? If you observe this, hash include statements are available in C and C++. Import statements are available in Java. Next one is what there. Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Import statements are able to include the predefined libraries which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Hash include statements are recognized by the preprocessor, but import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Hash include statement is supporting static loading, whereas import statements are supporting dynamic loading. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include only one header file. That's like what there. Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, hash include math.h, like this. By using single import statements, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. Import java.ivo.star. Example I given, star is a representation here. The star is representing what there, including all content here now. Then after that, we need to start today the third difference here. What is the third difference here now? C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages, but Java is what there, platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you understand it? Put focus on this point here. Before going to understand whether C, C++ and Java are platform dependent or platform independent, before that, first of all, tell me when a programming language is platform dependent and when a programming language is platform independent. That we have to understand first. After that, we are going to think whether C, C++ are platform dependent or not, whether Java is a platform independent or not. Later on, we are going to discuss about it. Right, so now let's understand the point here. Observe carefully. C and C++ are platform dependent programming language. That's okay. Before that, now observe carefully. Listen carefully. If any programming language, yes, if any programming language allows its applications to perform, understand it clearly. If any programming language allows its applications to perform, compilation is on compilation and execution on the same operating system. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution, both must be on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform dependent programming language. This is what the platform dependent programming language. Is it? All of you are getting clarity in this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform dependent programming language. Observe carefully. Example is what there, C and C++. An example for this is what there, C and C++. Okay, definition is okay. Example is what there, C and C++ programming languages. Up to this one is also be okay. But how can you say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any proper reason for it? How it is possible to say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any reason for it? Yes, I'll give some reason here. Now try to understand the point here. All of you observe carefully. What exactly the point here I'm telling to you? All of you observe carefully. Right, now see this. For example, I want to take a C program here. This is my C program. C program in the sense what we are able to get here, .c as an extension here we are able to provide. Okay, .c. Now inside this C program, we have to write some mini sections. I've written some code. Observe carefully. Whenever we have written this C program, we have to compile this program or not? We need to compile this program. So compilation here I'm going to take. Observe carefully. This is like what there, compilation. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get now? What exactly the file here we are able to get now? .exe file here we are able to get. What file here we are getting there? .exe file. Inside the .exe file, so now here we are able to have like what there, some content here. What is this content? I will discuss with you later on, but understand this clearly. .exe file here we are getting. Clear? Whenever we are getting this .exe file, I need to execute this program. Execution here we have to perform. Who will execute our C programs now? Already given that point. Who will execute C programs now? C engine. C engine will execute our C programs. Whenever we execute our C program, there we are able to get some output. After execution of our program, there we are able to get what there, some output. This is overall process what we are having. Clear? All of you are getting it clearly? Outputs here we are getting there. Okay, fine. Right. Listen carefully. All of you know. I have taken C program that we compiled. We are getting some .exe file. The .exe file we executed by using C engine. Then we are getting some output. Clear? Up to now. Further definition. Platform dependent programming language definition. Point of view. What I am telling there. For compilation, I need to take operating system. For execution also we require what their operating system. Here, what is the definition of the platform dependent programming language? The definition of the platform dependent programming language is what there. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system. That means for compilation and execution, we have to provide what the same operating system. For compilation and execution here, we have to provide what the same operating system. Then that programming language is what their platform dependent programming language. All right, sir. Now here, as per the definition, for compilation, I'm using like what there Windows. For execution, I have to use what there as per the definition Windows only. If we use Windows operating system for compilation, for execution also we have to use what there same Windows operating system. Then only the programming language is what there platform dependent programming language. Get my point or not? For the sake of the discussion, for the sake of our clarity purpose, for execution purpose, I want to use different operating system. And for compilation, I want to use what their Windows operating system. Compilation is on Windows operating system. Execution is on what their Linux operating system that I have used there. For example, for a discussion point of view, for the sake of understanding point of view, I have used this Linux operating system. Good. Observe carefully. C engine is available on which operating system? No? Come on guys, C engine is available on which operating system? Linux operating system. If the C engine is available on Linux operating system, then what code it able to understand, it able to execute? No. Observe carefully. It is able to execute. It is able to execute only Linux representations. Linux represented code from operating system to operating system. Internal data representation is different. Don't think about it. Same data representation is available in both the operating systems. From one operating system to another operating system, internal data representation is what they're different. Are you getting it or not? Okay, fine. So the C engine is available on Linux operating system. It is able to execute only Linux represented code. Okay, fine. For example, observe carefully. C program I have written. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? Windows operating system. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? No, Windows operating system. Getting my point or not? When we compile the C program on Windows operating system, automatically .exe file is created or not? Now, what is the story about this .exe file? What it is available here? Insert this .exe file. If we have to this, understand the point here. .exe file contains directly executable code. .exe file contains directly executable code. And listen carefully. This point is important. And it is having the local operating system representations. That is what they now here what we provided. Windows operating system representations here we provided. Is it all of you understand this point here? What is this .exe file nature? No, .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. Now this .exe file is having which representations? No, Windows representations. Got it or not? But observe carefully. C engine is available on which operating system? Linux. It is able to understand only what representations? No, Linux represented code. Fine. For example, I got this .exe file which has Windows operating system representations. If I give this .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute this Windows represented .exe file? Come on guys, answer for my question now. If I give this Windows represented .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute Windows represented .exe file? Possible or not possible? Not possible here. It is not possible here. Understand my point clearly. It is not possible to execute. It is not possible to execute. It's not possible to execute Windows represented executable code on Linux operating system. Why? Because C engine is able to understand only Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? We are providing Windows representations, but C engine is required what their Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? So because of this mismatch, because of this particular reason, we are unable to execute our program. Okay, but if you want to execute this program, then what we have to do now? Only one solution. What is that solution? At runtime, we have to change your operating system. At runtime, what operating system here we have to provide the same Windows operating system here we have to provide. On this Windows operating system, if you provide Windows operating system, C engine is able to execute only now at present. Now we have to remove that Linux. There we have to provide what there Windows representations. Now observe carefully. C program we compiled on Windows operating system. We are getting .exe file. This .exe file contains what their Windows representations only. That Windows represented .exe file, if we provide to the C engine, which is on Windows operating system, there we are able to that C engine. Sorry, that C engine is able to execute that Windows represented .exe file or not? Why? Because now C engine is available on what their Windows operating system. It is able to understand only what their Windows representations. Now we are providing Windows represented .exe file or not? You are providing what their Windows represented .exe file. So C engine is also expecting the same Windows operating system representations. So finally, the C program, C engine is able to execute this .exe file or not? Then we are able to get output or not? No response, guys. Right, sir. Because of this reason, C and C++ are what their platform dependent programming languages. That execution is totally depending on the operating system which you have used for compilation. Right, execution of this C program is depending on the operating system which you have used for what their compilation. This is what exactly the meaning of like what their like platform dependent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? Right, so now let me take this diagram here. I want to keep this one. All right, so let me have one line data. I want to provide some data here. Now try to understand it. The same point here I want to say no. If we compile C program on Windows operating system, if we compile C program on Windows operating system, then the compiler will generate .exe file. .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, that is to execute Windows represented .exe file. Observe carefully. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, Windows represented .exe file, then what we have to do there? We have to provide, we have to use the same Windows operating system, at a runtime. Right, sir. Due to this dependency on the operating system, C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Clearly, no. That's it, guys. Then how C and C++ are platform dependent, that we understood clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. The content also here we provided. That's okay. But what is platform independent programming language? Before that, have you understood that the platform dependent programming language content? Can I go for platform independent now? All right, observe carefully. What you are able to understand about this platform independent programming language, what we are understanding here? All right, what is the definition for it? Observe carefully. If any programming language, observe carefully. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation is on one operating system, compilation is on one operating system, and execution is on another operating system. Compilation is on one operating system and execution is on what there? Another operating system. Then that programming language is called as what there? Platform independent programming language. That programming language is what there? Platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then that programming language is called platform independent programming language. Right, sir. Example is what there? Java. Of course, Python is also be platform independent programming language. But anyway, Python is not in our context here. First, we have to understand what there? Java. Java is in our context clearly. Getting it or not? Fine, sir. Observe carefully after this. What next point here? I'm telling to you how Java is a platform independent programming language. How Java is a platform independent programming language. We have to understand this point clearly. Understand it now? I'll take another diagram. Observe carefully. For example, first of all, I want to provide the diagram as per the definition. As per the definition, I want to provide this diagram. All right, so now here we can understand .java. Lines of code here we have written .java. Okay. The next one is what? After this, we have to perform compilation. We have to perform like what there? Compilation. Okay. When we perform compilation, in the case of Java, what files here we are able to get? Yesterday already we understood. In the case of C++, after compilation, we got what there? .exe file. But in the case of Java, after compilation, what files here we are able to get there? There we are able to get what files here we are able to get there? No, class files here we are able to get. Right, now we can understand clearly. There we are getting some class file. Class file. Okay. Whenever we are getting this class file, then what next one here we have to do then? Class file. Now, I want to go for multiple executions now. Inside the class file, some code is available. I will discuss about it. What exactly the code is existed here. Now understand it now. First of all, I want to execute this program. This is execution. Here we are able to have some output. Execution, and this is like what their output. Understand this now? Here we are able to provide observe carefully. Execution can be provided here. Now, for a compilation, we require one operating system. For execution also, we require an operating system. What operating systems I want to use, I'll discuss with you later on. This is one-time execution. Here, I have to provide like what there. another time execution, and another one, another time execution here we are providing. Right, observe carefully. After this, after completion of all the content here, then what we have to do? Now I want to confirm the operating systems. Can you tell me what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? Come on, what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? If any programming language allows its applications to perform, compilation is on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then it is what their platform independent. Please remember that what I'm telling is central point. Platform dependent, compilation and execution must be on the same operating system. Platform independent, compilation is on one operating system, execution is on another operating system. That's it. The central point we have to remember now. Okay, right, son. For compilation, I want to use, for example, Windows operating system I want to use. Now here, how many times we want to execute our program? 4 times we want to execute our program. Am I right or not? All right, sir. In 4 times, then 1 time here we want to use what their Linux operating system. In another time, I want to use like what they say, for example, Mac, right? Mac operating system, MacBook. In another time here, I want to provide like what they say, for example, Unix, I want to use there, or maybe Solaris, I want to use there. Solaris operating system. Maybe another time here I want to use the same Windows operating system, of course. For compilation Windows and for execution also, I can use that Windows kernel. Understand my point? These many operating systems here we want to use there. Good. Observe carefully now. I'm going to give that exact point here. Now try to understand it now. When we compile Java program on Windows operating system, here what file here we are getting now? What file here we are getting now? Dot class file here we are getting. Then what is the nature of the dot class file? Before going to understand dot class file, what is the nature of the .exe file? Now tell me, what is the nature of the .exe file? .exe file contains directly executable code, right? So .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations. That is what their Windows representations. Clear or not? But now come for this dot class file now. What exactly the nature of the dot class file? Observe carefully. Dot class file contains bytecode. Tell me, dot class file contains what code here? Bytecode. What is this bytecode actually? It is not directly executable code. No, it is not directly executable code. .exe file contains executable code directly, but it is not having directly executable code. Answer my point here. Okay, then which code it is available here? No, it is an intermediate code. It is what there? An intermediate code, not source code, not directly executable code. In the middle one, it is an intermediate code, and it doesn't have or doesn't follow any operating system representations. It doesn't have any operating system representations, including Windows operating system, including Windows representations. Even though we compiled our Java program on Windows operating system, the generated dot class file doesn't include Windows representations even. All of you are following this point now? Identify the difference between .exe file and dot class file. .exe file contains directly executable code, but dot class file doesn't have directly executable code. Even it is not representing any operating system representation. It is a neutral bytecode. It is an intermediate code. It is an intermediate code. Okay, please remember this point. This is dot class file representation here now. But there is a point here. What's the point now? If you want to execute any bytecode on Linux operating system, that bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute any code on Mac operating system, that code must have Mac representations. If you want to execute any code on Solaris operating system, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute anything on Windows operating system, that a bytecode must have Windows representations. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on these points now? If you want to execute any bytecode on any of the operating system, that the bytecode must have the respective operating system representations. Then only that code will be executed. Follow or not? My point, what I'm telling to you now. Okay, right. Observe carefully. Now, here dot class file is generated. Is this dot class file is having any representations? Any operating system representations are available with this dot class file? No. But I want to execute this on Linux. I want to execute the same thing on Mac. I want to execute the same thing on Solaris. I want to execute the same thing on Windows. That is my requirement. Why? Because now we have taken Java as a platform independent programming language. When Java is a platform independent programming language, one time if we compile the program on Windows, the same thing we can execute on any of the operating system. That's a capability. But how it is possible in the case of Java? That point here we are understanding now. All right, now understand clearly. If you want to execute this bytecode on Linux now, this bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Mac now, this bytecode must require Mac representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Solaris now, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Windows now, that bytecode must have Windows representations. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All right, now observe carefully. But directly this bytecode doesn't have Linux or Mac or Solaris or Windows representations. It doesn't have any of these representations. But still, how we are going to represent this? How we are going to execute this program? Right, exactly. In this particular situation, so problem is coming or not? Here, this is having neutral bytecode, but here we required local operating system represented bytecode. So here some mismatch is coming or not? Exactly. In this particular situation, to make Java as a platform independent programming language and to run Java applications on multiple operating systems, Sun Microsystems has provided a set of converters, a set of translators to convert our bytecode from neutral nature to the local operating system representations. Sun Microsystems has provided what there? Some converters now. What converters are provided by Sun Microsystems here? Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided some converters. Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided one converter, and here another converter. Here another converter, and here another converter. Multiple converters are provided by Sun Microsystems. You can understand clearly. Converter. Now here we can understand like what there converter. Here this is like what I am telling there. Converter. And here we have to provide like what there another converter. Like multiple converters are provided here. What is the job of this converter now? Tell me. The job of this converter is if we provide this new